Hey. Well, I'm on my own so far. Um, and when I said boomerism, I meant boomerism. All of this I do from my phone. Um, so I can add people to the panel on this phone, and I have the other one to see chat if there's a chat. Maybe there will be a chat. Let's see. Hey, Cement. I see Cement. Hey, Cement. Oh, turn it down. See, first boomer. First boomer act. I'm going to see. I did have a Merry Christmas. I hope you did too. I really hope you did. I'm trying to put the link in there. Let me see. No, nobody yet. I hope your Christmas was awesome, Samantha. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, okay. Have anyone else yet? So tell me what's going on, Cement. You're up. I'm up. Let's talk. I believe they're sleeping. Hen, TJ, and Mandy, and Rummer probably. All the usual suspects, I believe, are sleeping. We're 6 hours behind them, so. Talked to Hen earlier and she was going to try to sleep. She has to work. I was in a chat on Comics Talk with Pops Van Zant, Pops' channel, and he was ending and I was bored, so I thought, well, why not give it a shot, you know? I don't do this very often on my own. Well, okay. I was on Pops Van Zant, Comic Talk with Pops Van Zant. He's from the Comicscape community where, Tug, and those guys are affiliated with. I got into checking them out, after watching Lola Meets. She's awesome. She's so awesome. But, and they've welcomed me, even though I don't know a whole lot about comics in general, is these people are just on top of it. And after I listened to Tug for a while, I started checking out things, and then found Lola and Pops and Flying Feline. I'm on her channel on Tuesdays sometimes. Well, I have been regularly. I love it over there. I learn a lot. I'm learning a lot. Here, I'll type it in. There it is. I don't have his channel link. I was not prepared. I just thought I'd go live. Let's see. Let me go. Did I know the Brave? Oh yes, I own it actually. um, from what I've read, he actually wrote it, starred in it, and directed it. Yeah, I had to. Actually, my friend, one of my good friends, years ago, she ordered me a copy. But yes, I own The Brave. I think it's rather good movie myself. What'd you think about it? Oh, I have to do something real quick. Okay, now that. Trying to see. I am such a boomer. Okay, let's see. Um, the film was from a novel of the same name. The initial director, screenwriter was Az Glazal. He killed his wife and daughter. Then the project got shelved. Oh, okay. I haven't seen it yet. I'm waiting for it to come in the mail. Oh, okay. I I think you'll like it. It's different. It's very different. Um, let me see if I can do this. There we go. There's the link if anybody wants to jump up here with me. I'm all by myself. Yeah, I didn't know that about the film. I really didn't. I thought that Johnny wrote it. Um, I knew he directed and starred in it, so I got that much right. But yeah, it's different. I won't tell you anything about it. I liked it. A lot of great films get bad reviews, and a lot of bad movies are hits. Oh yes, it depends on. Well, in, if we're talking about recently in the last couple years, yes. Um, I don't know why these movie companies decide to go with a trend or I'm gonna say quote unquote woke following, because they're not actually a following. They stir up enough crap and pretty much badger these companies into giving them what they want, but they're not the ones that pay for it to go see it. We are. You know what I mean? I won't go into a whole rant, which I could, but yeah, that's what I think. And that's why so many movies are horrible lately. Um I know the basic storyline, but they don't show him get killed at the end, do they? I shall not reveal anything about the movie. That is not saying yes or no. I hate when people spoil things for me. Even if I ask them, I tell them, please don't tell me no matter how much I ask. Because once I know, it sucks. So I'm going to apply that here, Cement. I think you'll find it interesting. I have a question for you. Have you seen The Libertine? That's one that they, built up for a while, showing trailers and things, and it came out in theaters, and it was gone in a seemed to like less than a week, and I absolutely love that movie. You can rant away. Hollywood is becoming an assembly line factory that mass produces crap. Hey, Sherry. The Libertine is set back in, I think it's set. I I can tell you what he wears, and this may give you a timeline. It's when men wore those big, um, big, long, thick, dark wigs, and dressed with like, um, kind of lacy, frilly, lacy shirts, and then overcoats and things like that. Uh, Back when it was still horse-drawn carriages. I am so bleh on my date, but he is a he is a risque part of a prestigious family. He's kind of the black sheep. And his brother steps in line, goes along with his duties as the position he holds within the family, and then I think it's within the government. But Johnny's character veers way off from that. Way, way, way off. Um, it's I'm going to say it's interesting as well. It's different. It's not for everyone, but I have it also, and I love it. Wolvo! Wolvo's here. Let's see if I can do something. Give me a second. There. I pinned the link at the top so someone can come by. Wolvo. I figured you were bored, so I was going to try to get you up here with me to talk about whatever. Wolverine, you guys may have seen him in a couple of Hens chats, maybe. I know he's in one for sure. He's from the Comicscape community, if you want to call it that. But yeah, he's really cool. Um, the Libertine. It's kind of like that, yeah, with the long wigs and stuff that the men wore and stuff. But Johnny's character is rather promiscuous, I should say, and he writes a play that's risque at best. And I will say in the end, his promiscuous ways catch up with him. And I'll leave it at that. If you like weird and different and unexpected from him, check it out. Well, Wolvo, bring all that sexy up here. I'm on my own. Don't leave me up here alone. Making me beg. Think you probably like that. Everyone affiliated with the community is kind of cool. I never met such nice people. Much more fun. Wait, I lost it. Hold on. Much more fun than true crime community because they fight and have too much drama. Yes, I have kind of stepped away. Hey, Screams! Screams of Anubis is here. I've kind of stepped away from that. So it says, uh-oh, I hope the Libertine doesn't have Johnny's character run into... No, no, no. Oh, hey, somebody's here.
Oh my God, this
Whoa!
layout.
I
Hello.
can't help it. I'm on my phone
Why are you on your phone?
because I need a new computer.
Do you have, you mean like you have zero computer?
No, I have a laptop, but it'll shut off whenever it wants to because my cat. spill Dr. Pepper on it. Stop.
God damn it. You're right though. I do like when you beg, so I came in.
Ah, I thought
Mm,
so. I thought that
yeah,
would work.
I know.
Everybody's
Oh,
turning hard.
all y'all need to beg more often. That's what I'm here for. Yeah.
Is it you live to watch us beg?
I well, I mean, there things come after that, but yeah, sure.
And yes, folks, it's going to turn into one of those. Pop
I
says he'll be up soon.
well, he told us to get a room, so here,
Hey,
here we are.
so now your idea about drawing, is it Shastesgorical?
I was just like it was a cheap joke, really.
Well, it got me wanting to see it now.
I have no idea. You're like you can call me Fanta, and so like now I need like someone like just like you, but who lives on the other side of the country, who's like just call me Shasta.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I knew what you were going for there. I was quick on that one.
maybe like a third one who's just like you, but is from Germany, called like oh god, I blanked just at the end there. Fago. Yeah,
Yeah, Fago.
yeah.
I already had her pictured in my head.
Let's just get a franchise of Smagoricals.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, cement. My cat spilled Dr. Pepper on my laptop.
See, reason 7,912 that I don't have pets.
Yeah, he's gone. And the laptop started working after about a year,
Oh
but
shit,
it will shut off when it wants to. So
dear God.
yeah, that's why I don't go live too much because I can't share things, like the other people
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
So I just have people up to talk about whatever.
I you know I've streamed for a lot of years on Twitch, which is entirely different from the way things are done here on YouTube anymore. And I've been on streams on YouTube for years and years. Never once have I hosted a live stream on YouTube.
Really?
I have had no need.
Well, I mean, I didn't need to. I wanted to.
I mean, like it's like I would just manage to jump on somebody else's channel.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm like, you know what, maybe I'll do a stream. I'll sit there for like 4 or 5 days going, what would I have nothing. I would just sit there
Yeah.
and stare at the camera. I have nothing. I have no ideas. Let's wait for somebody else to stream and just piggyback off their lack of ideas.
Well, there you
I won't
go.
look stupid.
We can be idealists together.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
But
Sherry.
yeah, Sherry,
Yeah, this
and
is
then
interesting because other than Pops and Sherry, I know nobody in your fucking chat. This is all new.
well, Cement's really cool. He's in all of our um like the little community that Hen and I have, that we're in. He's in there and he's in the Johnny
Yeah,
Depp community and he goes over to Tugs and stuff like that. And I think we have another
yeah.
person. Another person.
Pops is yeah, Pops is back there. He's just
Become another person.
peeking
We
behind the
got him.
curtain
We got him. We got
like
him.
a little old pervert.
Pops.
Booty Booty
Pizza. Uh, do I have a channel? Cement shoes? Yes and no. Uh, like anyone else who has a YouTube account, I have a channel. There's nothing on it. I have a Twitch channel I've had for just shy of 10 years, but for various reasons, I haven't really streamed to it much lately. So yes and no.
Can we have a list of various reasons?
Uh,
Oh, now we found out the dirt.
my computer over time, like all of my computers, goes progressively more and more senile, and so performs progressively worse and worse. So games I used to play with no problem at all, now my computer struggles to even load them.
Mm.
And that's before like the eight fucking other programs I use to actually when I'm streaming at the same time.
All right,
So
move out
it,
the way. Move out
it
the way for a minute, Wobo. Hi, Fanta. How you doing?
Hi, Pops. I'm so glad you're here. I can't believe you're here. You and Wolvo. Woohoo! Go
Um,
me.
I did not know you had a YouTube channel.
this is the
Yeah.
three-way that she's been working
I
toward for
mean, one that
months.
actually has content on it, as to opposed to the kind that Wobo was talking about.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
Yeah,
different than what Wolvo was
yeah.
talking about.
yeah. So I rolled over here looking for, and there it was, and there's stuff on it, so I get to go explore later.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's nothing great or professional. It's just things I'm interested in and
Is it fun?
the Dark Angel videos you might like.
Is it
Mhm.
fun? Because as long as it's fun, that's all I care about.
I
I
think
think that would
so.
depend on what you mean by fun.
It's fun for me.
Oh, look,
Mm.
what's up, good stuff?
Good stuff
Hey,
is
good
oh my god,
stuff.
good stuff. I cannot believe this. What is that so excited?
Thank you, Cement Shoes. That might make you number 550.
And thank you,
500,
Pops.
550. Thank you, Cement Shoes. Dude. Oh,
Oh, subs. Nice. Look at you go.
love it. Love it. I've
Yeah. And
almost
thank
gotten,
you, Pops, for subbing to me. I've got a
Uh,
160 now. Yay.
hey, Tank
the,
Ferret's here.
yeah, Tank's going to jump in here. I'm going to send him the link. No, the link's up there, man. Just jump
Yeah,
in. It's up
Yeah,
there.
the
top
link's
of the
up
chat.
there. I think I can have 6.
Yep.
I mean, I'm on a different
Too
account where I
easy.
can have 10, but I think I just went to mine.
Too easy.
What?
I think you can have 6.
Oh, hush. Thank you, Pop. Hush, Wolvo.
See, that's why I had to crash this party. You know, and I won't stick around for too long, but I did have to crash this party. Look, I've
Oh,
been on
cool.
all damn day since noon.
Yeah, yeah. You were getting you were winding the fucking stream down. I'm like, damn, already? Oh shit, it's midnight.
That was 2 6-hour streams I did today.
Yeah, I'm like, what is it? Fucking 7, 8 o'clock? Oh,
CronCon, baby. That's how it goes. That's how we do it. 2 days of ball day. You know. Can't wait for next month though, man. Next month is gonna be lit, y'all. We're gonna have a good CronCon next month.
Oh, he's backstage.
Yeah, he's
Hold
back.
on.
He's here. We come to crash the party, man.
Yay! I'm excited.
There you
This
go.
is
Good evening, everybody. How are you doing out there in TV land tonight? Boy, do we have a show for you. The amazing. How you doing?
the amazing. How you doing?
how you doing?
How you
How you
doing?
doing?
So I looked at it and said, hey, how you doing? My name is Mario. You like my biceps, triceps,
Yo,
deltoids?
Have I
now
been on
look,
panel with you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I gave Pops gave me the link, and I am the Tank Ferret. I am the one who kind of poings from place to place, making my way around the indie entertainment sphere, because indie is where it is at. So I
Well,
put this out on on the Twitter. So everybody out there, make sure you like and share this. Let's
oh,
blow this party up.
very much, very much.
thank you.
Speaking of
I
which,
am just now learning about the indie community. So you guys feel free to talk about whatever in that community that you want to talk about. This is just a hangout, talk about whatever.
Well, I would be
Quick,
very.
quick! Nobody tell her just how fucking sordid CG really is. Let her enjoy her ignorance.
Thank
I was
you.
going to say, what's caught your eye so far? Like,
Well,
what around like the indie sphere is really catching your eye? What stands out to you? It's always good to know.
well, the shirtless wonder up there.
Well, yeah, nobody can resist that.
No,
Nobody's that straight or gay.
this is true. I just have to
um,
accept all of these nearest second place.
Yeah, no.
actually, I found Tug first
Hey
through the
there.
Johnny stuff.
Hey there.
Yes. Hey, I'm such a fangirl. But I found him first through the Johnny Depp stuff, and then I saw him on other channels talking about Comicsgate, and then, the more I watched and everything, I learned a little bit more from him, and then I wandered over, and he happened to be on Lola Meets' channel one night, so I subbed to her, and then it's gone from there. I'm a sub for Pops, I'm a sub for Flying Feline, I'm a sub for Good Stuff, I sub to a bunch of people, and so
Oh,
I'm learning, and the artwork draws me. Oh my gosh, it draws me in. It's
isn't it
amazing
fantastic?
yes, what you guys can do is just, it's jaw dropping, really, and hush, Wolvo. It's jaw dropping, really, and I'm just sit there in awe, and all I can put in chats is wow. I don't
Oh,
know
and
what to say.
We're
oh, good
already to the
stuff. Good
point where
stuff
you
is awesome.
preempt me.
What did you say?
So we're already to the point where you preempt me already.
I know you can't even see me, but I know at some point I am going to be blood red in the face. I just know it.
You're doing so well already, Wolvie. What's up?
I mean,
A lot of behind the scene messaging going on. Okay. Are you
Scandal.
sliding into that inbox, bro?
look,
Intrigue.
my DMs are wider open than a 15-year-old at prom.
And adventure. Got it all over here in CG. Whether it's between the pages or up on your screen.
Hey, wild card. Can't stay, but wanted to say
Marsupial.
hi.
What's up?
Catch you
Yeah,
later.
marsupial.
Well,
I
hi,
want to.
bye, wild card.
Yep, you got people popping in now.
Yeah.
I know. I don't
Marsupial,
know
you
what to
take your
do.
shirt off.
I want to give a shout out to the chat real quick.
Please.
Hail everybody out there. Welcome to the show. Good stuff, Colligator. Man, every time I see you, I just can't help but think of the B-52's good stuff. Gotta give me some of that good stuff. I mean, like, dude, seriously. And Marsupial Gamer, good to see you here. Good day, mate. How's it going?
Dude, I love Titan Donati. Okay. The first time I watched CG News and Reviews and I saw the Titan Donati and I got it bounced. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck is going on over here? And I've been a fan ever since of that show, to the point where I contribute. I throw stuff at them. You want to use this, use this. It's fun. They're having fun. We're all having fun. I just wish everybody would just focus on having a good time. I've spent my whole life doing my very best, no matter how lousy my situation was, to have a good time. I don't care if I was in prison, boot camp. It don't matter where I was. I tried my best to have a good time. When I was in the joint, I played poker every night.
Let's be honest, Pop. That's what got you in prison.
No,
I did not
Having a
know
good
that
time.
about you,
no,
Pops.
weed just got me in prison, dude.
Ain't nobody is in prison who didn't do something that was a good time
Sell
before.
weed to my friends, man. That's all. It's just like no big deal, right?
I didn't say it was a justified sense.
Okay.
I'm just saying whatever it was you did, you were having a good time.
But when I went to prison, it's like I tried to take this time that I knew I was going to be away from people I cared about, and away from the things I like to do, and I found things I like to do in that environment. Play poker. I read a lot of books, which I love to do in the first place. So that wasn't, dude. I could get lost for hours in a book, no problem. There went some time. I'm just rolling right along, right?
Not sex.
No, none of that. None of that. But see,
What
That
can I do
isn't
for the
even
next
the
couple
thing
of
you
years that
missed the
doesn't
most.
involve
You want
any
to know
sex?
that isn't even the thing you missed the most. You want to know what you missed the most, or I'll tell you what I missed. The thing that I realized the most when I got out, that God, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you want a Pepsi, and you can go walk down to the Circle K and get your ass a Pepsi, and when that smallest tiny thing, that smallest tiny bit of freedom is taken away from you, that one hurts more than almost everything else. You can't just get up and go do what you want to do. The smallest little thing.
Pops,
Yeah. Yes.
may I ask how long you were in?
Um, the first time I did 4 years for a quarter pound of weed.
Jesus
Oh,
fucking
wow.
Christ.
Hold up,
A
this gets
plant.
better. This gets better. The second time I did 2 years for 330 pounds of weed. They were 20 years apart. What can I tell you? Yeah.
For a plant.
Yeah,
Well, see,
yeah, for
as
a
I got
fucking
older, I
plant.
realized that the good weed was in California.
Mm,
We weren't getting no good weed in Phoenix. The good weed was in California. So if I wanted good weed, I had to go over there and get some and bring it back.
mm.
Well, if I'm gonna go over there and get some, I'm gonna bring back enough for everybody.
See, you're a better man than me. See, I'm not bringing back any for anybody else, but I'm bringing back the same amount because that's how much I need.
Oh, I did okay. I did okay. There was, I had a very, very large comic collection at one point.
At one point.
Well, yeah, I got parted out when I went to the joint. You know what
Oh, I was
happens,
gonna say you sold
right?
it off for weed.
You go to the joint and your friends, I got you, bro. I'll take care of your stuff. Yeah, they'll
Oh
take care of it.
shit.
And you pay their rent with it. Lessons learned, right?
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
knew when I went to the joint it was going to be. I wasn't going to see any of that shit again. You I did have a huge collection, um, but not near as meaningful as the one I have now. Okay, the one I have now is all stuff that I care about. I care about the people that I got it from. It has a lot more meaning because I know so many of you guys now, as opposed to having Stan Lee's autograph on the back wall. That's cool and everything, but I
Yeah.
know. Okay.
There's an interesting argument to be made there, which is more meaningful, heroes or friends, as far
Well, I'm telling you right now, your friends
as
mean a lot more.
getting. Well, I mean, like as a person, but like as this is something that I got that was made by this person, which is bigger, friends or heroes. I mean,
Uh,
which makes the more visceral connection in your brain?
well, let's see. Well,
It's
because so
interesting.
many of these guys are now my friends, that's hard. But let me.
Yeah, but a lot of the ones who are heroes are dead,
Oh man, it's hard to. It's
or long
yeah.
retired.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's hard. Like you look at people like George. You know,
Oh
George
God.
was amazing, and there's so many people that have George Perez art, and you're going to start seeing so much more of it over the next few months, and it's going to break your heart, right?
I don't
Because
know
I
who that is.
well,
oh
you will,
yeah,
sweetheart.
Okay.
Yeah.
George Perez along with Marv Wolfman created the new Teen Titans.
Yep.
Yeah,
He created Nightwing.
he was a big part of some of our youth. Big part of
Yes.
some of our youth. Okay,
George Perez and John Byrne, the founding pillars of comic book art, of
Okay.
good comic book art.
and yeah, to me, it's like, look, I have some pieces on my wall that are from that are made.
Excuse me.
That are some excellent artists that I don't know. I have some pieces on my wall that are excellent artists that I do know. The ones I know, yeah, I like them more because I know the heart that they came from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But
Yeah.
then again, you're not an artist, so it probably hits you different.
Yeah, I'm not an artist.
Yeah, again, you brought up George. George hits me on such a visceral, foundational level.
I'm not an artist, but I art sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I art sometimes. Oh, who's that guy?
Sometimes I art.
Sometimes I art.
Art when I'm by myself. No, I'm kidding.
I really wish that I had continued to draw when I was young, because obviously I went 40
Just
years
send pictures,
without
Fanta.
doing
It's
it,
fine.
and I still have some type of eye coordination or whatever. I don't know. I can still kind of draw, even though I didn't do it for 40 years.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I wish I'd have done it all that time.
Cement says he likes that picture, Pops.
Yeah, that's. I did this last weekend during our draw stream because I didn't know what to draw. I'm not an artist. I can't just go, oh, I'm going to draw this. Just like what Will
Oh,
said, I'm not an
me
artist.
neither.
Okay, I have to really be inspired by something to want to draw it.
Mm.
You know, that's why I started
Not good
doing the
stuff.
draw stream, to make myself go out and draw. Today, I couldn't come up with nothing. What am I going to draw? I drew Zach Wilde's guitar. Woo!
Not good stuff. Z is here and he says, cool drawing, Pops.
Yeah, that's. I mean, what can I say? You know, I love what you guys do. I'll never be that good, so I appreciate what you guys do.
Exactly.
I'll never be that good. I
Because
can do
people are like, doesn't she draw? And I'm thinking, oh, no, not to that level. Not to that level.
And yeah,
Yeah,
I
I've said it my
mean,
whole life, and I'll keep saying it. All in all, as far as quality of life goes, I would have much preferred to have been born with a natural talent for car mechanic.
yeah, I can do that too.
It's like, unlike the natural talent for art, like car mechanic actually pays money, and I could
And
support myself and have a
yeah,
life.
you know you can get a job doing it, and yeah, okay. I did want to say though, there's a whole bunch of people in the chat.
Everybody loves the car.
Right?
Everybody loves the artist. The car mechanic pays his bills.
There's a lot of people in the chat I don't know. I don't know Cement Shoes. I don't know Z.
Yeah.
Look, I have a channel, and if you guys like comics, all I do is promote comics. Okay.
Who can I mod that can put channels in the chat for me?
Make good stuff.
Right. I did, but he's going to
Good stuff
bed.
just went to good stuff just left.
Let's see.
How would we know, Fanta? These are
Marsupial
your people.
Gamer, if they're
I
still
don't-
out there. Marsupial's a really cool dude.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got a gaming channel, good gaming channel.
I'll go ahead and say something over here in the chat so you can make me a mod if you want. And then
There we go. I can do
when I'm
that. I
not in
can't.
the show, I can mod your channel when I'm watching. That's not a problem. You know. See, hero mod. Yes, Marsupial, you did hear your name. Drop some links, bro, if you would, please.
Yeah, I was vouching for your character that you would be trustworthy if placed as a mod.
Yes. And he is. No,
I'll
And then I
take your
talked up your
word for it.
channel. Because, Marsupial's one of the good ones. He understood. Now, I have to ask you a very critical question at this point. Fanta,
Yes.
who is the greatest Teen Titan? Starfire or Raven?
Ooh, put you on the spot and shit.
Yeah. I'm going to say Raven.
Hail Raven. That is the correct answer.
Correct.
I only said it because I like them. Like ravens, the birds.
Well, hey,
At this
any
point,
reason to like Raven.
You honestly have to ask, which Raven?
Oh, no, don't do that.
No, well, with the cult of Raven, all ravens are valuable.
Yeah, but they're all
Okay.
very different.
Yes, but the best Raven is, of course, Pope Raven, who is the Pope of all ravens.
Does this still exist?
Yeah, this is still going on. the cult
This
of
is
Raven
like
versus the
pre-drawn
Church
and
of
quartered
Starfire.
bullshit. What the fuck, dude?
It is still going on to this very day.
How?
Because it's funny.
So Z had a question up there, and it's one that I can't answer because I've never made a comic book yet.
Yeah,
Next
this
I
next year.
says my
technically
question
have not made a
is,
comic yet.
what is okay? Have you, Tank?
Yes.
Okay, the question is, um, oh, wait a second. What is the
Go.
concept of the first comic you can remember making? If you
Oh,
can share your early inspiration, would be greatly appreciated.
all right. Well, the first comic I did, it was a 4-issue miniseries called Buff Guys, who kind of like were overly muscled
Shut
dudes
up,
with
Wilbo.
kind of straws for heads, and they all had really terrible names like Fast Guy and Buff Guy and other Buff Guy. You know, it was kind of a commentary on how superheroes are getting like overly muscular in modern comics.
Tough guy.
Yeah, I did a 4-issue miniseries. Each issue had 20 pages of content, and plus a cover and a back. And I sold about 500 copies in total of the whole series.
Mm.
That's when I was 14. It was terrible, but it was funny because it's like, okay, it's a kid. You know, it had that little bit of marketing buzz to it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, but you
yeah,
were only 14. Wow.
yeah. I got it. Oh, well, I grew up. I kind of grew up in comics. I had an uncle who wasn't an uncle, right? You know how that goes. Uh, who was actually Julius Schwartz, uh, the father of Superman, not the creator, but the guy who made him into what
Julie
we know today.
Schwartz.
Yeah. So I
Shit.
honestly, until I was about 14, I sincerely thought that Uncle Julie was genetically related. And then I found out that no, he's my. That's why it was a joke that he's my distant Jewish uncle. Um, and I was like, oh my god, I totally like. It's like finding out Santa's not real, you know. Uh,
What?
I'm
What'd you
glad
say?
you're here, Wild Card. Go ahead.
oh yeah, Wildcard, thank you very much. Make sure you share this out on social media. Tell your friends what an awesome show this is.
Oh my
As
gosh.
as
That's
far as it's
precious.
as far as inspiration goes, I'd always read comics since I was a kid. My first comic was Doom Patrol, which Julie gave to me. He gave me the original run of Doom Patrol. I never knew how much money it was worth. He just took satisfaction that I was reading this comic book to pieces. And that I always had all the pages, even though they weren't necessarily connected to the comic anymore. I'd read it so much. That made him happier than anything in the world. Because that comic he gave me, dude, that at the time that was worth a couple $100.
Yeah.
I'm 6 years old in the early '80s. That's a couple $100 worth of comic book. I could trade that in for the latest Atari,
Just think
and all
about
the
it.
controllers, right?
Imagine you at your age handing like some comic, like a stack of comic books worth hundreds and hundreds of dollars to some little kid and just like watching them tear the fuck out of it.
So my oldest son has this comic collection that many collectors would just cry if they ever saw, because he's read them so many. He's got Jack Kirby Eternals. He's got Steve Ditko Spider Man. Now, granted, these aren't like famous issues and stuff. He's got Jim Lee X Men.
Mm.
He's got some of my favorites.
My
And
grandson has
yeah.
books I don't have.
Oh yeah, no, and I made him earn them. I kind of did this as in an attempt to get him to stop destroying his toys. Like he was going through that phase, like kids do that. They just start wrecking their toys.
Hmm.
And I was trying to get him to be a little more responsible, and this it worked. Dude, those books are still in tradable condition, and they're worth a few $100.
You have a
I
follow-up question.
oh,
Go ahead, Wolvo, and then I'll ask it.
I was gonna say the comics that I had as a kid were all destroyed. Just
Mm.
with ballpoint pens and tracing because they were my first art teachers.
See, that is
Was
great.
tracing shit in comics. and I
Yeah.
would trace these figures until the point of the ballpoint pen would just cut them off the page. And the sheer monetary value of what I destroyed
Oh, yeah, that's gotta hurt.
just break your fucking heart.
Oh, for real. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for real. I remember my parents got me when I was 4 years old. My parents got me a couple of things that you should not mix and match at the same holiday. And that is a toolkit and the Millennium Falcon Light and Action Sound playset. You know, the one that costs $150 adjusted for inflation, folks. It's like a $450 toy.
Oh,
And
All
you had to
right,
take
this
it
was
apart, didn't you?
the toy. Oh, the next day,
Screwdriver,
it was
screws.
2 action play sets,
Right.
and I set up the light and sounds on their own board.
clearly,
Dude,
if I wasn't supposed to disassemble this, it wouldn't have come with a toolkit.
right, dude. I was a Star Wars nut when I was a little kid. Dude, that year when I was 4 years old, I went as Yoda, and I tripped and busted out my 2 front teeth. Good
Oh.
times.
Yeah.
You can't see anything out of those little. It was that schmuck, that plastic schmuck that had like the body of Yoda on it, and then I had the really cheap plastic stamp mask.
Oh my God, yes.
You can't see. You
with the
breathe
rubber
out of
band
that.
going around your head. Yeah.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
that dug into your skull, pulled your hair out by the root.
It's like my fucking John Byrne run as She-Hulk that my youngest daughters got a hold of when they were like 3 or 4.
Wow.
It hurt, but on the other hand, they really liked them.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
The follow-up question, Tank, is: do you have any plans on remaking your first original comic into a 2022 version, and how much did you sell them for originally?
I produced them for 25 cents a piece, and I sold them at wholesale for 50 cents. I sold them to the comic book stores for 50 cents a piece, and they had a cover price of 75 cents.
Cool. And Z also says, Wolverine, you have the blueprint in your mind, man. Looking forward to a 2022 version of your original. And now we have Jay Lee in the chat.
Oh, outstanding. Jay Lee. Dude, I just saw the artwork that he had done up for the Steins, his book series, that you can get 1 and 2 on Amazon. Because, dude, he's awesome, folks.
Okay. Do you remember Isis? The
TV show?
No, she was one of
Mighty
the
Isis?
The Egyptian goddess, yes.
Yes.
Adrienne, what's her fuck? She died recently. That was sad.
Oh, yeah.
Wolbo's like, the actress that played her. Yeah, I know who it is.
I used to be her when we would all play as little kids.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was always her.
Oh, heck yeah.
Z, this is the last thing I drew, which is only like the 8th or 9th thing I've drawn in my adult life. This was last Sunday. I was sitting here during my live draw stream going, what am I going to draw? And I was looking at myself. And I didn't want to draw anybody else in the stream because I didn't want to offend anybody. So I drew myself.
Hi, Lorenzo.
I was wearing the Christmas hat, and I had some of these pins were in the Christmas hat, and you can see the critical blast hat on top, right? The critical blast pin up on top of the hat. Yeah. The orange and yellow. You guys know what critical blast logo looks like. You bet. But yeah, I didn't have anything to draw. I'm not inspired to draw. I'm not an artist. So I'm doing this draw stream with all these artists and inviting them all to come out. So I will maybe get that bug somewhere at some time and start figuring out how to inspire myself to draw other stuff.
It's
Ah,
tough.
I don't know what to draw. I don't.
Back in the early 2000s, that's why I went freelance. Other than like, to make some money, it was because I couldn't think of anything to fucking draw. So I put myself out there and let people pay me to tell me things to draw.
And see the most actually before that, the most recent thing that I drew, Cheyenne Wheeler, one of the guys that's been he's a founding member of the Madness, been a friend of mine for a while. Okay, and a couple months back, he's like, "Man, pops, I want you to draw me an Ace Frehley." And I told him, I said, "I will do this for you, but it won't be today. It's not like I'm just going to snap and get the inspiration to do this." I said, "But sometime I'm going to sit down with a pencil and I'm going to draw that for you." And I did. And I sent it to him. It's on his wall, you know.
oh,
Speaking of Halloween, I went as Ace Frehley in the
I did that
second grade when I was on crutches for Halloween.
on
cool.
crutches.
Did you use one of them as your guitar?
Yeah, my dad did cutouts of
Did
guitars,
you
one
set
for
it
each
on fire?
crutch.
Did you set it on
Awesome.
fire?
No, no.
Come on, man. Ace, you got to set it on fire.
It was in the second grade.
Hey, you know.
And on crutches. Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
What's up, Lorenzo? Snuck in there. I
Yay,
didn't see him.
Lorenzo.
Yeah, I said hi earlier. I hope you heard. Hi.
Yeah.
How are things in the land of the lost?
Slee
How are things?
Stackian.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Green Lives Matter, man.
Yes, Green Lives Matter. He is one of them. He is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a good question for Tank. I don't
What
know.
What's that?
is your favorite guitar design
Are you?
are you a Les Paul, Fender, Ibanez, or custom?
Oh, it really all depends on my mood. I don't personally play guitar, but I do like guitar. Sometimes you just gotta enjoy a good classic Lucille. I don't know. Aesthetically, I'd probably say like that style, like BB King, blues guitars, or
Cool.
aesthetically the most pleasing. But sound wise, I'm usually Ibanez guy. I'm a big fan of metal. So yeah,
Yeah, you like that guy right there?
yes, sir, yes, sir.
You like Zach? Zach
Oh
and
yeah,
Zach. Zach and Zach, baby.
Zach Wild.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I love that bobblehead.
My uncle is really big into Zach Wild.
I love Zach. Zach's a beast. There's no doubt.
Well, if we get on music, I'm gonna have you sitting here wishing you could just jump off here because I'll get all into Chris Cornell and you don't want that.
Shoot it all into Chris Cornell. You don't want that.
I'm more
It's
grunge
it's a
than
it's a fucking
anything.
sickness, Pops.
It is. It's an obsession. I can't help it. He's great. He's the greatest ever in my mind. He can play guitar, he can sing, he can play drums, he can Okay. So,
Okay, so I went and saw Zach in an acoustic show once.
uh-huh.
An acoustic show where it was just him and another dude sitting up there on stools playing their guitars, right? During the course of this show, I watched Zach Wild play the banjo and the guitar and the piano and a couple of things I never saw before. And no, I'm not lying. I don't even know what them things were called or if there were things he designed of his own, but they made
Uh,
music and they were badass. Okay. I don't even know what they were called. But I see Zach is very talented. Very
Yeah.
talented.
oh for sure.
It's look, an acoustic show is different than any other kind of show you've ever been to.
oh yeah.
You know, there's no drummer, there's no bass, there's no rhythm section, there's no it's just that guy sitting out there on that stool with that guitar, and you know the song that Elton John tune that he wrote for Princess Diana,
Candle in the
Candles
Wind.
in the Wind. Candles in the Wind. That's the
Candle in
Yep.
the Wind.
yeah. Okay, I seen Zach sit down at the piano and play that song, and I promise you, Elton John wishes he could make that song sound that good.
You know, that's what I say about Chris Cornell. Any cover he's ever done, it sounds like it came from him. The way he sings it with
Yeah,
passion,
yeah. It was
and
that's
you hear
yeah.
it, and it convinces you that he went through that. Have you heard his version of Billie Jean?
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
Mhm.
Let me just answer Cement real quick so I don't have to type it with my blind self. Um, he asks, how do I feel about the conspiracies that Chris and Chester were Minecrafted? We'll say that is that is a whole other show.
Aggressively loved.
That is a whole
Aggressively
other
loved.
yeah. It's a whole other show because I have very very strong views on that.
Look, I watched the kids play Minecraft. I know how fast that hammer goes.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I wouldn't laugh if I thought it was true, Cement. So
Oh,
Mm.
I
God.
think that not that I no, I said that totally wrong. I'll just say I'm one of those conspiracy theorists. How's that?
There you go. There you
Because
go.
yeah, they didn't. No. Anyway, on to much happier places and subjects. I want to say, if I can, if you don't mind,
You can
that
try.
that I have been so inspired by everyone in your community. I want to write a story. I want to draw more
Heck yeah.
actual things, not just my abstract stuff, you know. I'm trying. It's not it's going, but you know, I'll get there, I guess. But I really do. I want to write. I want to draw more. I even want to create a calendar out of my Dark Angel slideshow photos. I just
Heck
have
yeah.
so many ideas and I just don't. I
Look,
think I need a space, a
okay,
quiet space.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what. When I decided to start doing what I do, I had no idea what I was doing. I had never done streams with guests. I had never done anything like this. Okay, Comic Con organization, none of that. I didn't know nothing about nothing. I dove in and just did it.
Okay.
And if you feel it, do it. Just
Okay.
But please, for the love of God, just because you do it doesn't mean you should publish it.
Well, okay. I'll run it by you first. How's that?
There's way too much shit put out by people who not only are not good enough, but never will be. We
Yeah.
already have enough amateur shit that people are asking money for and asking to be treated
Yeah.
like professionals. Like by all means, if you got a love of something, do it.
do.
But
Um,
you know,
you
I
get
get
to
what
have
you're
fun.
saying.
professionals should be doing professional things.
You get to have fun. You see, this is the cool part of this. You get to have fun. If while you're having fun, we discover that we like what you do, then you
Right.
get to have profit along with your fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
How's that? How's
Yeah.
that sound? Does that sound better?
Yeah, it's not that
You
I
never know if we like what you do if you don't show it to somebody.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with showing it.
Yeah.
Show it to
The,
me.
him.
Show it to
Do it.
everybody.
Show
Yeah.
it.
well, depends on Oof, they could end you up
Just
on a list.
Sometimes
I
it's a good
just it's not that I'm looking at like profit really. it's just in me and I want to get it out. Like I used
Yes,
to
do it.
Yeah,
write
yeah.
poetry, I used to paint,
Do it.
and so, it's just it's in there and I need to get it out. And like I forget his name that was on your panel that said, just if you think of it, write it down. Just carry a book with you and write it down, and or
Hmm.
do it.
Yes.
And
Very much.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually I work as a developmental editor for a large part of my day, and uh, this is what's what I'm always telling these creators is like, dude, you need to write this down. uh, yeah, write it down definitely. That's and because then you get a chance to digest it and be willing to change on it. Be willing to adjust it as need be. Develop
Mhm.
a good product. Um, and you have a wonderful. What's great here is in the CG environment, you have such a wonderful resource of creators who will gladly assist you or point you in the direction to get more assistance.
Yep.
I've seen that happening, and I thought that's so cool that everybody's willing to help each other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That
yeah,
that's the thing that sets CG apart. Or I mean, one of the things. One of the top three things that sets CG apart from everything else is the amount of mutual support that you see between different creators, different campaigns, um, cross promotion, connecting covers, just whatever people can think of. And everybody is all about trying to help everybody else. There's not that many people in CG that look at it like a competition.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And that's what the other side it's all about. I'm what I'm doing. It's all about what I'm doing. And it's
right.
and they don't get the recognition. You got people in the big twos bullpens that nobody knows who they are,
Yeah, it's like yeah, you got a lot of followers, but socially you're irrelevant.
and nobody knows who they. That's what I mean. Nobody knows who
Mm,
they are because they're buried in that bullpen. They're
But
just
but grats on the fan base, yo. I guess.
I guess.
the fan base is for the character.
Yeah.
Okay, Marvel doesn't promote the artist. Marvel promotes the character.
Well, to be
Yep.
fair, since the '90s, they've demoted every artist they can.
Yes,
They don't want another image.
you see.
Mm.
The lesson Marvel learned, and to DC to a degree, is uh, bury your fucking talent as deep as you can and make sure that they never get a fucking fan base so that they don't think they're worth anything.
Yep. And as soon as they do get a fan base, declare that they're
Fucking
an
hire them
istaphobe.
or fucking fire them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fire.
Yeah.
hire them.
Declare they're an istaphobe
Yeah,
and fire
They're
them.
Oh.
they're
fucking
Mhm.
burn them.
lazy and slow. They're lazy and slow.
Yeah.
They voted for Trump or somebody.
Some.
Somebody.
Somebody.
All I know,
They gotta go. So it's clearly not the right somebody.
yeah. I mean,
Whoever it was, they were wrong.
all I know is every time I hear about somebody who got let go or whatever, either they were good and we hear more about them,
Mm.
or
Hmm.
they weren't and we don't.
Well, I mean, unless they're one of the SJW crowd, in which case they get fired, but then they get hired somewhere else at a promotion.
And the
Mm.
GoFundMe account to pay their bills.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
As they fail onward and upward.
right.
Look,
I mean, I
okay,
despise them as people, but like as a business model to how I wish I could live my life, I aspire.
I
You
look,
can't help but admire the hustle.
I
Yes,
wish my followers were that gullible that I could come out and
right.
say, "Pay my fucking bills." I'm
Well,
not going to give you anything in return. I'm not going to write a comic. I'm not going to draw shit. Just pay my fucking bills.
yeah, You're all still like pieces of shit, and you should all burn in hell. But
Look,
please, can't you give a fucking little?
look, provide a product that people love, and you won't need to beg. Pretty simple.
I mean,
That-
that's kind of an idealistic
yeah.
take on it, but
Provide a product people love. That's idealistic. I hope
no, I
that's
mean, no, I
everybody's
mean
goal.
that definitively will work
I
is
mean, I hope
idealistic.
that's everybody's goal, though. Is
It's
create a product
it's
people
an
will love.
excellent tactic for success, but it does not guarantee success. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you hope for that, mega conglomerate promotional corporation that's going to push the book for
Yeah.
you.
Well, even on our small level, I mean, there's still like this stack of magic events that have to line up before this works.
I,
People
well,
have to notice. People have to,
yeah,
like tell their friends, and they notice, and
well,
they have
yeah,
to be
you got to
interested.
put in
And
the work. I say that all the time. It
you have
don't
to put
come quick.
yourself in front of the right people at the right time to actually have them pay attention.
Who
And
was the
it's
best?
it's a
Who put
juggling act.
together the best first time campaign in 2021?
I don't remember what came out in 2021.
Oh well, I know
Wow.
who put together the best first timer campaign. I'm not
First
talking about
timer
a
campaign.
pro that came out and then did a
Shit.
book in Comicsgate. I'm talking about first time creator in Comicsgate who has put out the best book in 2021, had the most solid campaign. Give
The
it to
best
Neff.
book that I read in 2021,
Just give it to
um,
Neff.
for me, that was Lost Pages by the Zaid brothers. Oh,
Uh,
I
That
love
I
was,
that
that
one.
was Lost
I
Pages
haven't.
2 in 2021.
It's true.
That's not
Well,
a
I,
first
I
isn't
time
that just being
creator.
funded? That hasn't
It's
come
a
out yet,
first
has it?
time creator.
mhm,
Oh, it's
First
the first time.
yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen Neff's book, but so I don't know
Oh,
how
I
good the
said the
book is.
campaign. I'm
Oh,
talking about the campaign.
I was just about to say, but the campaign, far and away, shy of Ethan, was just ridiculous.
His campaign was awesome. He put in the work. He put in the research. He looked at what everybody else was doing, what worked, what didn't, incorporated some awesome
Yeah,
shit in his campaign.
I have no idea how he pulled
Let's see.
off any of that shit.
As a
That was
first timer,
amazing.
25 grand on Indiegogo, then went to Kickstarter, got 5 grand more.
Yeah,
No, for
Yeah,
real.
and
yeah.
I is there any way in hell that he actually like produced that campaign and fulfilled it for 5 grand or less? I mean, I can't even imagine how much of his own money he had to have dumped into that to make that work.
Yep.
It was just outrageously ambitious.
And that's what I'm saying. First
But
time. First
but he slammed a fucking footprint down in the ground.
time. Look, if that book is good, he's set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that book is good, he's set because he's got a following that's going to follow him on the next one and the next one and the next one because the campaign was solid as hell. Yeah, for me, 2021, and I saw a lot of them, man. That was the most solid campaign for a first timer. And I actually had a show, First Timer Spotlight. I looked at a lot of first timers, right?
Never mind.
Neff came out strong, and dude, when he said I'm going to Kickstarter, and he went over to Kickstarter and got 5 grand more, and I was like, see y'all. I'm telling y'all, people buy books. They don't really care where they're at. If they come where they like to buy them, they're going to buy them. I mean,
Yeah.
there's people that only use Kickstarter. There's people that only use Indiegogo. There's no reason not to put your product on both and market it to both.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, he did it backwards. Everybody else goes Kickstarter and then Indiegogo to go in demand.
Oh, fuck that noise.
Neff just went, I'm gonna do it my way. Indiegogo first, then I'm gonna go over to Kickstarter, give me some more money. I was like, fuck yeah.
Indiegogo is where you're going to get the bulk anyway.
Well, that's for Indiegogo fans. I mean, for people who run
Yeah.
Indiegogo, there are people that like Sister Mercy. It was a great book. Okay, 5,000 or 500 backers on Kickstarter. He
Hmm.
brought it over to Indiegogo, 5 backers,
Wow.
five, because nobody would look at it because it was on Kickstarter.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, but it had 500 backers on Kickstarter. That means people probably like this book. Look at it. And we're
I
always telling these guys, are you going to bring that over to Kickstarter? When we got them on the interview, there's people in the chat all the time. Rick Saylor, everybody. Is that going to be on Kickstarter or is that going to be on Indiegogo? And then when they bring it to Indiegogo, nobody fucking backs it.
I well, I mean, you could
You
argue
can't
whether that's
ask them
right
to
or
give
wrong,
it
or
and
you could
not
just skip
support them.
the
You know
argument
what I'm
as
saying?
moot because it is moot. It doesn't fucking matter. The right answer is start at Indiegogo. That way you maximize the fucking people that you're going to get there, then move to Kickstarter.
Well, that's what Neff did, but Neff fucking, I mean, his whole audience mostly is Indiegogo people. That's
Yeah,
there. Okay,
yeah.
like I said, Corey's people are Kickstarter people. We have 500 of them over there. I'd go there first.
I mean, yeah.
you know,
Well, I mean, I would imagine that's the audience that he already knew.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you step over to
Uh,
the other side and you ask. People are asking, "Are you going to bring it over here?" And then you're like, "Okay, enough people have asked me, so I'm going to do it." And you take that step, and then nobody fucking backs your shit.
yeah. Well, I mean,
You know,
but at the end of the day, that's still the point. I mean, I have no problem if you want to double dip.
you got to.
You go, but on the other hand, you have to realize, right or wrong, there is more than enough fucking baggage there.
You got
One
to.
side or the other is going to shun you.
You got to market both sides, though. See, that's just it. You can't. There is
Yeah.
no
The thing
shun.
is,
Okay,
Comicsgate will shun you for having started over there
some
because
some
we
people,
will.
not everybody. Not,
By and large, I'm not saying
um,
everybody. I'm saying by
I
and.
know two
But
people that will shun you. Everybody else is like, that's what you do. That's what you do.
well,
If
I
you
mean,
bring it over here, we'll
a
back
lot of people will just presume what type of person, what type of creator you are because you started over there,
it. Yeah,
because of the propensity that is over there. But the thing about
the same kind
Comicsgate,
of shit
as
that we
opposed
get
to the
over
other
here from
side,
them. The same
is
exact
the
shit we
other
get over
side.
here
If you
from them.
start at Indiegogo and go over there, they will cut you off for being Comicsgate, and you're just off. You're off for fucking ever.
Yeah,
Comicsgate, if you come over here from there, people will shun you, but if you stick around and prove that you're not a massive raging fucking weeping douchebag, we'll fucking unclench and you can come in.
look, whoa. I play the gate. I
Beautifully,
play
beautifully put.
the ambassador.
Thank you.
Uh,
I play the ambassador to CG. Okay, I lived that life because I started over there.
Yeah.
Okay, I started over there and saw what was really going on. Okay, at the same time though, I'm all about good comics.
Yeah.
And if I see something on Kickstarter and I know I got friends that won't back it over here on Kickstarter
Mm.
that would like it, but they won't back it. Okay, like Tank said earlier, I'll hit them up and I'll say, "Yo, man, I paid you some money. I just don't want to give Kickstarter none of that money." Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people do that.
Yeah.
Okay, and that kind of stuff is what I'm saying. There are people that will still back it. You got to put it somewhere else where they can find it, right? And that's
Yeah.
what all the like CG Now. Okay, you can go to CG Now and you can find any of them books and you can get them right now, right?
Mm.
You can order them right now, and nobody has to know that you bought a
Mm.
CG. It's not going to pop up on your Kickstarter. Look who I contributed to this week thing. It's not going to show up anywhere, right? You just went and bought a
Mm.
goddamn book. Okay, so
Mm.
that's the bottom line. Getting the books you want, knowing where they're at. What I do is make sure people know where their books are at.
Yeah.
I'm saying as an observation when I'm interviewing these Kickstarter people, the
Mm.
Indiegogo people show up in the chat and they say, "Hey, yo, are you going to bring it over here?" And then they ignore it when it gets there. And it's like, I'm just asking them not to do that to these people because you're just wasting their time now. If you
Yeah.
seriously want to see their book come to Indiegogo, back that book when it gets there. Because I'm going to tell you it's there. And I'm going to be out there going, hey, where are you, motherfuckers? Y'all said bring it over here. Here it is. Where you at? I'm going to call
Yeah.
you out on that, especially if you're in my chat asking these people, are they going to do that? Don't ignore them when they do. I'm trying to bring them people to you. I'm trying to bring them books to you. Don't ignore them when they
Yeah.
follow your lead and do what you want them to do.
Uh, although, I mean, realistically, uh, or at least in my mind, when I hear that, um, it occurs to me that there is a difference between are you going to bring that over to Indiegogo and please bring that over to Indiegogo.
Well, see,
Like,
that's
are you going to bring that over to Indiegogo? Is just like I'm not interested, but some other people might be, and if you bring it over to Indie, are you going to do that? It's
okay.
just
Well,
a
see, it
question.
turns into a conversation from the question, though.
Yeah, but
And
it's
then the
like
people
if
in the
somebody
chat
if
are
people
like,
are saying like I'm
yeah,
into that,
yeah,
bring
bring
it to
it over,
Indiegogo,
bring it over.
that's
And it's
fucking
like,
different.
you know, I
Yeah,
mean, if the
like a lot of
conversation
the
turns
time when
to,
I'm in a chill stream chat or something, like I'll throw that out just because that's one of the standard questions.
right,
I
okay,
have no fucking interest. I'm just asking the question to get the answer for other people.
okay, so the answer usually comes with some kind of an explanation and whatnot, and then the other
Yeah,
people in the chat are like, "Yeah, man, we like it, but we don't back it over there. You got to bring it over." I've seen it too many times. Well, yeah, I wouldn't even be talking.
yeah. Oh, I've seen it
You know,
happen
I've seen it
on
way too
Red
many
Valkyrie
times where
too.
they're
Yeah,
really enthusiastic about
like
this book, but when it
it's
pops
over on
over there,
Kickstarter, but you guys take a look at it, and the chat's like, we want it to be on Indiegogo, and like I'm
I
not
mean, I'll
following up. I
encourage
don't
them
know how
to.
many of these books don't fail after that, but I mean,
No, but I mean,
you're
like I'll
right. If you're
encourage them.
gonna be like, hey, bring it to Indiegogo, like that should mean you're interested, and maybe it should do something.
I'm,
If you're
Let
I'm
not
me
in,
I want all you guys to sell as many books as possible. So
mm,
when people are showing me interest, I'm like, okay, then I'm talking this guy into bringing it over here. You know, and then if nobody backs it, I look like the fucking idiot. So,
yeah.
I'm like, I'm not doing this for
And
me.
if they get
I
a
can
sour
buy it
taste
on
in their mouth
Kickstarter.
for
I don't give
Indiegogo
a shit.
or
You see what I'm
Comicsgate
saying?
or even just this side in general, that's not unfair.
But you see what I'm saying? I could give a shit. I'll buy it on Kickstarter. I'm doing this for you guys that
Oh,
don't use Kickstarter. I'm trying to get these
I
books
wouldn't
brought over
interact with
here.
Kickstarter if it came with unlimited blowjobs. No, no.
and
An
let
incredible
me answer
poet's
Z's
diet.
Kickstarter waits
question.
until long after I forgot that I spent that money to take it, at which point that money ain't gonna be there. Fuck Kickstarter.
Perfect
Yeah, no, I
segue
don't
into
like their business model.
this question from Z. He asked me, "Have you looked into?" Oh God, my eyes are watering now. I can't see. Have you looked into donation feature for your live streaming service? Ensure your guests would agree you should have a profit for this unique group dialogue. Well, I'm pretty sure it'd get shut down.
If you're looking for something like that, Streamlabs.
Yep.
Or you
Um,
just
I'm,
drop your
I'm not.
or you just
I
drop
I
your
just want to
PayPal.
Well,
get people together.
anyone, and with a
Oh,
stream that's
okay.
not monetized and you can't get super chats or whatever,
Yeah.
Streamlabs and Streamlabs is gonna take. Last I knew, Streamlabs takes a vastly smaller cut than YouTube super chats does.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
Now the other thing you can do is you can just pin your PayPal
PayPal,
to the top of your chat over here,
That
you
too.
know,
yeah.
and say, if you like what we do, drop a dime.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just want to get people together. I mean, this is my first live stream talking about this stuff, and I've been wanting to do one for a while. So I'm just happy that you guys showed up and that the chat's here. I'm learning more. It's great, and we're having a good time, or well, I am anyway.
And
So,
like so many women in 2021, she decided for her first time to have a four-way.
Wolverine.
Oh.
Anybody? Anybody?
It's only been 14 hours
Bueller.
for me.
You did this shit to yourself. You should have been a
I
bed.
know. I know. I know.
All right, look, I got to do another show tomorrow in the afternoon. I'm getting out of here. Santa, oh, am I looking the right way? Oh, thank you, baby. Right on. Tank, what's up,
Yes,
bro?
sir.
Whoa, whoa.
Don't punch me in my balls.
No, I'm reaching way higher than that, bro. Way higher than that.
We'll be talking like this in a minute.
There you go. Knuckle up, brother. What's up? All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank you for coming, Pops. And people, if you are into this stuff, Pops knows a lot about it. Please sub to his channel. I know it was dropped in, earlier in the chat. Please sub to him.
Talk with Pops Van Zant.
Yes.
All one word smashed together. Comic
Yeah.
Talk with Pops Van Zant.
Yep.
And that one
Thank
down
you,
there, that's how you
Pops.
find me on Twitter, y'all. Right there. So, all right,
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Pops.
y'all have a good night.
You
Peace.
Good night,
too.
Pops. Later.
Night.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Oh my God,
Or
here
later.
again.
Hey. uh, if you all want, I can come in and talk about. Whoa.
Whoa.
It jumped.
Mm.
The chat jumped. Talk about what crazy stuff I'm up to with the Steins.
Steins.
Oh yeah, Steins. It's
Okay.
a.
Like
It's a
Jay, like this crazy
yeah.
woman threw the fucking chat up and like pinned it to the fucking chat. You can do what you like.
Yeah.
Come on in. Say hello.
Like she can keep you backstage, but other than that, like
That's only because I would not look and check on it, but I'm watching. Come on up.
come on down.
All right, let's see what I got going on here. All right, that's so far. Oh, cool! It's framed perfectly as I look at the YouTube.
You see Pops, he's
This
like, ooh,
layout
I
from
got a
hell has to
wrench.
be good for something.
Pops says, ooh, I got a wrench. Kick Wolvo.
Yeah. We'll see about that.
Lorenzo,
Hello.
congratulating Jay Lee. How are you doing, good sir?
I
Hi.
am doing wonderful. Been busy.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. No, I don't know what I was saying in chat is right now, because I just checked, the paperbacks for Stein Book 1 is below $6 a piece on Amazon. They're almost sold out.
Hmm.
Oh
Same
wow.
with Book 2 and the audiobook. So all that's going
Oh
on.
wow.
So yes, I've been busy.
That's that's fantastic to hear. I love to hear success stories
But
like
no,
that, man.
hold on. I'll share my screen with you for just a second. Well, there you go. That is the cover to Book 1 that is shared.
Oh, hold on. Let's did you share that in the
Will Fanta be able to pull this off on her phone?
It's a
Oh,
good
were you on your
question.
phone? Oh, sorry.
She's on her phone.
Okay, never mind.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
You
Uh oh.
better be.
He's probably gonna enable a virtual cam.
Where
That
is
could
he
be.
going?
It probably would to go enable a virtual cam because that's how I'm showing the artwork
Yeah.
that I've got up right now.
Back door is way past your cell phone.
That's right. Tanker. I was a tanker for 5 years in the U.S.
Oh, so
Army.
you know all about going through the back door.
Yeah, I know all about square peg, round hole.
Uh-huh.
We didn't invent the game, but holy hot damn, I'll be pressed if we haven't perfected it.
You put enough velocity behind that peg, it'll go in that fucking hole.
Oh man, yeah. So this one time in Baghdad,
Okay.
This one time in Baghdad,
That worked out so well.
this
Thank you.
alley, this alleyway just wasn't quite big enough for the tank to fit. Driver, bless his heart, he only took like, I don't know, about half an inch of the stucco on either side. Like
It's
that tank went perfectly through
it's a
and just
tank.
went.
It's fucking big enough to fit.
Yeah, and you could see it in the walls too. We saw it for like the next few months. Just that one alleyway, it just stood out because it had this tank shape, kind of etched into the wall.
And this is why I stayed in Korea.
Is this the alley you drove through? No.
I've got a lot of fun stories of crazy fun stories of stuff that happened in Baghdad when I was over there.
Oh,
Um,
damn.
they all begin with this one time in Baghdad, and most often they're not suitable for most audiences.
Those are usually the best.
Yeah,
horror
they actually
stories.
are.
Yeah, yeah.
So, dude, this Steins artwork you showed me, Jay,
Yes.
can I show that to people?
Yes, you can.
All right, I'm gonna go rip that because I'm gonna go show that because uh, I had missed I had missed the communication. It got buried. I hate it when that happens.
Well, you know who did my colors, don't you?
Who?
Gabriel,
Oh,
the
yeah.
man who told DC to shove it.
Oh, that's beautiful to
The
hear.
American Gabe.
Yep, he did the artwork for me. I also have new stuff of the Dark Goddess also.
Ooh.
Oh yes, yes. My campaign's going to launch probably late February, early March, with both books, the Steins and the Dark Goddess together.
Oh, cool.
And then the second audiobook will probably come out in July. And the third book of the Steins, the final chapter, will be coming out in late August, early September.
Okay.
So the trilogy will be all done with that. So working on that. And I just got the trademarks back for US Comics.
Ooh.
You haven't heard, nobody copyrighted that or trademarked it.
Wow.
So I own it.
That's the opportunity.
Mm-hmm. So, yep. That's where you see the new logo in the box. So all that's coming out. But no, the Steins, and I'll explain what the Steins is. The Steins is a romantic horror story. I know two words that don't go together, but they work pretty good. What I did was I created, when my mother passed away, I had to, usually depression works really good. But if you look at Tank's stuff, that's my artwork with Gabe's colors. Depression really brings out a lot when you start writing to get your mind off of depression. And so what I did was I came up with this storyline. Basically, it's wrapped around a girl named Mary, and her parents are brutally murdered, and she has to go live with her relatives over in Europe. Only problem is all of her relatives are monsters. Vampires, werewolves, undead, walking zombies, you name it, there's even a dragon running around. So and it's set in modern times, so it's actually in this time period. So been working on that. Like I said, first book, Steins, which like I said, they got a pre-sale after Christmas sale going on, which the books are real cheap, has already sold over 15,000 copies. The second book is pushing right at 8,500. So, I mean, like I said, I hit a good niche, and they're selling pretty good. So,
That's fantastic to hear.
yeah.
I love hearing those numbers too, man.
Yeah.
Those are viable numbers.
Well, I mean, when everybody was talking about the campaigns on Indiegogo, which believe me, I think I've got like 6 pages worth of backing of books on Indiegogo. If we go by numbers, the Steins, if they go comics and they were selling these kind of numbers, they would be up there with all of them in the top tiers.
Well, and that's not a bragging point. That's just a realistic point of industry.
Yeah.
Right there. That's like, dude, books sell.
Yeah, and then now with the audiobooks coming out too, so which that was a whole different ballgame. I had never done an audiobook, and I had to learn how to work with a producer and voice talents and auditions and all that stuff. So that's one thing that if you guys ever want to do audiobooks, good luck, because they do
Yeah.
get expensive.
Oh, they do. They do. I've actually talked to a couple of voiceover people about doing audiobooks, and I've managed to negotiate down rates with royalty deals, but they're still really expensive. Getting the
The one that
paperwork
I
costs a
got,
lot of money.
there was no royalty deals. It was straight up payment.
There you go.
And
Work for
he
hire.
he actually does all the training books for Google.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so he's very professional in audiobooks. So I was
Hey,
very
my
pleased.
frogger.
Yes, he's a mod.
I was gonna say hashtag mod the frog.
I
Mod
did.
Trouble's
the
trouble's
frog.
over.
But yeah,
And hi, Dragonus.
but no, and then also, hold on, Tank. I'll send you the pictures so you can see.
Okay. Yeah.
These are the black and white covers for the Dark Goddess. I'll send those to you because you're going to freak when you see these.
Ooh, ooh. I love this stuff, man. I love looking behind the curtain. And I'm always super excited to see when I'm allowed to share.
And yes, you are allowed to share these, Tank.
Oh, hello, nurse. Spoilers.
This sucks.
What
I don't know
sucks?
how to do anything on my phone so we can see.
There you
Oh,
go, Tank.
they're working it out.
Those are the two. Those are the two covers. The one with the dragon is issue 2.
You are seeing what Tank is showing, right, Brandon?
Nope.
Right here.
Oh, yes.
So
This is how they're getting around your phone.
That's right.
Okay, cool beans. Thank you so much. I'm learning. I'm sorry.
They are
Oh, you're doing
sharing
really
without
good.
sharing.
Cool.
Sight beyond sight.
I mean, I write cyberpunk. I better be able to do some of this stuff.
There you go, right?
Otherwise, I
speaking
lose
of
legitimacy.
Cyberpunk, Tank, you're not going to believe what I got on DVD.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
The ultimate anime of Cyberpunk that is not Bubblegum Crisis.
Which one?
Silent Medius, the movie.
Holy cow!
Some good
All
perspective
right,
on that.
I think it's
figure.
it's showing now. There we go. There we
Mhm.
go. Look at that beautiful bean footage right there.
Somebody wants to know, Jaylee, what is the story behind the wrestling belt?
You mean the one or all of them?
It says the wrestling belt.
He
Okay.
humble
We only see
brags.
one behind you right now.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. Let me pull my camera up so you can see.
All or one of them, he humble bragged.
Holy moly. Wow.
He's the champion of everything, folks. You've seen it here.
Apparently.
No, some of the belts I got while I was visiting Japan. I have an IWGP Heavyweight Championship. I also have an old belt. Now these are not the original real belts. Okay, these are official licensed belts, but they do cost a lot of money. The IWGP belt is $1,000. So the one that's over my shoulder here is an NWA World Tag Team title belt from the late 80s, early 90s. It was held by the Rock and Roll Express, the Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, the Midnight Express. This is the belt that everybody ran around with, the Road Warriors, all that. It is autographed by the Road Warriors and by Lance Archer and Davey Boy Smith Jr. So
Shit.
that one's autographed by there. I have another one that's an old WCCW title, which is autographed by Kerry Von Erich and Kevin Von Erich and Iceman King Parsons.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
cool.
old, so yes. If just to let you know, and this is my actual hair color. I don't dye it. I am 50 years old, so I'm in good shape. So, but no, I've been a big wrestling fan. I've done wrestling T-shirts for New Japan Pro Wrestling. If you got one of the original Bullet Club shirts, I did that shirt. I did shirts for Tenzin, Kojima. I did shirts for Chase Owens. I've done shirts for Rob Conway. I've done shirts. Basically, I did the warm-up suits for the NWA back in 2005. So I've if you've got the original Pantera shirt of the two skulls that glow in the dark, I did that shirt. I did your first run for Drowning Pool as well. So that's what I was
Wow.
doing back in the 90s. So I did that stuff. My goal was never to be a comic book artist. When I first started drawing, I wanted to design airplanes. If anybody knows who Kelly Johnson is, he was my idol. So yeah, I was not the kid in high school that drew action figures. I was the kid in high school that was drawing airplanes and tanks and stuff like that. So that was me. But when I met Jim, it was actually I bought the Alpha Flight books in '88, and then I ran into Jim Lee, and that kind of changed everything because he gave me a one-on-one for 30 minutes on how to fix my anatomy. So that's why you see, if you look at my work, you can see a lot of his stuff in what I do.
Yeah.
But to get a one-on-one with him back then, before he got X-Men and stuff, it was something fantastic.
Yeah, it's a hell of a
Cement,
catch.
Cement wants to know who is your favorite wrestler.
Mine,
Hmm.
alive or dead, or all
Oh
time.
my! How about both?
Valid. Yeah.
All time would have to be Haystacks Calhoun, and I'll explain. My dad was the pastor for the Funk Brothers in the '70s, so I got to see all the wrestlers. I got to see everybody, and we lived next door to Haystacks Calhoun,
Hmm.
and he was basically like an uncle to me. So it'd be Haystacks Calhoun. He passed away in '89 due to diabetes because he was so big. But right now, my favorite wrestler would have to be Okada. Okada would have to be right now. He's just
Hmm.
he's so proficient. Him, Tanahashi, those two guys are the main. I mean, just like Tanahashi back in January, they had a match. The guy got hurt. Tanahashi wasn't even supposed to be there, and he comes out and does a 45-minute main event wrestling match. It's almost 5 stars. He only had 2 days to prepare for the match. So when you talk about real strong professional wrestlers, it would have to be those two guys.
I'm
Well,
guessing that Z is correct in chat.
Kelly
lady and
Johnson.
lady and
Yes,
gentlemen,
Kelly
I
Johnson, as
must.
in the early days of Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works. Yes.
What's that,
Go
Tank?
ahead.
Lady and
Oh,
gentlemen, I must be gone. It is time for me to pumpkin size and finish up this work. I got to get the storefronts all set up and stuff with all the new merch. So I bid you all a wonderful evening. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you for coming on.
good to see you
I'm
again, Tank.
honored
It's
to
been a
have
month.
all of you here. So I'm so glad you did. Thank you.
You're very welcome, and have a wonderful evening, everybody.
You too.
TTFN, Tank.
But yeah, a lot of people don't know who Kelly Johnson is unless you know anything about military aircraft. Kelly Johnson is the guy that created the U-2 SR-71, a whole bunch of fantastic planes.
Hmm.
He revolutionized military aircraft. So yeah, he was my idol because I wanted to create planes, and in '86 and '87 I won state championships in general drafting and design with aircraft designs of the A-10 and the F-15.
Hmm.
So
Cool.
I knew how to draw planes, I knew how to do engines, I could design the whole thing. But like I said, in '88 when I saw Alpha Flight on the stand, and it was done by Jim Lee, this like I said, this is way before X-Men. X-Men was I think '91
He did
when he
a
got.
run on Alpha Flight before X-Men?
Yeah, he had run. Yeah, he had to run in that and Punisher.
Huh.
Yeah, that was
I
his first
vaguely
book.
remember the Punisher, but I didn't know about the Alpha Flight.
Yeah, Alpha Flight. He
When I
had.
think Alpha Flight, it's John Byrne.
Well, yeah, I'll give you that one on that. But I mean, I'm walking in, there it is, and I'm like, oh wow, because he had that early muscles and everything like that, and so I was like, well, I can draw planes, maybe I can draw people, and I found out that drawing planes is a whole lot easier than drawing people.
It's a different discipline, yeah.
It is. It really is. And like I said, once I got in to meet him at the New York Comic Con, because I went up and visited my relatives, it was really funny because all I had was my architecture stuff, the general drafting stuff. Now I had done some stuff based on Macross, which is Robotech.
Yeah.
I had done the Veritex and the SDF2 to scale and broke it down there like that. But I had some really early people drawings. And my cousins took me over there because I didn't even know the comic. He was like, I didn't know there was even a con. First con I ever been to, and there he is, and he's looking at my stuff. He's like, "What are you going to be an artist? Or what are you going to do?" I was like, "I'm going to go design planes, but I like drawing people, but I can't figure out how I'm doing." So he's like, "Okay, I want to show you some tricks." No, I'm going to give a trick that I can guarantee you've never heard this trick. This is something Jim Lee uses, and I use it too.
Oh yeah, I love
When you
these. Go
draw
ahead.
women, have you ever heard of the rule of 66?
I've heard of it. I can't pull it out of my memory.
I've not.
Draw the number 66, and the top of the six, move them back and forth, and that gives you your shape of a woman's breast from one angle. And it gives them parallel where you can draw the body around it. If you've
Hmm.
never tried it, it's a neat little trick. And then he showed me about the heart shape for the hips and how the chest cavity works and how to keep the spine together.
Mm.
And that's what he showed me, all that stuff in like 30 minutes. And I really took responsibility. So when I
Good
went to the
basic
army,
anchoring. Yeah.
yeah. So when I went to the army, unlike Tank, and we were both in first cav, I was medical. So I had all these anatomy books, all this stuff, and then also seeing it real life. You get a picture of bodies and how the muscles work and like that. So
Yeah.
94, I hook up with Kelsey Shannon.
Hmm.
And me and him, this is first book ever by the two of us. I'm penciling and he's inking. And yeah, that was a complete utter disaster. I mean, we couldn't get it in the diamond. We got it printed. We actually got it printed. We printed up, I want to say, 3,000 copies for $1,500 is what it cost us. So we raked up the money and got it printed. And we're driving along this in the back of my car, and I was in a Volkswagen Cabriolet with boxes in the back of my car going to conventions. And we set across from Chaos Comics, from Brian Polito and Stephen Hughes and everything like that. And they're coming over talking to us and going back and forth. And right after that, Kelsey went to work for the Ortiz brothers in Arachnus, and I went to Japan.
Oh shit.
So,
Wow.
yeah, that's the starting of my comic book career.
Wow.
Biggest thing I got to do is I got to do a pinup with Spawn that was never used. I got paid for it, so I can say that I actually got paid. And I did 3 pages of Nightwing that the artist actually copied, and it didn't get published, but they paid me for it. So those are the 2 big things I got to do. And then, like I said, I did everything else on the side because I was getting paid a lot of money for the T-shirt designs. And they were, I mean, the guys from Drowning Pool, oh man, they were paying big bucks. I did 1 T-shirt for them, and this is 96s, 97, like right when they first came out. They paid me $12,000.
Jesus shit.
So I was like, I'm not doing comic book. I'm gonna go do T-shirts. And then
Right.
of course I got to deal with New Japan Pro Wrestling, and that's why I went to Japan. I was like, I'm out of here. And they paid really good. So
Wow.
yeah.
Let me ask you this. Did you
Yes.
ever design any T-shirts for grunge bands?
Well, local bands, not any of the big bands. No,
Oh, okay.
but everything was local here in Dallas and stuff like that. But
Okay, that was going to be my next question. I could tell you were a Southerner like
yeah,
me.
I'm in the Dallas Metroplex.
I'm in
Back
Alabama.
back in the '90s, there was a bunch of people here, and there was myself, Kelsey Shannon, Jaime Mendoza, Todd Knock, Brian Denham was here. So I mean, there was a bunch of artists. We were all together. I mean, we were all just one little group. And like I said, when Image started, everybody was trying to get on with Image. So that was how everything went wild. That was a fun time back then, though.
The 90s were fun.
Yeah, and like I said, if it wasn't for the contract I got for Japan, I would have probably done something different. But I just could not pass up that kind of money.
Yeah.
They were paying an ungodly amount of money, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna come over and draw for you guys. Get to sit in a little office, draw, design their logos on. Okay, this is what we need for our stage show. Okay, no problem. Draw it up. Here's your check. Ooh, wow.
I've always wanted to go to Japan.
It's fantastic, but I wouldn't recommend going right now because they have a 14-day quarantine.
Yeah,
So you fly
I
over there,
can't
you
go.
got to sit 14 days before you get to go into the country.
Yeah. I'll hope in the future sometime, but not
Mm.
soon. I want to go to I would like to see Tokyo for about a day, and then I want to go to the mountains and sit in the hot springs with sake floating by and cherry
Um,
blossoms.
I will say, well, you're going to be taking the train quite a bit to do that.
That's what
What I'd recommend if it's your first time in going to Japan,
mm-hmm.
at least 2 weeks, go to Tokyo. Tokyo is going to take you about 2 days just to highlight the spots. Then I would take the train to Mount Fuji. What you want to do on Mount Fuji is get up there before the sun comes up. Now the sun will be up at 5 a.m.
Ooh.
I mean it's not coming up; it's up,
Mm-hmm.
and then stay for the sun to go down because the shadow of Mount Fuji goes all the way to Tokyo.
Wow.
And then after that, I'd recommend getting on the train and going south to Kyoto, Osaka, Nara area.
Uh-huh.
That's where the really old stuff is, like the old temples, the old Shogun's Palace, the old Imperial Palace. All that stuff's down there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I've
want
been
to,
so
yeah, that's what I would like to see. I like to see the older historic, old ruins and things like that. I'm planning a trip to the UK soon. Um,
yeah, I need to go to the UK pretty soon. I'll probably be in probably about 2 years. I got to go visit some relatives.
ah, I'm going, the group of ladies that I'm with most of the time on live streams, I've become real good friends with them, and they started a GoFundMe to get me over there so that I can visit them because I told them how it's been a childhood dream of mine to see England and stuff, and they did that, and it's raised around 415 pounds so far.
That's good. No,
Yeah.
I got to go pay respects to ancestors and relatives and stuff and see some
Mhm.
relatives.
Mm.
Um, so, but yeah, my family's all over England. One of the major relatives that I had who passed away was Christopher Lee. So, you know, on that kind of strange that he starred in horror movies. I write horror, and we were related. So,
Really?
yeah,
Cool.
Wow.
I met him twice in the '80s during family reunions. So,
Wow. You've really lived the life so far, huh?
well, I mean, when you're once you get out of the house and there's nothing tying you down, you're not married, you don't have any children, you can go everywhere. And then when I got in the army, Tank was talking about going to Baghdad. My first deployment overseas was Korea. I went to Camp Casey. So I was in Korea, and then they kept moving me around during Desert Storm. They sent me to Okinawa for the burn special center there. So I was seeing Japan, Okinawa, Hong Kong. I got to see some of China. So I got to go around all over Asia. So I enjoyed it.
Wow. I'm not trying to neglect the chat. I'm just so engrossed in the story. um oh, I don't know where I came in on that one. It was great for livestock. I don't know what they're talking about. I think it's a conversation between them. I don't even want to go there.
I that's a conversation that you cannot mention on the stream,
Okay. I did read it all.
uh, because Susan will come down on you.
Yeah,
So don't do that. But
I'm not gonna.
you were talking about writing stories. The one thing I always say about writing stories, there's two types of art writers. There's the one that plans the story out all the way through, and then there's the one that pieces it together as they go. And I'm going to give you two different writers that two different things. George R. R. Martin, the guy that does Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones, he's a
Mhm.
guy that just pieces it together as he goes.
Mhm.
Stephen King, J.R. Tolkien, they sit down and methodically plan out their books. I sit down and plan out my book. I know how my trilogy ends. And so that's the difference in the two when you write.
Mm.
There's two different versions. I like to plan mine out after I make my characters because when you make your characters are going to dictate how your story goes.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You know, mine, when I started my story, my first 8 versions was wrapped around the main vampire, and it always got stuck. And this is what's bad about writing a book. When you get stuck at a spot, if you can't get past it, don't force it. Look at where you made your go back and look at where you made your mistakes. And if you have to change something to get the story flowing better, make the change there. Don't try to force it to try to finish it, because all you're going to do is just butcher it as you go. And when I did mine, I had to completely go back and look at the characters to refigure out what to do. And the minute I switched it to Mary and her and focused on her and not the Count, the story just took off and everything fell into place. You know, but you have to be very flexible when you're writing, especially when you're making your characters.
Uh-huh.
And if you do horror, there's one rule to do: the list of two. That means you have 2 different sheets of paper, and you write down the names of your characters. Paper 1, those are going to live. Paper 2, those that are going to die. So you have to
Mm.
plan out how every character that you have in the book that's going to die dies. And you've got to make, like what I do, my characters that die in the book there's a reason why they die. It's not just to have somebody die.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem with some of these stories is, oh, we're just going to make this character kill them off. No. If you want to really you want to have somebody, even in the first book or second book, whatever, that the reader is going to get really behind and then pull the trigger or pull the knife or whatever. And that person dies. And when it does, it's going to either shock, make you mad, or make you very sad. But you need to have one character like that. And you need to put a lot of time in your characters. And the other thing is when you're making your characters, spend twice as much time on your villains as you do your hero, because your villains is going to drive the story, not your hero.
Okay. Well,
Because with your hero, you've got it made, but the hero is only as heroic as diabolical and evil as your villain is. The worse he is, the more heroic your hero becomes.
well, you can tell me what kind of writer I might be. I used to write, like I said, I used to write poetry and short stories and things like that. Um, I have the opening line and I have the ending line.
Now you just have to
I
put the stuff
guess.
in the middle.
Yeah. So I'm a piece together.
No, actually, you're going to be a methodical thinker because you've already got your ending.
Yeah.
Piece together doesn't have an ending.
Okay.
Now here's something a lot of people miss also. Your chapters that you write down, the titles of your chapters give you an idea as a writer of what's going to be in that chapter. They're just not there as a title. They're there to give the writer, when you're writing, an idea of what's going in that chapter. And even in my book, what I do on my book is at the end of each chapter,
God damn it, Frog.
the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, if you're doing an autobiography, remember this: you're not dead, and if you do die, you're not going to finish it.
Yeah, but you certainly don't want to sit down and write a list of names for people who are going to die.
That could get misconstrued. Oh,
This is
Only
what
if your name is
we in the professional world call
a hit list.
evidence.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Exhibit A, if you will.
God, I got to remember that one. What not to put in an autobiography? The names of all the people that you killed. And how you did it.
If I did it, this is how I would have done it.
You got exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was
You,
great,
OJ.
Frog. I owe you one on that one. That was. I swear, if you were in the same room with me, I'd buy you a drink. That was good. Oh, but yeah, I mean that's the whole thing about making your characters and everything. But no, what I do on mine is when you read my book, my main character Mary is either coming out of a place or going into a place. So the end of the book, the end of the chapter, you've got to go to the next chapter to see what she's going to do next or what's going to happen next. So it's just like doing a comic book. You want people to turn the page. Well, in a novel, you want people to turn to the next chapter. But in a novel, you need to get them on the first 2 pages, which is called the hook. So there's something that's got to happen to get them to keep reading the book.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned like Game of Thrones writer and Lord of the Rings writer, right? Was the
Mm-hmm.
second group.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yeah.
kind of how I
The
envision my
first guy
story
who so
going.
desperately wanted to be the second guy, but turned out to just be a piece of shit.
Well, I like Lord of the
Well, I
Rings.
wouldn't say he's a piece of shit. I think the 2 idiots that did the 8th season was a complete morons.
Yeah, but they didn't write the books too.
No, they wrote the script on the eighth chapter. So I mean, the
I
eighth
don't
season.
know.
Yeah,
I
no,
never went near that fucking show.
no. I'm gonna give the show credit where credit's due. They had some really
Right.
good characters. Tyrion is fantastic. I love Tyrion.
Uh-huh.
I love
Yes.
Tyrion. But that that night with the combat, I'm sitting there and I have combat training, and so does Tank, and he'll tell you the same thing. Whoever came up with that idea for that fight scene and fight war thing they did was a complete utter idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just like, what are you doing? Why
I
do you
I've
have
re-
this here?
I
Why is
have
it
read
not behind the building?
I have read very little George R. R. Martin. What I have read was a punishment from one of my best friends who was career Army and is also a writer,
He said
and
the same thing I did, didn't he?
and and referred to the entire series as that piece of shit hackneyed garbage where I hate everyone and want them all to die.
Whoa.
No, see, that was the other thing I noticed about Martin. He doesn't care who he kills. I mean, no, I'm being serious.
I
And
think he
I can tell
cares
you
because
apart.
he thinks that every death is some kind of like reader gotcha.
No, I thought some of those deaths. I was like, going, "You're brain dead, moron. Why did you do this?"
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, you could. I mean, I'm
I
looking at this path that they could
it's
have
the
gone with. I'm like
impression
going, "What the hell are you doing?"
he's desperately trying to be like he's desperately trying to be Tolkien, but he's not.
No, that was what's funny was I'm going to go back to when I was really young and
Yeah.
something Christopher Lee told me. If nobody knows, Christopher Lee was in George Tolkien's English teaching class.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so he knew J.R. Tolkien. He said, if you're
I
going to be a
none of us are
writer,
gonna live as much as fucking Christopher Lee did.
dude, that guy, he was 95 when he died. No, 96, 96. So I mean, he lived 100 years basically.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Lived
my
the
family
fuck out of
lived
all of them.
a
Jesus
long time.
Christ,
I
that
mean, I had
dude.
an aunt that passed away at 105. I had a
Mm,
grandmother that was 103. My mother passed away at 89. You know, I mean, I have aunts that are 96.
mm.
You know, so I had another aunt that passed away 5 days short of 100. So yeah, my family just lives forever.
I'm just
But
gonna say Betty White's 99 and will turn 100 next month. So just
yeah,
putting that out there.
Don't you jinx her.
hey, I'll put it like this: my favorite actress of all time passed away at 105.
Who is that?
Olivia de Havilland.
Yeah.
If you don't know who Olivia de Havilland, watch Robin Hood from 1930s with Errol Flynn. She was Maid Marian.
Okay.
She was also in Gone with the Wind, Captain Blood. Yes, I can pretty much lift most of her movies. So yeah, she was a fantastic actress. Now, the other actress, which I'm distant relatives with, and I got to meet her once, is the very first actress of Hollywood, Lillian Gish.
Mm.
And that lady had a screen presence all the way till 1986. That was her last movie. So she started at the beginning of silent films and ended in 1986 making movies. But if you really want to watch how to make a comic book or how to tell a story, watch silent movies. And I'm not talking about Buster Keaton or the Marx Brothers, those. I'm talking about the strict movies like the Three Musketeers that Douglas Fairbanks did.
Yeah, yeah.
The Intolerance that W. Griffin did with that Babylonian scene. They tell the stories without words. And if you watch how they move and stuff, it gives you an idea how to tell stories with pictures and not with words.
Yeah. I like old Hollywood. Because when I think of Hollywood, that's what I picture. I don't picture what we have now.
Well, back then, the stars were glamorous.
Yeah.
I mean, and back then they were making some hellacious money. I mean, how would you like to be in 1920 making $10,000 a week? That's $250,000 today. Making
Yeah.
that a week.
Like, you wouldn't imagine there were $10,000 a week in 1920.
I know.
No.
Let's see.
I mean, we're talking in. I mean, we're talking insane amount of money being going through. I know one contract Lillian Gish turned down was for $3 million. She ended up getting 5,
That worked out.
and she had total control over 5 movies.
Damn.
I mean, she got to pick her producer, her director, her actors, the story herself. And you want to
Wow.
talk about a powerful woman in Hollywood? This is 1920s.
Wow.
Her, Mary Pickford, and her sister Dorothy Gish were the 3 most powerful women in Hollywood.
But powerful women were only just now invented.
No, no.
Like powerful men.
You can go. You got to remember the first female movie directors were Lillian Gish and Mary Pickford, and I can name the movies. I mean, seriously, Mary Pickford, Lillian Gish, and Dorothy Gish were best friends, and they signed in Hollywood as the first 3 women ever signed in Hollywood. And Mary Pickford was from Canada. That's why Dorothy Gish is known as the first American actress.
Yeah.
So.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. And if you look up her pictures, Lillian Gish was incredibly beautiful. She would rival any of the Hollywood stars today. She was that beautiful. She was actually named the most beautiful woman in Hollywood at the time.
Wow.
So yeah, she was something else. But I mean, anything that gives you an idea of for stories. One movie, even when I was working on my book, I've got a copy of Nosferatu, which turns 100 in 2022. Yeah, 100
Wow.
years ago. That movie's still scary. If you watch it, some of that stuff, I mean,
Even
just
just the
amazing.
frame rate adds to its fucking atmosphere.
Well, look
Mm.
the other thing is look at the buildings. Although I'm still trying to figure out the ending, why she has to die at the end, because he never bites her, but she still dies at the end. I haven't figured that one out yet.
It's a disjointed piece of film.
It's like the first crack at Dracula is what it is.
Yeah.
And luckily, one copy was.
Sidestepping the rights issue because they didn't get them.
Oh no! Do you want to hear what happened?
Oh, is there a
Oh
more
yes,
story
there's a
than what
whole
I've
bunch
heard?
behind that noise. Bram Stoker's wife found out about the movie.
This
Took him to
sounds
court.
familiar. Yeah.
All film copies were ordered destroyed because of breaking the copyright laws.
Yeah.
But one version, survived in a vault in Russia. I'm not making this up. This is honest truth.
Okay.
And they got a hold of it. They restored it. You can actually buy it full thing on iTunes. You can get it on DVD and like that. But yeah, one copy was survived, but it was supposed to be completely destroyed. Yeah, she won the case. They lost everything. The company that actually did it went out of business because of her.
Yeah, I mean, one copy survived, but like that didn't help anybody at the time.
I don't know,
Like
but
what she
see,
did worked.
yeah, it did work. Oh, she got paid too. She got money off it out of
Yeah.
it too. But like now you have, well, you
I
have
mean,
two Stokers right now.
honestly, as far as that goes, like anything that's like destroy all copies, I think we should keep one or two like hidden away somewhere,
Well, a
just
lot of
for the
silent movies are
future.
gone
Like
because
okay,
they're
like
they
shut
burned
down
them.
that whole thing, but
Yeah,
like for posterity's sake,
yeah.
squirrel
Well,
one
nobody
eye.
knew back then. Nobody knew about it back then. It
Yeah,
was all
yeah,
new. Even the great Lon Chaney's Phantom of the Opera.
yeah.
90% of that's gone. 90% of that movie's gone. They have very few parts of that movie because it was on that real weird acetate film that degrades like really quick.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's a mess. So that's all messed up. But then they had the big fire, the MGM fire of 19, I think it was like 30, where it wiped out like almost all the silent films they had.
It's just like the most flammable substance known to man, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you drop a cigarette and that whole place goes, you know.
Right?
Yeah.
Do not expose to sunlight, may explode.
But here's two things you didn't know. Dracula is not copyrighted. You can use it's open.
It's been
You
a
can
while,
use
hasn't it?
Yeah, you can use it in stories.
Yeah.
Now, what I did, my character is not Dracula. My vampire is not. I made him completely from scratch. So the way he becomes a vampire, everything is completely scratch. You've never seen anything like this of what he does to become a
It's
vampire.
something you made up entirely yourself, or do you
Yeah,
just pull in
no,
from different mythoses?
this is entirely myself.
Hmm?
This is completely brand new. Basically, I'll tell you the story of him, and this is what's in the comic book. He's not the ruler. He's the younger brother of the ruler. And in the time period that he becomes the vampires in the 1500s, when the Ottoman Turks are invading Europe, and both brothers basically die in combat. And while he's fixing to die, he, calls out that he can't live like this. He's willing to take damnation. And you have this cat show up out of nowhere, and the cat is an avatar for a god of death. And so they make a deal. And at that moment, when the cat touches him, he becomes the vampire. I mean, it's brand new, completely brand new way of doing it. Everything. It's just like how he turns his bite doesn't make you a vampire. It's his bite plus his blood makes you a vampire. So if he bites you and drains you, you're dead. You're done.
Yeah.
But if he gives you some of his blood after he bites you and drains you, then you can become a vampire.
Yeah.
So that's the way I went with him. So I wanted to come up with something brand new on everything. Even the monster that roams is brand new. It's not Frankenstein. It's something. He's completely different.
Hmm.
Same thing with the werewolves. Who are the werewolves? Where did they come from? Whose children are they? Same thing with the vampires. The whole thing. And when you have to put all this together in a story, you have a lot to work with. And then, of course, you have the main character. Why is this team of assassins trying to kill her? And you have to come up with all that stuff on top of it.
Hmm.
So you have monsters, you have assassins, you've got the girl trying to have a romance in the middle of a book, and that's just novel one. Yeah. So yeah, my book is very well planned out. It's when you start reading, you're like going, okay, what's next? What's going? Wait a minute, that what? You know, stuff like that. So yeah, I have a lot of fun when I write and when I draw and stuff like that. So it's just now that I wish I could have done this like 30 years ago when I was young, but hey, what can I say? You know.
I want to say hi to Intense Webs, 24 Eyes. Um,
Oh, speaking of Dracula, Stoker, he's on Indiegogo, is doing a Dracula book. Clint.
Yeah, I think Ethan just finally bullied him into doing it.
Well, Clint's also related to Bram.
Yeah, yeah, that's why Ethan like when he first showed up, not Ethan, but Stoker. Uh Ethan's like, "Are you doing a Dracula book? You're related to Bram Stoker?" He's like, "No, I don't want to do that, man."
And see, we were both on the same stream together, so it was like, well, you're doing a Dracula comic book because,
Yeah,
and you're related to Bram Stoker. I write horror, and I'm doing a horror comic book, and I'm related to Christopher Lee. So you got both of us sitting here together. So
yeah.
you know,
I
so
thought it was funny
that
when
was
like
a
we
fun,
first hit CG, and Ethan's like, "Are you gonna do a Dracula book? You have to do a Dracula book." He's like,
yeah.
I don't want to do that."
And the thing about it is then you have a
And the
guy
next
named
time I hear
Dars.
from him, he's like,
He's doing
he's
it.
Dracula
I've
book.
seen some pages. They look really good.
I'm like, it was a no-brainer. Like you had to do the Dracula book.
And then, but the main guy that oversees the estate is named Dars Stoker.
Yeah.
I've actually met him. He's a really nice guy. He's in South Carolina, but he's the guy that actually has the rights, and he's done 2 books on Dracula. I've got both of them, and one of them, his newest one, called Dracu, is amazing. It will actually scare you. It is really good. It's like the story is basically Dracula's real, and it has to do with Bram when he was young, because when Bram was young he was real sick.
Yeah.
And the nanny that takes care of him is actually one of Dracula's brides, and Dracula's hunting her, and Bram gets involved as a young child, so like that, and it's just the story is just really good, really good. It starts off slow, but when it picks up at the end, it really picks up.
Cool.
No,
Say Frog G is a beast. I mean, he's dropped the friggin' Clint Stoker's link. He's dropped Nosferatu. He's dropped let's see, what was the other one?
You probably dropped mine too off of Amazon, so I know
Probably.
He's good.
He dropped The Adventures of Robin Hood original theatrical
did.
trailer.
Yeah,
He did that shit.
for Olivia de Havilland. Yes, I know. That's how it feels. Like yes,
Wow.
yeah. He's finding everything. He's going berserk.
Yeah.
He's
I'm half
Oh.
surprised he hasn't found links for the 2 fucking Dracula books you mentioned.
Oh, he probably has.
Well, surely, he didn't have them already, so it's going to take him at least another 30 seconds.
exactly.
So, do you guys have a great Christmas?
Yes.
It happened.
Hey,
Oh.
I have a wonderful cousin. I really do. She's amazing. I got a set of prints of Jim Balance tarot, and several books autographed by him. So I was like, "Oh!" And she sent them to me. I got them Christmas Eve. So I was very
That's
happy.
fair, Frog.
So I was very happy. And Jim Ballant, when it comes to drawing women, hey, let's face it. I mean, he's right up there in the top. I really like his artwork.
Well, that's awesome. I got
Though he draws his wife most of the time.
Oh. All right.
Well, seriously, if you pull up Jim Ballant's towel, the girl that's on the cover and everything like that basically looks just like his wife.
Well, just wait a second, Frog G. I have it in there somewhere. But I got some some Nightmare Before Christmas stuff and
Nice.
Captain Jack Sparrow figure and
Yeah, Apex. Yes, it is. Issue 131 just got released. It should be coming out in 2 weeks.
cool.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, Tyler's still going. Like I said, he's at issue 131 on the series.
Cool.
And this one has Krampus. Oh.
Did you say Krampus or Compass?
No, Krampus, the demon of Christmas.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
You do not
Still
know
learning.
you do not know the story of Compass?
No.
Ooh, I'm going to have to enlighten you on that. Okay, here's the story of Compass, and this is the full short version of it, not just the half version they make the movies of. Compass is basically the altar side of Chris Kringle or Saint Nicholas. He's the demon that actually punishes the naughty kids during Christmas. So he will actually either kidnap them, or spank them, or drag them off for a year to bring them back. That's the legends. But also, when he comes to town, also he brings what's known as Compass wine or whiskey, and he searches out also for the most voluptuous women to party all night on December 5th. So you have, is he really a demon, or is he just what is he? Is he really bad, or is he just this part of Saint Nicholas's group? And it's usually not just one, but there's usually 5 of them that come with Saint Nicholas. And if you really want to know what Krampus looks like, it's a kind of take off of Pan from the Greek mythology, except he's got bigger horns and he's darker and bigger and stuff like that. But it's basically like a take off of Pan. And he came out of the German areas of Austria and further Scandinavia's areas.
Okay.
Just
in
a nutshell.
Okay. Have you heard of Black
Ignoring and
Peter?
allowing for the variances of myth as it travels across Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard of Black Peter? Someone in the chat said that it's an interesting story also.
Won't make that joke.
I'm not going to go touch that foot pole.
Won't make that joke.
Nope, not me.
The actual question, not in a really long time.
Thanks.
Well, they just want this channel to get struck, don't
they? They're okay.
Look, I'll show you a better Peter later. It's
okay. Not touching that one.
Yeah, you are.
That's what Intense Web says.
I never touched Black Peter either, Intense Web. I think it's a good plan and I endorse it. Oh, now nobody's got shit to say.
No.
Oh, that one kind of just flatlined everything.
Hey, Caroline. Through the fog is Caroline. Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Now, switching gears, I can talk about the Dark Goddess too. That's
Yeah.
other stuff.
I'm gonna take you with me outside to have a smoke.
Okay.
So I won't be seeing the chat, but
You be listening?
yup.
Okay,
What do
Dark
you mean
Goddess.
could appear, Apex? Try and fucking avoid it.
As much as possible.
I fucking dare you. Avoid it.
Basically, what the Dark Goddess is on the story with her is it's a fictitious world where you have the old classic races of elves, drows, demons, humans, dwarves. That stuff. No, I don't have orcs because I replaced them with the demons. So basically, what you have is it's focused on the drow kingdom, and it's focused on the main god of the drows is a female called Lorian. I'm not using law, so I don't get sued. But I found out drow
That's one of
is
the
open.
few IP Wizard of the Coast kept the fuck hold of.
Yeah, but the other thing is the word drow or dark elf is open. It's not copyrighted because it goes back to the 12th century.
They do have a tag on the word drow.
Yeah, but not dark elf
Yes,
or dark race. They don't have that.
Or any other fucking permutation you want to come up with.
You got it. So what I did was I created this main god who has a daughter. The daughter is the queen. I'm still going with the dominatrix. Women on the power.
Demon web pit shit.
Yeah, and she has 13 daughters. The queen does. Now the way she has her daughters is when they go to war, the most powerful male, whoever they're fighting, if they capture him, she'll have a one night stand with him, and then they execute him, and she'll have a daughter.
Also
The
very,
13th
very Black
daughter,
Widowish. Yeah.
yeah, the 13th daughter is that she made a mistake. She actually ended up sleeping with the most powerful god's paladin, and had this daughter from that. And of course, the daughter is, because of the paladin being the father, she's a drow with a pure heart.
So you get a Raven scenario.
No, this gets even better. Not even close to Raven. This gets a lot better. So as the story goes on, there's a big. This is not in the comic book. This is like pre for the comic book. Basically, there's a prefecture where Lothoya, the main god, face to face with the young daughter on her day of ascension, blows a gasket and tries to kill her. Well, she escapes. And then years back, she comes back because her oldest sister is trying to do a coup. And to save everything and to prevent her oldest sister from killing everybody, she and the main goddess merge.
Hmm.
And then she does something really nuts. And what happens is it basically wipes out everything and everybody. And then 3,000 years later, she shows up in this ruins of temple out of nowhere. And that's where the story of the Dark Goddess starts,
Hmm.
where she's just waking up after 3,000 years. So you have a goddess of a race that's been gone for 3,000 years show up in the middle of ruins in a small human city.
Awkward.
Oh, yeah. Believe me, this thing gets really. When I wrote it out, I was like, oh, I'm going to have fun with this. This is just pure fun. I'm going to cause all. If you're in a comic book thinking about how bad can this really get, you have no idea. Because remember, there's a pantheon of gods for each race.
Yeah.
Then she shows up and she doesn't have a race. What do you do? I mean,
Wow.
Yeah. A rogue god
oh,
causes a lot of trouble.
and yeah,
See, that is kind of the story I want to tell is based around my Dark Angel persona,
mm-hmm.
and it's kind of like that. Like she shows up to Earth
Okay.
not knowing why, and then
So does she not have memory of why she's there, or is her memory gone, or does she have any memory to go with?
she doesn't remember why she was dark.
No. What I'm okay.
She doesn't remember really anything. So in my head, so far, she shows up. She doesn't know her name, her Dark Angel name. She doesn't remember anything, and it's kind of, I guess, kind of like that where you said she has a good heart. She finds that she has a good heart.
Okay, you have a good base to work with.
Hmm.
Now what you want to do is take your writing away from her and come up with her background, where you know what she was before she got there.
Okay.
To
Yeah.
But she doesn't know where she is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah, you're
saying?
gonna be real
Hmm.
hamstrung if you as the writer don't know what she
Yeah.
does, what she
Yeah.
doesn't know.
It's just like when you work with villains. Your hero doesn't know what's going on, but you do because you're
Hmm.
writing the story.
Yeah.
So you could say with this Dark Angel that, I mean, you could do it multiple ways. You could say that she lost her memory because she was in a fight with a demon and something went bad, and she fell, and when she fell, she went through some kind of warp or something and appeared. Or you could say she rebelled and she got punished. I mean, there's so many things you can do with this character to run with, but you
All I
know
know so far is that she wasn't good.
what I'm saying is, but as a writer, this is what you want to know. You want to know
Yeah.
exactly what she did
Yeah.
before she got to this point.
I
Yeah.
mean,
It's just like when I did Dark
can do
Goddess,
without that, but
but it's
that's
going to be a
a
lot harder.
very, yeah, it's a lot harder.
You know, it's just like telling a story, like with the Dark Goddess. I could have started at the beginning but it would have took me so long to get her to this point
Uh-huh.
that and I wanted her at this point, but I needed to have all this back knowledge to myself so that I can make it where what's going on is I know why it's going on.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
like in the story, something happened to the dark elves, something cataclysmic. Well, as a writer, I know what happened.
Mm.
I know exactly what they did. But as a reader, I don't know. You know, the one that's drawing the comic book, I don't know what happened. But as the one that wrote the actual story, yeah, I know exactly what happened.
Yeah,
So that's where you have to dictate:
you
are
need
you the
enough of a
writer or the
story or
reader?
series Bible to know what the fuck is going on,
Right.
and why it's going on and what happened before that.
Okay.
So everything that happens in your story, you need to know what happened before, after, and how it affects. You know,
Okay.
the cause, what took place, and how it ended. That's the whole thing. And it's people have sometimes when they're writing, they're writing it as the reader, and you can't do that. You need to write it as the writer to throw the reader off. It's just like a murder mystery. In a murder mystery, you know what happened, but you got to play it where you're giving clues, but you don't give it away too soon or you don't give it away too easy, and you want to give them false clues and whatnot to make it harder
Yeah,
and see if they can come up with it.
none of which you can place as the writer if you don't know what happened.
Correct. So that's the whole mainstay, and you're going to find as you work with your character, new characters are going to come in. Things are going to get a little bit wilder, like with I'll say with the Steins. When I started the Steins, I just had it in this little bitty group like this of the family. That was it. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
didn't have anything spaced out, and now it's gone from here to way out here because I've had to add so many things. I had to copyright 82 characters in one country and 25 towns and companies and buildings and everything. So I did one copyright for the whole thing. So I made this long list, and it's 5 pages long of names and everything that I had to copyright.
Hmm.
So I went through and copyrighted everything. I was like, nope,
Wow.
ain't getting this. And I have some of the most oddball names you've ever heard. You know, I came up. I mean, they're all like German names. You know, those von Kampfen. You know,
Yeah,
Lichtenfinn. You know, stuff like that. You know, just the whole, just going berserk on names.
Burgermeister Meisterburger.
Basically, yeah, yeah. You know, and it's like you just and you got to come up with names that people won't catch.
Hmm.
And it's just when you're working on a book or something like that. The other thing is when you get on a hot roll where you're writing and you just keep going and you keep going and keep going, you don't catch yourself. But the problem is you got to stop yourself and go back and check what you're writing because sometimes you write some really weird stuff that
Yeah.
doesn't work. You know, I've had that. I was like, I'm writing this whole chapter out, and I get to the bottom of the chapter, and I was like, wait a minute, this ain't where this is supposed to end. Let me go back and okay, wait a minute, what did I do wrong here? Okay, that's what I got to. So it's
Yeah.
really
Although sometimes that shit'll happen, and that's what it needs to happen because war and writing, no plan withstands contact with the enemy.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean, and the one thing I do when I write novels is I come up with what's going to happen in the chapter, and I write down the chapter name, like the invasion of this city. Well, I know in that chapter this is what's going to happen in that what I write in the chapter is exactly what's going to happen. Title is exactly what's going to happen in the
Mm.
chapter. So I, as the writer, know what to put in there, and I can move the chapters around if I want to. As long as everything flows, it works.
Mm.
Um,
But yeah,
go ahead. I'm checking back in chat. Z wanted me to go back.
how far back?
Z wanted me to go back and check a previous comment. I've been outside, Z. I'm so sorry.
Oh, maybe persona with a rebellious god who caused the great reset of the universe, which spawned the Big Bang. Oh, that's a nice idea, Z. Is that the one you're talking about? I
Huh.
scrolled back. I scrolled back and read it. I was like, hey, that's not a bad idea.
reset everything and even herself out of rebellion to claim gods.
There you go.
Huh.
You can go with a pantheonic god.
See, I know things, but not those things.
Oh boy. Yeah, I actually have no. I actually have a library over here, and I have a copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the gods of the Egyptians, the gods of the Greeks, the gods of the North, the gods of the Romans. What else do I have over here? I just got stacks and stacks of books on ancient mythologies.
Wow.
So
I'm kind of leaning towards the medieval or Middle Earth type stuff.
well, are we talking medieval, or are we going to go a little bit further back? Because medieval, there's about a 350-year thing that you can classify as medieval.
With
You want
knights
to do like at the
and
end of the Roman, when the Roman Empire fell, going into the Holy Roman Empire and the Franks, or do you want to, there's so much things like with the Steins. They're in 1510, 1512 when the Ottoman Empire is invading.
you know your history.
Well, yes, I studied history for 30 years, so I can. I mean, I even know about the Crimean War, which a lot of people don't know. Which that war is a complete cluster disaster.
It's kind of like being on a stream with Will.
Um,
Well, I'll give you a reason why I studied history, and it hasn't to do with Christopher Lee. It has to do with the Lees I'm related to here in the United States.
Hmm.
I am the direct descendant of a guy named Edmund Jennings Lee. Okay, Edmund Jennings Lee was the brother of Henry Lee III. Henry Lee III is the General Robert E. Lee's father.
Hmm.
So I'm Robert E. Lee's first cousin, 6 generations removed. But before him, you have the actual founding father of the United States, Richard Henry Lee, who wrote the Lee Proclamation on July 2nd, 1776, that actually formed the United States.
Hmm.
Not the letter they sent, which the Declaration of Independence is the letter they sent to the King of England saying we're forming our own country.
Yeah.
So my ancestors were a bunch of we're going to do what we want. We don't give a crap what you think. So yeah, that's who. But when you get that kind of history of your family, you want to go back and learn how far back it goes, and it
Yeah.
goes insanely far back. I couldn't
yeah.
believe how far back it is.
I'm Well, when I think medieval, I think knights and kings and things like that.
Okay, that's going to be probably from the 12th century, a little after the 12th century, up until about the early 1500s, 1600, right before the 1600s. So you've still got a good 300 years to 400 years to play with.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's what I think of. But it's something like that. I'll tell you what sparked it originally was I went to our little tiny local Renaissance fair in October. And I had a dress that I wore every year, but I went to a Halloween Express and finally got some wings, black wings, and I thought, well, I'll just be a dark angel. Well, it was so well received. And the queen actually called me over to take because she wanted a picture of me. And I was just like, what? And she asked if I had a name, a dark angel name, and I just shook my head and she said, or do you have it and only say it when you need to use it? And I kind of shook my head again and I was like, what would you name me? And she told me. And at that moment is when it sparked it, where I wanted to write something about
I have a question for you.
that. Mm
When you went to the Renaissance fair and you wore your dress,
hmm. Mm hmm.
did you have your hair covered or did you have it flowing behind you?
Behind me.
Okay. In actuality, in medieval times, women kept their hair in a covering that covered this part and the neck. If you watch, and they actually got this right on the 1930s Robin Hood movie. If you watch how Maid Marian is dressed during the whole, not when they meet in her bedchamber, but when she's meeting everybody, she's all, you never see her hair. That's
Hmm.
actually correct for medieval. They did
Okay.
not, the thing with the hair hanging down and stuff, medieval women did not do that.
But would it not? It wouldn't apply to an angel, would it?
The angel would stick out. So she would
Yeah.
probably get shunned. If she's trying to fit in, she would keep it covered. Now, if you're doing it for a comic book or something like that, it's up to you. You can do whatever you want. I'm just
Yeah.
saying as an historical thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't see it. Even with a lot of the new modern night movies, even with that one that Heath Ledger had, which is has some really good stuff into it. You
Knight's
don't
Tale.
like, yeah, Knight's Tale,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah,
Not
women
not
just
historic, but really, really
it's
good.
really good. It's really good. But and by the way, some of that stuff in Knight's Tale is historic. A lot of the royals would secretly
Yeah.
go into jousting tournaments. Wouldn't
Yeah.
tell anybody.
And Chaucer is Chaucer.
But yeah, but stuff like that. So yeah, that's just one thing. But even you that you, when you do a comic book, remember this: you're doing a fictional story. It's your world. Do what you want. You're the writer. That's
Yeah.
what I tell everybody. Don't I mean get ideas from people if they're going to get if you ask for it. But remember, it's your story. You're limited to one thing: what you dream of. It's your story. It doesn't matter what I think while you're writing it. You
Hmm.
know, if I buy it and I like it, I'm going to say it. If I buy it and I don't like it, then I'm going to say it also. But um, oh, thank you. Um, but when it comes
Fucking
to
frog.
actually doing your story, remember it's your story. Just like the
Yeah.
Steins. The Steins is my story. Wolvie's got his own story. The
Hmm.
only thing that's stopping you is the drive to write it.
Hmm.
And do not think you're going to write the story in a month or two. The Steins book one took me 2 years to write.
Yeah. I have another question, and this may seem silly that I don't know, but I'm assuming I kind of do. What is the difference between a comic and a graphic novel? Is it that the graphic novel is just thicker and more to
Graphic
it,
novel is
to the
usually much
story?
bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, graphic
Yeah.
novels are usually much bigger. Comics are usually 24 pages. Graphic novels can go up to 300, 400 pages.
Yeah, I can't write this in 20 something
Yeah.
pages.
See,
There's
that's
too
what
much in there.
what I'm doing with my campaign that I'm going to launch is instead of me trying to do it as one big book, I'm going to split it like what they did with War Party. If you back War Party, which I love War Party. Oh, I love War Party. I really love War Party. If you haven't read it, get it. It's fantastic. It's in demand on Indiegogo. Um, he did his as 6 comic books that you can buy. He ships out the first 3. He's still working on the last 3, but you get 6 books,
Mm.
and you feel like you're
Okay.
buying 6 comic books. 24 pages each. And I like that idea. I was like, you're going to spend $25 on a book. I'm going to give you, 3 or 4 comic books with 3 or 4 covers and 3 or 4 everything because it makes you feel like you're buying more.
Yeah, yeah, I like the idea of taking a large graphic novel and constructing it in such a way that it breaks off into pieces.
Yeah.
So
And
you
that's what
can
I'm
have
going to do with my campaign.
yeah,
You're going to get 2 books of the Steins and 2 books of the Dark Goddess. So you're going to get 4 comic books,
yeah,
for the whole thing. And then I'm going to have tiers where you can do either 2 Steins by themselves or 2 Steins of the Goddesses. And then you go down, you can get all 4 of those, and you can get like the paperback versions of my novels, or you can go further down and get the hardback versions of my novels plus the comic books. I'm going to do bundles where you can buy everything at once, or you can get everything signed, whatever you want to do. But I wrote down, I had, like I did, tier A to whatever. Before I even did the ones for the retailers, I was at J when I finished doing my tiers. So I had that many tiers. So that's like 11 to 12 tiers
Hmm.
alone that I was going to do for my for my campaign. So
Mm.
no,
Wow.
Jeremy's War Party, Z, the one that's on Indiegogo, the one with the Native American skinwalkers.
Ooh.
Well, I have a soft spot. My mother was Comanche Indian, so and yeah, don't get me started on the new Predator movie they're going to do because that really pissed me off,
Mm.
and it's going to piss off a lot of Comanches.
Hmm.
That's all I'm going to say.
See, I'm
See,
a primarily Italian and Native American.
Well, the new Predator movie is set 300 years in the past, and the main person that's fighting the so-called Predator is a quote female Comanche warrior,
Okay. Yep.
and that is going to piss off a lot of Comanches.
hmm.
Yep.
See, you missed your chance, though. I thought you were going to say your mother was a skinwalker.
No.
No, my mother was a dark, raven-haired, beautiful woman that had my dad, who was a monster of a man, wrapped around her finger. I'm serious. I've got pictures of my mother when she was real young, and yeah, she was.
My
Yeah.
grandfather came from Naples, my great grandfather, and the woman he married here uh, was Indian, and I've been told she had jet black hair with blue eyes.
Well, my mother had jet black hair with black eyes.
Yeah, I don't have blue eyes. I did for when I was born, but
Yeah.
they changed.
So, but no, my mother was Comanche Indian. My grandmother was full blood Comanche Indian,
Mm.
and so forth. So
Mm.
it's weird how you have a family that started in Virginia, and because of the Civil War, you have one get up and come all the way over to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it went to Tennessee, then Texas, and you know, it's really weird at how you trace all that back, and
Mm-hmm.
plus how they came over from England, and before that Normandy, and before that Scandinavia with the Vikings. So the Leaf family is one of the most documented families in history. There's so much history on the Leaf family, especially when you get back into England.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you exactly how far back. With myself, it goes 48 generations back to
Whew.
year 112 AD.
Wow.
So that's why when I talked about going to history, when I got all that information, I really started going into history to find out what was going on at that time, where they were. I know where everybody's buried at. I know where they're at. I've seen the ones here in the United States, but I haven't gone to Europe. So,
Wow. That's what you meant about ancestors.
yeah, and my mother's side of the family. Now my mother's dad, who was white, I know his line of the family, but her line of the family, I can only go back like 6 generations, and that's it because the Comanches did not have a
Record.
written language.
Yeah.
It was all verbal. But out of that whole thing, my grandmother, when she was a little girl, met was around Quanah Parker. So when you talk about Comanche, you got Quanah Parker, who was probably the greatest and the last war chief of the Comanche Nation.
Hmm. I don't know that much about my history. Just
The
from family stories, but we've been
cement,
mixed with all kinds of stuff. I just call us Heinz 57s.
cement. Actually, if you go to the Lee Digital Archives in Virginia, which you can get online, there are 18,000 different letters and stories and stuff that you can read about the Lee family. There's so much stuff. It's unbelievable. Um, it has Robert E. Lee's personal writings after the war, before the war. A lot of people don't know that when the war between the United States and Mexico took place, when Texas became part of the United States, Robert E. Lee was the commander of the army that came to Texas and beat Mexico. He was the commander of that. So there's a lot of things about him that a lot of people don't know. A lot of people that have so-called took him and ran with him, they don't have any clue what he did or how bad a health and what he lost in the Civil War. Um,
Mm.
one thing that he lost everything. He lost his home, his health. If you didn't know, during the Civil War, he had 3 strokes, and he would be dead 6 years after the Civil War. So, I mean, it really took a toll on him.
Z says, I've learned a lot from people here, but I'm also curious to ask you questions on projects or moments which meant something to you, which you can share to the
Yeah,
audience.
I can talk about anything. What do you want to know? Um, I can talk about history of the family. I can talk about meeting certain people. I can talk about being in the army. I can talk about when I first did comics or shirts or anything like that. So yeah.
What about you, Wolvo?
Like I said in the chat, my life is both extremely dull and mostly depressing.
I don't believe that. I believe you've got a lot to talk about.
Every decision I've ever made in my life was the wrong one.
Okay.
That's the cliff notes.
I was just gonna say that.
I think that was more like half the Cliff Notes, the abbreviated version of the Cliff
Yeah,
Notes.
yeah.
Still.
The expurgated version.
But I saw, a drawing of yours and I thought it was most excellent on Twitter.
Thank you.
Are you working on a book or
I am I am in one degree or another of progress, working on 3 or more. I'm working on one. There's some complicated hurdles I have to figure out before I know if I can attempt to do any publishing or campaigns or anything. Uh, because I live on SSI, and
Mhm.
it's a very complicated tangle of rules on earning literally any money, uh, and
I
keeping
know.
this sad destitute level lifeline.
No, dude, I
I
understand. My mother was on SSI, so I know exactly what you're going through.
See, I'm
Yeah,
on
yeah.
disability
You
myself because
you
my
have my
eyes.
you have my sympathies.
I appreciate it.
I mean, they when I remember when she got put on Medicaid, not Medicare, but Medicaid.
Mm,
They were like, "Oh, you got to get rid of all this. You got to get rid of this. You got to get rid of this. Or we're going to take you off of this." I was like, "What?"
Mhm.
I was
yeah,
like, They even tried to say because she was living in my house and I was taking care of her, my income affected her, and I was like, "Oh no, it doesn't." I was like, "No, this is how this works." And
yeah,
what I had to do was say, "Well, she's paying rent." you know. So when I said that, they're like, okay, that makes sense. Which she wasn't making. She was making $600. That was it. That's all she got a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah.
And so I
no,
was like,
that would have
you
been
know,
a while ago, but yeah.
yeah. So I mean, and I was like, okay, so this is how this, So yeah, I got a rental. And then the BS that really came down is when she passed away, Medicaid comes back. Well, you owe us $55,000. I was like, what? I was like, what for? Well, we have to recoup, we have to recoup money because we paid Medicaid. So we know she's got property in the house. I was like, no, her name was on the house just in case I died. She had a place to live. But you got to prove that you've been in the house. I was like, okay, you want it? I got it. So I showed them all the payments and I showed them, my checks and everything had my address on it. I was like, now you want to go to court? They're like, nope, we don't need to go to court. I was like, then leave me alone.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
Intense Webs, I have no idea where the hell you are. I have never seen an SSI payment go up to $900. Last I knew, mine was like 740 something. Uh, but I had a bank overage, so they're taking out a significant chunk monthly to like for the next 400 fucking years to pay that off.
That sucks. I
So
get
I'm probably down to like
disability.
706.
Mm.
Mm.
I get
Somewhere around.
disability, so it's a little bit, it's higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, thank God for like, your state assistance, like EBT is a godsend.
Mm. I don't
And
have
and
any of
and the
that.
medical insurance between Social Security and local is pretty solid.
Hmm.
Uh, but like medical coverage like doesn't help cover your fucking expenses, just your
No.
living expenses. It's a
Yeah,
bitch.
it sucks.
There's a certain kind of magic in making sure that at the end of the month there's X amount left over, so it can roll over and add to the amount left over from the month before that, so
Yeah,
that you have enough of a buffer
to
of
survive.
saved up scraps to be like, okay, we're good. I have a
Yeah.
system of inertia in place that will keep us covered too.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's why I've
if I
always kept
want
my day
something, the
job.
answer is no. If I need something, maybe.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I've always kept my day job.
Mm,
I mean, even though my book has sold, those books have sold really good. I know sooner or later they're going to stop,
yeah.
and unless you keep writing a book every year and pushing it out every year, you're not going to make that big check.
Yeah.
You know, and you're
Mm,
like, oh, you know, because I mean, last year I made really good money. I'll say that, and I didn't have to crowdfund Indiegogo or anything to do it.
nice.
And yeah, I was out of pocket, but the money that I made, like I said, 15,000 copies sold, and I make, you know, I'm not going to say exactly what the dollar amount is, but it was really good.
Yeah.
So, and that's just on issue one. Issue two was at a little over 8,000 copies. So we're talking, 23,000 copies,
Mm.
sold. So
Yeah.
now if I can
Well,
just get a
that's,
movie, now if I can just get a movie deal.
there you go. Don't forget the little people.
No, no, that's all. It was like Wolverine just started coughing. When I said it, it was like going, "What the?"
I I don't even know.
I'll be honest with you. I'd
Oh.
like to get a Japanese animated movie. I think it would be great as an anime.
Mm.
But I'm not gonna. I'm not looking at Hollywood for nothing because they're gonna tear it
Mm-mm.
apart.
Yep. They'll destroy it.
Mm,
But the reason I don't care about, being monetized on here or making a big boatload of money or anything like that is because
mm.
I have to live on what I have to live on. And if I make something more than they allow, then they're going to take.
Yeah.
And, you never know if what you're venturing to do is going to be successful or not. And if you make just a little bit, well, they may say, well, then this is what you're going to make. And you don't, then you're screwed.
Social Security depending on it, or not depending, uh, uh, SSI or SSDI are both a very nasty trap.
Mhm.
Once you hit it, that's all that keeps you going. But
Mhm.
it's such a scraping the bottom fucking subsistence level that
Mhm.
like all you really want to do is get higher. But if you attempt, you lose the lifeline.
Mhm.
I lost my SSI uh, in the early '90s, early to mid '90s, somewhere around there. It took me 15 years to get it back.
Wow. Did they back
Um,
pay you?
Not much,
no.
Oh,
and what I got, I got over like the course of like 5 or 6 years in pieces.
yeah.
Like they fought it every step of the way, even after the fact.
I just started receiving widow's benefits from my kid's dad. He passed
Mm,
away in May in a motorcycle accident, and
Ouch.
because we were married for 23 years, you know, I was able to do that, and it's not what I thought that they would go according to his income like they did mine, like my jobs and things, but I don't think so because it's not.
mm,
It's better than what I had, and I'm very
Yeah.
thankful for it. But it's not what I thought it'd be,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because he was industrial mechanic. He really high
Well,
paying jobs around here.
the thing about it is, if you're like a mechanic and stuff, and you're getting paid cash or you're getting paid like that, if you don't pay in, then there's nothing there.
Yeah. Well,
And
he
I
did.
know some people that happened to, that they were
Mm,
mechanics. They're making $100 an hour, so like that. They're making a lot of money, and then when they passed away and the wife goes into benefits, he never paid in the benefits, so there's nothing there.
yeah.
You
Well,
know
the
that,
whole time we were together, he did,
yeah.
and he worked in factories and things like that,
Right.
um, as an industrial mechanic, and then he got hurt. But yeah. So I thought they would go according to that, but apparently not, because
Uh,
he did make good money.
Clarence, you're talking about screenplays. Right now, I wouldn't do screenplays at all because here's the problem: most everybody at Marvel and DC want that. That's why they're writing all that really weird stuff.
Mm.
Is they're all trying to get into Hollywood. They want to write the screenplays. They want to make better money. But you get like what they're doing with Superman, Batman, all that stuff. They're playing the game. If you don't play the game and you don't write the plays like they want them, they're not even going to look at you. And a lot of the DC artists, a lot of the DC writers right now that I know of are using DC Comics and Marvel Comics to show, well, this is how I write a screenplay. And I can write your new TV series. And if you hire me for this much money, I'll come over and do it. And that's what they're doing. That's why the stories are so bad in these new comic books. I mean, that's the honest truth.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
a, I
that and they're not particularly good writers.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Yes. There's also
No,
that.
no, no, no. I mean, I mean, I'm just going to say one title that I just had to. I looked at this cover. I was like, okay, let me look at this. I got like 8 pages in, and I was like, no, thank you, and put it back on the shelf. And it was the great and wonderful Children of the Atom.
Yeah.
You all right? We'll vote.
I think you know what book I'm talking about.
I kind of. We
Yeah,
also hit a certain point in night where the atmosphere changes and
yeah.
I start drowning in my lungs.
Well, it just sounded like you were like going, "Oh God, he made that notion of that title. Oh God, it's that bad book." Because that book is
I,
so bad. Oh God,
this whole era, though, like especially somehow, especially if it's X-Men related,
it's so bad.
it's like name anything, and it's that bad.
The only thing that's been mightly be worth a darn, okay, just for the covers, is Rob Liefeld's X Force covers that he did just recently. That's it. I said might. I didn't say. I mean, I got them because hey, Rob's always been nice to me. So, but it was just for the covers. I never read them.
Yeah, I most of my opinions don't have a whole lot to do with Rob as a person specific. Maybe a little bit, but not really. Uh,
Yeah, Atom. Yeah, not Atom. Atom. Yeah,
Rob
first
Liefeld,
part.
Rob Liefeld is, if not patient zero, then real close to patient zero to what drove me out of comics, which was the 90s.
Oh, the '90s kept me sane.
The 90s was everything that I always felt wasn't comics and ruined comics.
Are we
And
talking before Image or after?
probably after or right
After they
before.
formed.
Probably technically before Image because you got artists
Mm-hmm.
who decide they want to write and then
Mm-hmm.
spend another 10 years proving that they can't write.
Yeah,
Uh,
I know who you're talking about.
but most importantly, you have really bad artists really, really fucking bad artists. And we'll just narrow it down for the sake of ease to Rob Liefeld, because his really shit fucking style is what everyone else decided they had to copy, or decided they needed to tell their artists to copy because it caught on. Rob loves comics. He's very bad at making them. But he understands comics, so he has an angle in. And for some reason, there's something about the 90s that people who were young during the 90s caught on. Like, it's very good at energy and style. They're very flash. There's no substance, but there's so much fucking flash. They're very exciting. But none of them knew fuck about anatomy or perspective or fucking except Jim. Jim was good.
Well,
Most of the rest of it, like Rob's style influenced Rob and
Todd.
Spawn McFarlane. Rob and McFarlane. These guys, all of a sudden, everything was drawn like this.
Mhm.
And then you had like replicative fading on that style over the next 10 fucking years. And there was no story, there was no character cohesion, there sure as fuck was no art. I just had to go. Yeah, fuck Liefeld. That's the message in a nutshell. But I was trying to avoid just dropping it down quite that low.
Well, I mean, for me, when all this crap went down before Image, because Image was what, 93?
No, it had to be before that.
Late 90, late
maybe
92 or late
maybe
93?
92.
Late 92. It was like right when
I
I got
don't
out of the
remember for
army.
certain.
It was like right when I got out of the army, it started going down. But I will say
Yeah.
this about their books, and this is just me because I was, in a freaking ER in the military dealing with bullshit.
That's a whole different context, yeah.
Yeah, well, I can give you some horror stories.
Being stuck in a hospital bed for any reason
No.
is a whole
I
different
was
context.
the medic working in the ER.
Oh.
Yes, I was the guy walking out with blood all over me.
Mm.
Okay, so yeah, this is the you need something to read to keep you sane moment. And the way I put it with the other day was, no, you don't understand. You're 18 years old, you're 19 years old, you're 20 years old, and you're in a freaking military hospital in the ER working, and you're seeing suicide. You're seeing suicide firsthand, like they, do it right in front of you. Stuff like that. You have to have something to get your mind off it. So what do? You go to the PX, you get comic books, you go back into the break room, and you sit down and you read them. And what do you see? And I don't care how bad they were drawn, but this is what I saw. I saw Cable going through shit in a handbasket and still surviving. I saw Wolverine getting shot the fuck up and getting up. Now, as somebody who's been seeing death all the time, that's a good thing. Hey, here's two guys that are getting up. You get your mind off of things. And then, of course, you get Rogue and getting her clothes blown off, and you get, the stuff like that. And you're like, you got guys that are indestructible. You got girls that are beat up, that can fight, that look as they're supermodels. Yeah, I can sit here and enjoy this and get my mind off of things. And that's something, and you're learning how to draw too. That's just something that, you do. And, it just, got your mind off of things. So when you got out to actually go see this guy, now I will say this about Rob. I want to talk about him. This is not his art style, but this is the guy.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was straight out of the army. I had a stack of books like this. And Rob, I don't remember who it was. I want to say it was Jaime Mendoza that told Rob I had just got back from the army. And, I had the books. And would he sign them? And he goes, yeah, he signed every one of them. I mean, he did, he was happy I had got back. Not, full body, not shot all to hell and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he signed everything. And I mean, they all did. Jim did too. Jim was surprised because it was 6 years. I saw him in '88, and then come see him in '94.
Yeah.
Showed him my artwork, and he was like, "You really improved." I had showed that my stuff was getting there. It's just when it came to the money, I couldn't resist where I was going.
Yeah.
So I couldn't turn that money down. I mean, I'll put it this way: New Japan Pro Wrestling paid me $100,000 a year. Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, yeah, you're making money in comics, but this was a complete secure gig.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going, you know. And I was like, well, yeah, I want to do comic books, but they're paying me all this money. I'm going to go over here. I'll be back one day, but and then
Yeah. Yeah.
now I'm back after 25 years or 27 years or whatever it is. So
I'd love to
I'm
go over there and
excited.
draw comics, but I can't get there over this wall of money.
Exactly. Well, I mean, and you know, okay, you're only 8 years older than me, so um,
49.
yeah, I'm 50. So, but the thing was, when I came back and my parents had their accident, I had the money to take care of my mother. I had the money to buy the house, car, everything. I didn't have to worry about it. So, and I could take care of her. But of course, you know how the government is. And here's another rule: if anybody works overseas, this is one, and I'm not making this up. This is true. If you come back to the States with all your money, remember this: you have to declare it, or they'll arrest you. So if you come back with more than $10,000, you better declare it. Other thing, if you come back with more than $10,000 cash, you got to pay 42% tax on it. 42%.
God damn.
What?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't do that. I left it in Bank of America in Tokyo,
Good fucking
There
plan.
you go.
and I siphoned it with a debit card.
Yeah.
And then when I bought the house, I was like, "It's over here in this account." Okay, we can do it. You know, so
Yeah.
it's the way to get around.
Let the
So
banks deal with it.
when
Keep your money.
yeah, yeah, exactly how to keep your money. That's exactly the whole thing, and that's like with the novels, I can pay for my novels publications, but I still use a publisher to clean it up.
Yeah.
And then when it goes to the printer doesn't cost me anything because everybody orders from the printer. I use the largest printer that is. It's the biggest printer company there is. You can't get it when it comes to novels. There's nobody bigger than Ingham Spark. Nobody. Stephen King uses Ingham Spark. All Penguin House, the guys that got Marvel Comics, they use Ingham Spark
Hmm.
to print books. This is the big company. They have global printing distribution. That means when I put my book in at Ingham Spark and they accept it, it goes global. That means they actually print it in England. They'll actually print it in France. They'll actually print it in Australia. So
Hmm.
there's no shipping cost. It's just straight up. I'm getting a check from them every month.
They do the fulfillment for you?
Hmm?
They do the fulfillment for you?
Uh huh. Because you don't order it from me, you order it from them at a wholesale price.
Hmm.
Now I can get it at a price and put it on my website where you can get signed copies and stuff.
Yeah.
But I know what I'm making off of each book. So once it goes secondhand, it's just like buying a comic book. When you buy a comic book, Marvel sells it to Diamond for a price. Diamond will sell it to the stores for a price. And then the stores sell it cover price and they still make money. Everybody makes money off of it.
Yeah.
So that's the way that works.
Wolvo,
Yes.
Cement and I both have a dumb question, but to
Okay.
go back to the person you were talking about before, we need to know which Rob Lowe you're talking about.
Liefeld,
Liefeld. Yeah.
Mr. X Factor,
Yeah.
Gun Club, Extreme Studios.
The king of the 90s himself.
The actual Rob Lowe.
No, Rob Liefeld.
Oh, I thought we thought. Okay, thank
No,
you.
not Rob Lowe.
No,
No, no,
not Rob Lowe.
I
no.
mean, I was thrown. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
The only comic book artist you've ever seen in commercials and on a late night talk show.
Yeah. Okay. Do I have a website? Yeah, it's www.thevonsteins.com. That's where my website is. But on yes, they will send books to Amazon. Ingham Sparks does too. Now, if you do audiobook, I recommend going through the audiobook. They don't do audiobook, but they do they'll set it up for Kindle, they set it up for Apple, Google, they set up everything.
Hmm.
So, but you need to get your formatting done correctly. You need to get your pages layouts done correctly before you give it to Ingham Spark. That's why you use a publisher.
Hmm.
Oh, I do need to.
No,
Uh,
what
don't
happens,
don't
Z,
most
is
printers have that information that you can get from them
I'll
on
tell
your
you,
own?
hey, no, you can download the templates and stuff, but you still have to do
Yeah,
it yourself.
yeah,
Um, I'll explain what happens with English Spark and Amazon, Z, so you ever understand. English Spark has a catalog. They send out every month with all the new books. And when it goes to Amazon, they'll look at what the books are, what their categories is, and what the price range is going to be on the books. When it comes to Kindle and stuff like that, they just do an automatic upload for you. Um, Now with mine, because I launched mine like late August, early September, because it's horror. Amazon's looking more into horror because of Halloween and stuff like that. So that's a good time to do it. If you're doing romance or something like that, you want to do it around Christmas or Valentine's or stuff like that. So you want to plan when you're going to drop your book. It's very important on what time of the year that you drop your book. But like I said, Ingham Sparks will handle all shipments. They send out a catalog, and Amazon even orders from Ingham Spark. Now, Amazon has their own publishing called KDP. I
yeah.
hate KDP
Brought back.
because the first thing you do is you open up the page panel, and what's it say? This book is published by KDP. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. KDP also does not do hardback. English Spark is basically the only company that does a hardback book. So if you buy a hardback book, it's going to come from English Spark, basically.
I can't believe it.
So,
We have the mod father and the mod mother in the same chat.
oh,
Frog
nice.
G and Cherry. Cherry is the Frog G of the other communities I'm from.
Okay.
She's quick too, dropping links and taking out people that don't need to be there, and she's great, just like Frog G. It's wow.
Yeah, I'll explain about publishers and printers. Publisher is the company that, when it comes to novel, will take your manuscript. They have the editors there. They will proofread. They will edit. It will cost you money, but they'll proofread. They'll edit it. They'll fix it all up. They'll give you the beautiful fonts. They'll get your book ready to go and everything like that. And then they will send it to the printer. Now, depending on what kind of deal you make with the publisher, you could get, and this is like when you see, oh, Bernie Sanders made $1 million on publishing a book. No, Bernie Sanders got $1 million payment up front for his book. He didn't sell $1 million worth, but the book company wanted him so bad that they paid him $1 million up front. KDP. Oh, what belts do I have back here? Um, okay, I'll tell you exactly what I have. I have an IWGP Heavyweight Championship belt. I have the World Class Wrestling Heavyweight Championship belt. I have an NXT Championship belt. I have an NWA Tag Team Championship belt. I have an NWA 10 pounds of gold championship belt. I have the big gold Ric Flair championship belt. And I have a NWA United States Heavyweight Championship belt. So that's all the belts I've got.
Is that all?
Yep, that's it.
I was kidding.
Yeah.
That's impressive. It really is.
Um, but yeah, when it comes to publishing, you can do agents stuff like that. But anytime you get an advance, say you get a $10,000 advance, until the book actually sells a profit of more than $10,000, you're not going to get anything else. because you're getting paid in advance. If you do it where you go in and you make a deal where, okay, it's going to cost $3,500 to produce the book, I'm going to get 90% of the profits back, which is what I did. Um, for me, it was a lot better, because I was a first time publisher, author, and that was usually what you're going to get. They want to keep where they're not going to lose money. And so when my book got up to 15,000 copies and stuff like that, my publisher was like, okay, we kind of did this, but I already had a 3-book deal, so they couldn't they couldn't break the contract on the deal. Hold on. Yeah, it is www.thevonthestins.com.
Surely there's a way you could type that.
Well, I don't have mod. I can type it in the chat if she can paste it.
Well, like if nothing else, like you could replace the periods with like spaces. It wouldn't be clickable. It was just long enough that it occurred to me that might be difficult to follow.
Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can do it this way.
Verbally. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Good night, Intense Webs.
Good night, Intense Webs.
Yeah, put that together.
Yeah.
Yeah, put that together and take to my website.
Yeah. There you go. One or the other. Y'all can figure it out. You're clever.
Mandy's here now.
Hello, Mandy. Hello, Cherry.
Oh.
Oh.
But yeah, when you deal with publishers, the one thing you want to do if you're going to send submissions, only send the first 5 chapters. Don't send the whole thing. And you're going to get some companies that'll send you stuff. But what you want to do is do Google search on the companies and see what their ratings are. See what they actually do.
See what their submission guidelines are too.
Yeah, when you go to the websites, they'll give you your submission guidelines.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll give
like
you
I've
that.
seen some publishers that are like, you can give us 3 chapters. Some of them give us 5 chapters. Some of us give us this many pages.
Yeah, most of them are 5 chapters.
Yeah.
And but I will say this: for a good editor,
you're just talking like novels though at the moment, right?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Right now I'm in the middle of book 3 of the novels.
I meant just what the stuff you were talking about.
Yeah, it does.
Like specifically, you were referring. All this information is referenced to novels.
For novels. If you're doing comic books, it's basically.
I had to step away for a second, so I
basically, if you're doing comics, it's usually the first 7 or 8 pages at the max. Most of the time, when I did my submissions back in the 90s, it was 4 pages. That was it. They wanted 4 pages. They wanted complimentary. Basically, they wanted to see if you could tell a story and consistently draw your characters. But what you do is you'd send in your submission. They would send you back a test script, which some of them are really bad. And then you would. Yeah.
I mean, you know what those test scripts were back in the day, right?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm talking about. Yeah. I know what they were back in the day.
Back in the day, they were circular file scripts that they just pulled out their ass.
No, actually, believe it or not, I'm going to say this. You're going to love this one. I got issue 1, pages 1 through 5 of New Men from Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sent it back. Never heard back from him because I went to Japan. That was the book that Todd took over.
Yeah. You're referencing back to Rob. I was thinking back like a generation before that. Like the 70s and the 80s. You send. You get a test script or whatever from like an editor at DC or something. He's gonna pull something out of the damn garbage and send it to you because he doesn't give a shit about that. And
Well,
he doesn't have like a stack of like, oh, these are good test scripts to send him. No, he doesn't give a shit. He's got work to do.
the way I got the little tidbit of work I got from DC was because of what happened at a con.
Yeah.
I went, yeah, 1995 was probably the worst San Diego con I ever went to in my life
Mm.
because everything I was supposed to do fell apart. Everybody I was supposed to meet fell apart. So I'm sitting there at the concourse with drawings. I had done 2 sets of 4 pictures. I always draw Batman. I always did back then. I
Mm.
love Batman. My dad was born the same month Batman came out, so it's one of
Oh,
those
nice.
things. So I had 4 pages of Batman with Catwoman drawn, and I had the Newman stuff
Mm.
drawn. And so this old guy come by. I didn't know who he was, you know, and he's looking at him. He's like going, "Oh, these Batmans are really good. Would you care to sell them?" And I was like, "I needed gas money." So I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, what would you offer me?" He paid me $250 for them. So I was like, "Thanks," and I gave him my business card. So
Yeah.
I get get in the car, drive all the way from San Diego back to Dallas in 2 days. It was a long drive. And 3 months later, I get a letter from DC Comics with these 3 pages for Nightwing.
Mm.
So I'm like, okay, let me draw these up real quick. And I'm like, can you? Basically, it's dated like I want to say it was dated like December 5th, and they needed them back by December 14th. But I got them on December 9th. I was like, oh crap. So I'm drawing these things as fast as possible. Get them in the mail. I send them by overnight. I paid $20 to get them over there to them.
Mm.
So it's like 3 weeks later, I get a check in the mail for $250 from DC Comics,
Damn.
and I get the pages back. So I'm like, okay. So I don't know what it is for. So I'm going through. So it's like February. I'm going in. Here's this issue of Nightwing. I'm like, that looks familiar. So I'm flipping through it. I get to the last 3 pages of the book, and I'm like, you sons of bitches.
Mm.
They took mine. The artist on the book redrew my pages for
They
his.
they
For
treated
his
your pages like breakdowns.
yeah, he did. I was like, you bastards.
Oh shit.
Seriously, I'm looking at all 3 pages. I was like, that's my shit. You dumb. I was mad.
I
That's the only
would
work,
be, yeah.
that's the only work I got, but I got paid for it. That was the thing. I got
Especially at
paid.
that age, you'd be pissed.
I was pissed. I was like, what the fuck? You know?
Older people are like, yeah, but the money was good. You're like, but that's my shit.
Yeah, like I said, that was what Kelsey was saying. He's like, yeah, but you got paid. I was like, well, yeah. He goes, I didn't get paid. I was like, that's not my fault. And then to find out that the old guy that bought my artwork was Bob Kane.
Oh fuck.
So like, what the fuck? And then '96 comes around, and we have a con here in Dallas, and who shows up? Al Simmons.
Hmm.
So I had drawn this picture of Spawn, and he's like, "That's really good. Would you do a double page pinup for me?" I was like, "Well, sure. What do you want?" He was like, "Have you ever heard of a character called Lotus?" I was like, "Well, yeah." I actually had the VHS tape that with Todd making Lotus. I actually had the VHS tape. I was like, "Holy crap! I actually had a character." So I drew this double page skyscraper, thing with Spawn and Lotus and sent it in. Get a check, $400. Never seen it since. Never got it back. Never got published. I don't know what the hell happened to it, but I got paid for it.
Hanging on somebody's wall, I bet.
Yeah, probably on his.
I would imagine.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like I said, the thing was, every time I sent something in, I got paid for it. Kelsey was pissed. He's like, "How the hell are you getting paid for all this shit?"
I'm sure it's a good fucking gig if you can get it.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, Kelsey was working with the Ortiz brothers on Arachnus. And he hadn't got paid. And he finally got paid, and he got like $50 for all the pages. He got $50. He did like 2 pages on one book. He got like $50 and like $60 on something else. And he didn't make very much. And then he took off to California, and I lost track of him until recently. And because I went off to Japan making all that money over there. So
Yeah.
we had, it was, like I said, '90s was a weird time.
Yeah, the 90s was weird.
The only great thing about it was going to the theaters, watching all these great anime movies on the big screen, and Godzilla. Godzilla was still going. All those '90s Godzilla movies, big screen. Hey, they rocked.
I'm sure being in Japan helped.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
It helped a lot because everything was done in Japanese, and you didn't hear that really bad English subtitled.
I don't
Although,
know for some of that shit, like it's like the Godzilla stuff. I mean, isn't that part of the charm though?
no, what's really cool is when you watch the Japanese versions, where they don't cut half the movie out, and you actually see, the actors actually acting right. It's like, oh my god, this stuff is hilarious.
I'm awake, TJ. I'm listening, soaking in all this information.
She's
Very,
soaking in.
very interesting.
I remember getting videotapes
It's
called
Palmolive.
Animego, and it says it's the best movies you'll ever read. I was like, oh god, yeah, because all he did was Japanese with English subtitles.
Hmm.
It was hilarious. And then what you get is you get this videotape that says Macross, and you get home, you plug it in, and it's the Japanese actors speaking English in a Japanese animated movie.
Mm.
The worst overdub you have ever, God, you've ever heard. It is so bad. But it's so bad, it's just like, I can't stop watching this. I got to keep watching.
Oh shit.
Oh, it was something else.
I hear
Yeah,
a
there's
lot of
so much fun.
people would rather have the subtitles than the dubbed.
I'm a barbarian. If something is in another language, please dub that shit. Because if there are subtitles, the only part of the screen my eyes ever are on
The words.
is the words. I
Yeah.
miss
Yes,
the whole fucking movie. I'm just reading it.
yes, because I have
Well,
to pause it or it just
Like, my
goes so
eyesight is too
fast
bad
and
for
then
that shit. I can't read and see the movie.
no,
exactly.
there is a movie coming out January the 11th. They're finally, after Disney blocked it for 3 months, they're finally going to release it here in the States.
Uh,
And I'm not making this up. They actually did. Belle is coming to the States. They got a really good dub on it, so I'm really looking forward to seeing it. But Belle is supposedly going to blow the doors off of Disney. It's supposedly this amazing anime movie. But yeah, they actually held it from its release here in the States till January the 11th because it would have crushed Disney's bombed version. That new animated movie Disney tried to come out with that just looks terrible.
I have no idea what the shit Disney's releasing anymore.
I have Disney just to have it so I can watch Hulu.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to buy the bundle than to try to
Hulu.
get Hulu.
Oh my god.
Oh, Hulu's got anime
I don't watch anime.
and Godzilla.
I got the last time I looked at Hulu was shit. It was more than a few years ago now.
Yeah.
Practically the only thing that was left on it was the fucking Criterion collection. I'm like, I don't need this. Everything I was watching on Hulu, you just took off. I think I'm gonna take off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cherry likes
When
your
Hulu
voice,
started
little
off, it had a
brother.
whole lot of shit on it. Sorry.
Cherry likes your voice. She says it's calming.
Oh, well, thank you, dear.
And I said it is soothing. I
Mm.
didn't mean to interrupt. I just thought I'd tell you. Go ahead.
It
Go ahead.
interrupt,
No,
whatever.
no.
It's fine.
I know. Everybody always tells me it's your channel. Talk when you wanna, and I'm like,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like etiquette. I don't wanna cut
Also, far
people
be it for me to stop you when you're complimenting me. I mean,
off.
it's a heavy burden, but I'm thick. I can take it.
Oh no. Oh, you just gave her fuel.
Oh,
She's the
oh,
hashtag queen.
I
You're
can
gonna be.
I can do better than that, and you know it.
I know.
I played the fifth.
Oh, why though? But I know you were talking about. Did she do it?
Did who do what?
Oh, I saw my name highlighted and thought that she already
See,
caught you.
believe it or not, the Black Cauldron almost got one.
Black Cauldron?
Almost got an R rated. It actually is the first Disney animated movie to get PG. It
Oh
almost went
god.
to R.
Black Cauldron's been a minute. Shit.
That movie's dark. That movie's like watching Lord of the Rings on acid.
Shit, it's actually been so long. I don't remember Black Cauldron.
That's the one with the Horn King, the walking skull guy with the horns coming out of his cloak,
Oh, it's a familiar
and
image.
he rises the army of the dead out. They're all skeletons and stuff, and they start marching out of the castle to go kill people. Yeah,
It's been
it's like
a long
really
time.
dark.
Shit.
I mean, for years they had put that one away so bad that when you went to Disney World or Disneyland, the only reference to that movie was the Wall of Villains. They have no. I mean, even the princess is not even on the list of the
Mm.
princesses of characters of Disney.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like you said, it's very
It,
not Disney.
it's not.
I
It's
like
dark.
yeah, like I may not remember the movie or anything, but like you don't forget the Dark Cauldron. I wouldn't have remembered that it was even a Disney fucking release.
Yeah. Z, for that you probably have to go to What is it? VCA movies. Was that the adult channel? I mean, the adult films that they owned.
Uh,
Yeah, if anybody didn't know, yes, Disney did buy a adult film company back in the late '80s, going into the '90s.
That
I just don't remember
explains a
which one
lot.
it was, but I think it was VCA. I think that was what it was called. So, yes, Disney has their hands in a lot of things, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Did you
Oh, that was good.
did you address plagiarism and how to
Oh,
combat it?
plagiarism, how that works. Oh, yes, I can address
that's
that.
a broad fucking topic.
That's a broad topic. Okay, plagiarism.
And,
I,
and
I
how to
I'm interested
combat
to
it?
see what angle you take and where you approach it at, bro.
Are we talking novel? Are we talking movie? Are we talking music?
As a
Uh,
writer,
No,
as a consumer,
yeah.
I'm assuming as a writer
Well, I was going to
because
say
they
if you want to
said
go,
how
if you
would
want,
you combat it?
oh, real simple. If
in
I could prove
yourself
it,
or
I would
others.
take them to court.
Yeah, how would you combat it in yourself or others?
I mean, are you talking? I mean,
Others, I'm
well,
assuming.
okay.
Others, lawyers.
If it's somebody else, I have a very good lawyer, and it would be in federal court under
Mm.
the copyright laws and trademarks, and which, if proven, I could take all of their profits and shut them down.
Yeah. Now, granted, that option is only available if you have the money for a lawyer and are willing to eat the cost of the litigation, and there's anything that you can get out of the other person.
Basically, what Ms. Stoker did to the guys that created Nosferatu.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it could be very expensive. I will say this: if you ever take somebody to court for copyright infringement or for plagiarism, look at spending $45,000 to $50,000 in court fees. Now, what you can do is, if your attorney's really good, like mine is, you can tag on the penalties to the ones that did it to you and make them pay all court costs, which that can be tacked on by the judge. But you have to win.
Okay.
So, but yeah, anytime you go to court, um, even with like an immigration case or anything like that, you're going to be looking at, for a really good attorney, 40 to 50 grand for them to really take your case and really, you know, go for it. I mean, I mean, that's just how it is, and they
I'm
do a
assuming
lot of
that's
work.
that's that's not even counting the cost of the actual litigation itself. That's just for the attorney.
No, that's litigation itself. That means they're in
Oh,
court
it's
and like
that's
that. Yeah,
combined.
that's basically the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
You're looking at $40,000 to $50,000. So, but the thing about like this is the thing when I was writing Steins, I said my characters cannot be Dracula, cannot be Frankenstein, cannot be whatever. I said I have to do it fresh. I have to do it where nobody's thought of this before. And that's what I had to do. And when you start writing stuff in thinking about things, you've got to pay attention to what you're doing because it's your responsibility to make sure you don't plagiarize somebody.
Yeah.
The other thing, there's parts of speeches. Um, well, when you're doing like an inspirational remake, usually you're in talks with them before you actually do it. Case in point, Dune. Okay. Everybody that's done Dune movie wise or TV series has always talked with the Herbert family about doing it. And if you notice the amount of time between the movies, and I'll explain. If you sign a movie deal, it's usually 10 or 20 years. After that, it reverts back to the creator. That's what's going on with Predator right now.
Mm.
Disney didn't renew the copyrights or the contract to continue with the movies. They're trying to make one called Prey right now, and the creators of Predator is in court with an injunction that the movie may not even be made to reclaim their copyrights because Disney got a 2-year notice to reinstate the contract, and Disney didn't do it. So now Disney is on the hook. And since the judge said no to the court case being moved to Santa Monica, where Disney likes to control everything, and it's going to be held in San Francisco, it looks like Disney's fixing to finally get their comeuppance. I would say something else, but I'm not going to get this channel striked. So, yeah, that's how
To
that
be
works.
fair, there's very little striking that they can do to her at this point.
Yeah, well, no, this may cost Disney lots of money.
Mm.
Hey, Romer. Hey, Johnny Cage.
And because this is also what's going on with DC and Marvel right now, in the case that if you haven't noticed with the changing of the characters, one is the new Wonder Woman replacing Diana, so they don't have to pay the enormous amount of money to the creator of the Wonder Woman character because that gentleman, even though he was a BDSM pervert, which
He was.
he was also a very
He's
well
also
good
the inventor of the lie detector, which
and
does
also a
not
very good
detect lies.
and very good attorney made
Yeah.
a very good deal on the character. So they have to pay him. So when they
He's a
made
very
these
careful
movies,
pervert.
yeah, when they made these movies, his family made a lot of money. That's the whole thing. And you resent that? Well, let's put it like this: he only was a pervert with his wife, so and the parties he had at his house, so it was legal.
Well, his
So it was
wife
legal.
and their
So
girlfriend.
yeah, but it was like I said, it was legal, it was consensual, so he didn't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, with the so-called truth, justice, and the American way, the court said
That's a
because
trademark
everybody
issue.
uses it and it's like that, you can't trademark it or copyright it. That's why they changed the thing.
It got zeroed.
And since the creators, families of Superman and some other characters are saying we want the characters back because the copyrights are up and everything like that, that's why you're seeing this notion of, oh, we have a new Superman, which is Jonathan Kent and not Clark Kent, so we can give you back Clark Kent. We'll just run Superman with, that's like that. And of course, you have the thing with the Ditkos and Spider Man, and you have all this other stuff going on with Marvel. That's basically, all this stuff. And now I understand the X Men are involved on the lawsuit. So they may lose all the X Men.
Yeah.
which that would really shaft. That's why they're quickly trying to come up with new characters and stuff.
Ethan's been talking about this for a long time, but a lot of people haven't been listening.
Oh, I know. I've been paying close attention to this mess because I
Oh
think it's hilarious.
shit, yes.
Um,
We lost you.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
that's
that was your
basically
turn to speak, Fant.
yeah.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Damn it, woman.
I'm good.
No, she's
William
trying not to.
Moulton Marston, cement
She's reading
shoes, the
her phone
inventor
because
of
she's
Wonder
laughing so
Woman.
hard.
Right.
That's why that god awful book of Children of the Atom came out. Which oh god, that was a bad book. Oh god, they did. That book had the three no-nos in comic books. One, don't take an existing comic character and sex swap them, race swap them, and say they're original.
Yeah.
And two, well, that's actually one and two. And two, don't put yourself in the book as one of the characters. It had all three marks on it. And every character in that book was one and two, except for the ripoff of Gambit, which was all one, two, and three. If you didn't look at the book, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Which book?
Children of the Atom.
I looked over at chat and I lost a few words and then I heard Gambit.
The creator brought her character in, race swapped, sex swapped, put herself in as this character that's a ripoff of Gambit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now I'm caught up. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, did not read the fucking book.
I got through first 4 pages and put it back on the shelf.
I
It's so bad.
At this point, anything mainstream, I watched a fucking video and they talked about that shit.
It would give my mother or whatever, my name's not Starfire, the really bad written, really bad drawn adolescent rebellious teen becomes superhero story. And yeah, I was like, did she sleep with the penguin?
Oh fuck. Yeah. Damn it. Where the fuck did we ever get the idea that that was a self-insert that looked exactly like the goddamn writer? I don't know. Clearly, we just made that shit up.
Dude, I thought you were going to swallow a cigarette.
I'm a professional.
Yeah, but I mean, look at your
Don't try this shit at home. You'll fucking die.
But hey, if she did,
I only die
hats
half
off
of the
to
time.
Cobblepot, man. He scored.
Right? Like he'd ever fucking leave if he banged that.
Well, hey, did you see all the women?
Where's
he
her
had in the comic
father?
books?
Well, if the fucking penguins batted that high above his weight, he'd be in the goddamn room. Is where he.
Yeah, he would. I mean, but if you go back and look at some of the comic books, especially one that Ballant did, man, he drew Cobblepot with a room full of girls. So he must have been a good partier.
Well, I mean, like that was his place. You know,
He's the club owner.
Yeah.
He's got the hot girls.
they
got private rooms.
I would represent to you, counsel, that this was not a choice that they made freely.
Depending on how much money it might have been.
Does Penguin really seem like the kind of guy who would decide to pay for it instead of just make demands?
Well, think about it. If he's got 5 or 6 at one time.
Like, look, y'all could say no, but there's like 13 fucking umbrella miniguns in the ceiling. And you might want to not say no.
But the bad thing is the jewelry they were wearing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking some really. I mean, when Ballant drew them, he put bracelets down the arms, and stuff like that. So it looked like he was giving them a lot of gifts.
It's also really difficult to even ask that question because ever since Batman Returns was the Penguin one. Uh,
Oh,
what the
that's right.
Penguin is has been so radically fucking muddied. It doesn't like many of these characters. Who is this character and what are they like? Doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yes, I know, but I do have
How
to
do we
say,
go from a fat guy in a tux to a fucking mutant?
all I can say is that one line about Michelle Pfeiffer on the bed works for me.
Oh God, which one?
That's the I'm looking for.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the line doesn't work. The
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 visual
sentiment
does.
the sentiment works.
The visual works really good.
It was a shitty line in a shitty movie, but the sentiment was very heartfelt.
Dude, that movie was two things: Batman, Penguin, and fan service.
Yeah, yeah.
And believe me, hats off to Michelle
And
Pfeiffer.
I give, yeah. I mean, if nothing else, like she actually worked that whip.
She did that in one take.
Yeah, fuck yeah, she did.
I saw that. I was like,
She deserved
holy
to fucking
shit.
skip rope off of the fucking set that day.
Yeah, I mean, they did it in one take. She did all the heads in one take, and then she skipped roped off. I'm like, holy shit. Pardon my language.
You're good.
But I mean,
What?
and I will say this: I do have the iconic picture of when she's straddling him under the mistletoe, autographed by both of them.
What?
I have Michelle Pfeiffer and Michael Keaton's autograph on the picture.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you're in the military. They come on USO tour. Hey, what can I say?
That's amazing.
Of the Batmans, I have Adam West, Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, Christian Bale, all as Batman, all autographed.
I noticed
No, I do
somebody
not
you
have
left
Clooney. Nor
out.
do I want. I don't want Clooney. I don't even want to have his picture in my house. I
Clooney should have been a great Batman.
I wouldn't
should
mind
have.
having his picture
Should
in my
have.
house.
If they'd have given him a good movie and used him, he had the perfect chin to be Batman.
I will tell you. Truthfully, I thought Val Kilmer was a fantastic um, Bruce Wayne.
He doesn't look right for it.
But the way he talked
There's yeah,
and the
I mean
way he carried himself.
there's those two categories like how well did they act it and like how badly don't they fit. He
Yeah, that's
badly didn't fit, but he did it pretty good. I
it.
mean, Val
Yeah,
Kilmer
yeah,
it was always a very fucking good actor.
yeah. And now, when I remember when they
Jim
had,
Carrey, fuck Jim Carrey.
yeah. Now I will say this about Michael Keaton. When they first said Michael Keaton was going to be Bruce Wayne Batman, I was like,
Mr. Mom?
no, it wasn't. I know. I was thinking Beetlejuice.
Oh wow.
I was like, Beetlejuice is going to be Batman, and then you go and see it, and you're like going, he did a good job. He's believable.
I I don't know. My opinions have
Well, I'm talking about
subtly
I'm talking about
shifted.
when you first saw it in '89. That's what I'm saying. I was like, he's
Uh,
believable.
no, I never got that.
Now Jack Nicholson, what can I say? He was just good.
I mean, he was Jack Nicholson. He's always Jack Nicholson, and he's very good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Keaton, I've always preferred funny Keaton to dramatic Keaton
Yeah.
anyway. But I mean, like at the time, my reaction, like my strongest reaction was he did okay. He did better than I expected.
That was the whole thing. I think everybody saw that.
At no point did I ever think he did like this was good.
The movie was enjoyable. It was a Batman movie.
It, those are two different statements, and one of them is correct and one is not.
I loved Michael Keaton.
It was enjoyable. I enjoyed the movie. It was not a Batman movie. There has never been a Batman movie made today, ever. There's never been a Batman movie. Find me one with a detective. I'll wait.
Oh, you want a detective one?
A Batman.
Serial's back in the 1950s.
Maybe. May.
I do agree with you that the Batman movie needs to be more of. But here's the problem: when you get into
those movies
that,
had nothing else that Batman would require to be.
well, if you're going to go to the big detective movie, why make Batman when you can do Dick Tracy?
I mean, also a detective though, but I mean, I all the movies, especially all the movies that we remember, like before, like a fucking serial, or after a fucking serial, uh, and even then, for the most part, I they're trying to they all try to approach Batman on a very thin surface level bullshit on what does a guy who knows fuck all about Batman except Batman, uh, parents dead, DC sent me over this book to read. Like that's as much Batman content as you're gonna get in this fucking movie.
Yeah, basically.
So I mean, is you're not getting Batman. Batman should be a complex character, but very easy to understand, and they don't want to do that because they're Hollywood screenwriters. Everyone has to wave their dick and look at my take. Oh, it's so great.
Yeah.
Instead of actually writing a goddamn character that exists. Understanding is so much hard.
What was that? I like. Oh my. Oh yeah, I like cheating.
Sorry, I lost that sentence in the middle because
No, I'm over here reading,
my
trying to read the
fucking
chat.
brain is melting. Yeah,
Yeah,
I have to go back to the chat.
I know.
Be careful.
I've
I
fallen
would like.
behind. I had to stop and pay attention to what's the J stand for?
Oh, mine,
Yeah,
James.
James, Jim.
Yes, I can legally go by Jim. Yes, I
I
can.
like I could just say Lee, but I don't know. That might be weird. I don't
Yeah.
like, but like in the middle of a sentence, like Jay Lee is awkward. It's
Yeah,
like,
but no, I'll explain how this debacle happened too.
but I
I
had to
have
stop
one
paying
legal
attention to the
document.
chat and pay attention to this dude because like Cherry grabbed 300% of my fucking attention,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
and I got to go back to that. But
You
Yeah,
gotta
no,
like,
be
I got to
careful.
finish this first. No, I don't.
on one legal document, my name is James. On another
Yeah.
legal document, it's Jim. So I can go by either one
Oh.
legally.
Okay.
And depending on what side of the family I'm visiting and where I'm at, it's either James, Jimmy, or Jim.
Families like that though.
Yeah, and
Even if you don't have different names on different documents.
I was with my relatives in New York that go by Jim when I met Jim Lee for the first time.
Yeah, being Jim Lee meeting Jim Lee would be weird.
It was. Even he said it was kind of weird.
Mhm,
And everybody around was saying it was kind of weird. Now you gotta remember something. This was
Especially
before.
when he may be the only man named Lee in the fucking world you're not directly blood related to.
No, my fiance was also named Lee, and she was Chinese. Lee. Okay.
We haven't investigated this woman far enough yet. We don't know.
Okay. No, let me hold on. The last name of Lee is the only name that is a Norman name that comes from Europe and an Asian name. It's both cultures. It's the only one, the last name. Mine spelled Lee. Hers was spelled Lie. So,
Not for nothing. Put his fucking boot right on the back of the neck of that joke. Right in the.
but yeah, that's probably a reason why I got the 30-minute on how to draw figures and everything from Jim.
Oh, I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else got it.
Which now, if you go to his YouTube channel, you can watch him, and he does give lessons on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sitting there going like, yeah, you showed me that one. Yeah, you showed me that. Yeah, you showed me that. You know, but now he's doing it again. It's just he's older now.
Yeah.
So am I. So 30 years is you know. But yeah, it was a awkward and fun moment in New York, and I have this really bad Southern accent.
I don't know. As far as Southern accents go, yours is barely there.
Yeah, but yeah,
But then I hang out with Lola a lot.
oh. Now I will say somebody who has a
And
very
hers is fairly moderate compared to like
Mandy.
like my dad's friends when I was a kid who were from Tennessee.
Oh yeah, no, my relatives from Virginia. Oh boy,
Yeah, like
theirs is really bad.
like Tennessee accent when I was a kid was like, "Hey, how you doing over there?
You tired yet?
You tired?
Yeah,
Tar?
Are you
yeah, that's the
tired?
thing.
You going over yonder?
You're
Yeah,
gonna go
come
I'm
back
on
to
over
fixing
here.
Florida.
to.
You go
Come
take a
over
nap.
here. We'll show you a thing on the TV.
Yeah,
I'm fixing to come over there.
Yeah,
I'm in Alabama, so.
I'll break off all y'all's asses. Yeah,
And Mandy
sadly,
G says she's lost. Just listen. It's all I'm doing. Soaking up the knowledge.
yeah,
just
we're
let it
all
out.
over the place.
Just
We're
let it
talking
And
out.
about everything.
yep.
Close your eyes.
Ask a question, I'm sure. You know.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can answer it. If I kid.
Now, I will say one thing that I was shocked at was I haven't been paying attention to comic book prices, and I have an autographed Spider-Man 300, and I didn't realize how expensive that book's gotten.
Autographed by who?
McFarlane.
Oh.
Near
I
mint,
saw
near mint
what?
condition for Amazing Spider-Man 300, not autographed, goes all the way up to $7,500.
When did he
Woo.
autograph it though? Re-
19
recently or back when?
back when.
Oh, okay. So it's yeah.
There's old. Yeah, it was like when he did it. He autographed. I'll tell you when he autographed it. When he was doing his tour for Spawn, and Spawn One hadn't come out, and he had the big pinup in the Wizard magazine.
Oh shit.
That's when he autographed it
Hmm.
because he came overseas. Because it was like, no, I'll tell you about. He wasn't overseas. He was in Dallas because I had just got out. He was in Dallas. San Diego hadn't taken place yet. But yeah, that's when he signed it. I got a lot of stuff signed. I wouldn't say well, not a lot, not as much as Liefeld, but now I'll tell you the rarest one I've got is of what is he went by the nickname Smiley, but he drew the Batman back in the 50s, and he was one of the artists on Batman. I can't remember his last name, but he autographed my Batman number 50. Yeah, I'm talking way back, like 1949 issue.
Yeah.
So he autographed that one for me. I have lots of autographs. I got Kelly Jones on Nightfall,
Hmm.
and I love his artwork.
There was when I went to Universal a few weeks ago, there was a Iron Man comic in the comic shop autographed by Robert Downey Jr. for $1,500. And if I would have had the money just to blow on, yeah. Only because I like Robert Downey Jr. a lot. I don't
Well,
know how you guys feel about him, but I like him.
his dad passed away just recently.
No, I didn't.
Senior, the other actor, yeah, he passed away.
Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, his dad was what 90 something.
All right. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, you know.
So here's the bet. Do you think
Like
Clint's going
Robert
to make it
Downey
to?
Jr. is probably still like 20 in my head.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't age. He doesn't age.
Mm-mm.
So do you think Clint Eastwood's going to make 100?
He might.
Robert Downey Jr.'s got nice hands.
I wouldn't know.
Clint's on track. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know personally. They look nice, is what I'm saying.
You got
Oh,
pretty hands.
he does. I noticed him in Due Date.
Oh, no, I'm not going there.
We broke him with hands. Didn't even have to go to fisting. Just the hands.
Oh, Cherry's gonna perk up. Just saying. Uh-huh.
Lord Christ Almighty.
Oh, man.
This has been really fun. And
Romer, that hurt now. Too
oh, what'd
soon.
he say? What'd he say? What'd he say?
We all thought Stan would live to 100, and then the SJWs destroyed him.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Romer.
Mm.
Love you, Romer.
Yeah. Stan was something, I give him that. But the thing about it is, it's always easy to attack somebody that's dead.
Oh, yeah. Like Sean Connery.
Well, I mean, Sean Connery, Roger Moore, even Christopher Lee,
Mm.
Peter Cushing.
Yeah.
Let's face it. You go back to the 60s, what they were doing in the 60s. I mean, you cannot hold people accountable. Hey, there's the tank.
Yeah,
Oh,
indeed.
is he back?
And yeah, I also watched Morton Downey Jr. That was a weird fucking show.
I mean, you cannot. Well, but you cannot hold people accountable for today's social justice standards. They were back in the 50s and 60s. I mean,
Yeah.
it was a completely different time.
Yeah, it was. It was
Uh-huh,
a different
exactly.
time. Yeah.
I mean, it was, and for people to come back, oh, well, in the 50s, he did this. He's
Where
dead.
did he
He's gone. He's already passed. What are you going to do? You're not going to hurt him because he's already dead.
Really.
You know.
Hello again, Tank.
Hey.
How is everybody?
Turn your mic up. We can barely
Louder
hear
than
you.
you. Yeah.
We can't hear you.
It will probably help if I actually move the mic away from the top of my head. How is everybody?
Secret
Good.
tips of the trade right there.
That's right. Put the mic near your mouth if you wish to speak.
We were talking about early 90s, me saying I was so thankful I never went to Baghdad.
We've covered a lot of things since you've been gone, Tank.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah.
Like what kind of things?
Lots of different kinds of things.
I like different kinds of things.
I bet. Never mind. Wolvo,
Yeah.
take over. I'll step right off in it if I keep talking.
I don't want to take over
the
with
highlight of the
Tank.
career was talking about the founder of
That's not my
Wonder Woman.
flavor, though.
Yeah.
Hashtag forever alone.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh man. Yeah, I just got back from Dadland, and I've got 600,362 children, as most people know.
So you've got 2 adolescents and 1 3-year-old.
No, I have a 4-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, an 11-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 19-year-old.
Good
My God,
gracious.
man, get off her.
I mean it. Just find a hobby.
I mean, well,
He did find a hobby. There's the
I,
Poor lady.
Tang, it's too late to tell you this now, but I feel at some point you needed to hear. Dude, the first time there was one baby, I said, okay. The second time there was two babies. I said, I can't do math, but I can follow the fuck out of a pattern, and I got the fucking surgery.
Well, I have 3 daughters and I have 3 stepsons. I've got a full Brady bunch.
Oh,
Jesus
wow.
Christ, man.
Yeah, I didn't have to work for half of
Oh,
them.
oh.
I
I
have to.
can't wait till they
You
get
didn't
20.
get to work for half of them.
I can't wait to see what happens when his daughters get 17, 18, 19, or 19, 20, and 21. He's
He
going to be
Mm.
white.
dies.
His hair is going to be so white.
He just dies. That's what happens.
Oh, my middle daughter, she's already got she's already got like the nose piercing and all that stuff, man. I'm just glad
Oh,
that she's not a one of them weirdos.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So golf
Yeah.
is
My
just fine.
lips pierced.
Yeah, she thought I was gonna freak out, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's a smart piercing because she got the septum piercing." I was like, "That's actually a smart piercing because if you ever, you know, decide that you don't like it, there's no visual scarring."
When you rip it out.
Unlike her aunt, my sister, who's got like she's got to keep piercings in because her face is full of holes.
Yeah, Frog, I thought the same thing. Competing with hockey.
No, I gave up playing. I haven't played hockey in a long time.
No, hockey is an Australian fellow with many children.
Oh, I thought it
There's
was a
Yes.
nothing
sport.
wrong with weirdos, Cherry. We're all weird. We're just good kind of weird. We may be pierced and our hair may be different colors, but we're cool.
I'm not weird. I'm compulsive, neurotic,
I am
antisocial,
neither
but
pierced
basically
nor
happy
have
down
my
the
hair
damn ball
different
heart.
colors. That's weird.
You're the weird one.
I am the one who judges here, woman.
Okay. Seems I've relinquished just a little bit too much power.
I judge often. I judge harshly. That's what I do.
Well,
Oh,
in this house, in our house, we celebrate weird.
yeah,
Uh,
that's
yeah,
us.
we celebrate nonconformity and and being a team player. It's like you don't have to conform to be a team player.
Mm-mm. I mean, my kid's dad, he was a tattoo artist.
Well, there you
So
go.
I have those, and then my lips
Tattoo artists
pierced.
don't work in exactly teams, really.
Well,
It's
that's like the one thing you'd
It's not
never
a
say
team
to a drill
sport.
sergeant when he goes, "There's no I in team," and you shoot your mouth off, going, "No, but there's an M and an E."
it's true. Well, there is an I in team. It's in the a hole. Because if you actually look at it in all cap, oh my god.
That kind of depends on the font, though. I mean, shit.
What?
Yeah, it's a Times New Roman joke.
Yeah, yeah. Jokes you don't want to tell to printers or people who have worked in small press publishing a lot.
Right.
Except for, oh god, just shut him up.
Well, then there's the serif and
Yeah, yeah. This is gonna work for shit with the sans serif font.
Oh, hey, Tank.
yes, sir.
I had to explain to a guy at work how big
Huh?
the firing cannon an A10 has.
Oh, dude, that thing is the plane is built around it. That's how big.
No, you know what I told him?
Huh?
I told him, "Have you have a this?" And he actually has this. I said, "You have an '86 Cadillac DeVille, right?" He goes, "Yeah." And I said the barrel would be 6 inches in front of your car, and the magazine that held the rounds would be 6 inches behind your car.
hmm
He's like, no. I was like, oh yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
Now that
gosh, Johnny Cage. Hi.
yay, Johnny Cage.
Oh, I
Hello.
see. Hello.
Hello, hello.
There he is. How are you? Uh-huh.
Excellent. Excellent. Good to hear.
Carry on.
Mhm. I too am exactly.
I'm taking you guys back outside.
Not behind the woodshed. No.
Out behind the woodshed. It's time for
Not
our
not
learning.
not with
Oh,
my friend
y'all's going
around.
behind the woodshed.
No.
What do you mean? Of course, it's always worth going around. You have to broaden the horizons.
No, you
Got to
don't
That's
increase
right.
the
understand.
flexibility.
I'll go around, but I will not reach around.
Oh,
Ramon,
that's
Ramon.
that's discourteous.
No,
It is, but I'm
no,
honest about it.
no. My uncle was learning how to drive the family car, and you had the house and you had the outhouse chicken coop over here, and you drive a Circle 8. And he, let's just say, took out the secondary building with the car
Oh
completely,
goodness.
with chickens,
Oh God,
eggs, and
no.
everything.
Oh my.
Yeah, there was a lot of hen work going on.
Mm,
But no, yeah, he actually did.
What a bump.
I'll do a reach around. Oh
that's
boy,
that
no
that joke
comment.
was kind of a reach, though.
Mm.
It could have gone scrambled.
Da 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 da.
How you doing, Romer?
I'm doing whew, perverted as usual. I mean, I don't have nothing on Wolverine because I'm not. I'm still not up to his level of exposing myself.
Hey,
But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's a work in progress.
reach for the
Squad goals.
sky, baby.
Well, I have to practice a little more before my thing can reach the sky. So I'll let you know
Hey,
once I get to like the troposphere.
it's more or less distance for different people. It's fine.
Well, it's not just so much distance, but it's also,
Yeah,
a
it's
bit
also
of
girth.
force
It's
as
fine.
well.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
like
that
force
too.
times distance, so you got to do a little bit of work. Oh God, I'm such a punny piece of shit.
I love you, Romer. How was your holiday?
It's all right. I was going to go. What was I gonna do? No. I wasn't gonna do that. I was gonna watch The Matrix Resurrections, but then after hearing like all the reports that everyone turns gay at the end of the movie,
Fittingly enough, you
Don't
dodged a
do
bullet.
it. Yeah.
yeah, I know.
But
Ah,
I heard it
ah.
wasn't just a bullet, but it was. Oh my God. Oh
The
my
worst thing
God.
about the
It
movie was
states
it
that if
was
you have it for
fucking
5 hours,
boring.
please see a medical
Yeah,
emergency.
yeah. Tug explained it perfectly. Like it was just like boredom,
Yeah.
boredom, and they just rehashed everything from the first movie, which people claim that it was a good thing. Hey, I watched Revolutions when they pretty much copied the
Yeah.
lobby scene. Yeah, that proves it's well why rehashing stuff doesn't work unless you have something new to offer.
I stumbled across what I feel is the best description of how bad it is without giving away any spoilers, which
Oh, I don't
was
mind.
2 and 3 were a letdown from 1. 4
Yeah.
is a letdown from 3.
Oh
Ooh.
fuck.
Oh
wow.
goodness.
That's
Like
That's
bad.
A
That
big
It's
is.
Yeah,
one.
fighting
that just
words.
that clinches it. I'm not gonna pay to watch it for sure.
Oh, I did not fucking pay to watch it.
No, it's already
Even
on.
if they
It's
offered it
already
to
on
me for
HBO
free, I
Max
still wouldn't
or
watch it.
Amazon or whatever it is.
Like much like the last Bill and Ted, had to see it. Knew it.
Yeah,
Knew it was gonna hurt. Had to see it.
yeah, yeah. It's kind of how I feel.
Yeah.
I don't want them to. Well, they already did. I can't say I don't want them to ruin it because they already did
Mm, mm.
without even seeing it.
It's Hollywood. I mean, let's
I mean, the
face it.
deal breaker for me was when they compared it to The Last Jedi. I was like, yep, I'm done. I'm 100% done.
Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, I don't
Yeah.
want to see it. Nope, I don't want to see it. Not even close.
Feces, you say?
Yeah. At least Sonic 2 is promising.
I just saw the Sonic movie for the first time. That was enjoyable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they did it for the fans. That's why they got. so
Yeah,
much
they
heat over
actually
it.
did it for the fans. The director actually had the time to say, we hear there's a lot of backlash going on. How would you feel if we reanimated the character? I'm like, hey, why not? Let's do it. And look what happened.
And it made
Now,
all
what
that
would
money.
really piss me off is that if they brought back the old animation into the Sonic 2 movie, and then just like as a way of saying "fuck you," like thanks for the money, you assholes.
Well, no, I mean, if you watch the preview, you get to see Tails, you get to see Knuckles, and you get to see Sonic.
Yeah, I saw the promo shot for Knuckles, and I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
buddy."
I was like, oh yeah. And then Tails is actually in his plane.
Yeah,
Oh, I love
Tails
it.
is in his plane. Like I'm already getting vibes to like the Wing Fortress zone in Sonic 2. Like that's how intense it is.
Yeah, so this should be good.
No, like I'm expecting like that Knuckles is gonna steal the show because freaking
Well,
Idris
it's supposed to be the
Elba.
bad guy, so the bad guy
Yeah.
always steal the show. That's what makes the show.
Well, no, he's not. He's a rival. I mean, like, yeah, right now he's depicted as the bad guy, but we still
But
don't know how the rest of the movie will go.
in classic anime fashion, he starts off as the bad guy, but he's the bad guy who's actually a good guy.
That ends up teaming up with the good guy to beat the real bad guy.
Exactly. Some Kenshin level stuff right there.
It's just like Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Rurouni Kenshin, you heard about the new series?
I have heard about it. I have not seen any of the promo material for it.
I've seen some of the promo material. It looks promising.
Does it? Okay, because I'm always apprehensive about stuff coming out these days. They've got me to the point where I'm just like, I don't know, I don't care, just go away.
Apprehensive of stuff coming out. Sorry, my perverted senses are tingling. So,
Well,
and
yeah.
of course, whatever I'm feeling, Cherry's feeling 100 times more.
There you go.
And we're back.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Indeed.
back.
Not me. I mean, we've come full circle.
We've come full circle. Oh, good. Fanta, you're not helping.
I didn't even really mean it like that, but hey, whatever.
Cement, you haven't watched any of the Matrix films? You gotta watch them, man. You gotta watch
You got to watch the first one.
First
And
one
that's
is
good
really,
enough.
really just
the first
stupidly
one.
good.
Well, the first one is like will be a classic for anyone who's politically incorrect because of the red pill, which I find laughable that the creators of the Matrix Resurrections are trying to steal back the red pill because it's being used by the alt-right. I'm like, come on.
Honestly, watch the whole fucking movie. Read the quotes. I didn't see anything in that movie that was even an attempt to do that. I think these people are just too fucking high.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, if you're
Don't be insulting the high people because high people actually have a sense of clarity, whereas these people are too narrow-minded to have clarity.
that entirely depends
Point.
on what drugs you're doing.
Well, if you're high, then yeah. If we're talking about marijuana, then that
No.
they have a clear.
I'm high.
Yeah.
These people are doing Hollywood drugs and they're too high.
Them Hollyweird drugs.
On marijuana, there is no too high. You go to sleep. It's fine.
Get the munchies and you pass.
Hollywood
Yeah, I
drugs,
know.
you like your testicles explode and your head pops off and shit.
And you're like, damn, I got to get that for the next party.
Right?
Or you make the Matrix 4.
Yeah, but then it doesn't really become a party.
After
It just
spending all your
becomes,
Matrix money turning yourself into one of the ugliest bitches on the face of the earth. But a decent party clown.
No, my cousins.
Have
Yeah,
you
my
seen
cousins. No, when you bring up like Hollywood parties, my cousins actually went to like a few holiday parties which were hosted by Jay-Z and Justin Bieber. Like they've seen Justin Bieber like high. It's like he was a zombie. Like he had no life. He was like, it was like he was looking at paint drying on a wall, just like how Oscar Wilde died. That's how bad it was.
Of
Just need to
everything
stroke
we've
the fuzzy
talked about,
wall.
I never thought Justin Bieber would come across this stream. Wow.
Oh
I
yeah,
guess-
yeah. Now I'm hearing news. Like now I'm hearing news. Like there's a new logo that he came up with, like some like logo of his new album. Apparently, it has the logo for, what do you call it? The one that's in a triangle loop. You know how you have the Archimedean spiral? This one's like the triangle spiral. Okay, now I'm going into like conspiracy mode here, but it pretty much looks like that. It's like, what's it called? The Prince's Palace. The Prince's Palace.
Okay.
Yeah. And like this, it's like giving off extremely creepy vibes that I'm pretty sure that he was, what's the word? Like, what can I say to make sure that this stream doesn't get taken down?
You mean
antisocial, paranoid, basically
sausage in the cornhole. I'll just say sausage in the cornhole.
A pooter in the cooter.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
That works too.
So he's getting his,
Today's ass fucking.
biscuits buttered.
I was waiting for that.
He
Or marinating
was
the nether rod in the squish mitten in the worst possible way.
Alrighty then. So Sonic 2, huh?
Grease in the rusty hole. Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Oh.
There I was.
Never thought. TJ, oh god, yeah, she's making it worse. Never thought she would come across. Oh god, stop it, TJ. Stop encouraging us.
I always give odds on whether I'm going to come across.
There she was.
No, that's important. You always got to give a warning because they don't know what to expect, whether it's too much or too little.
Leaning against the first wheel.
I don't think that's the decision that they can make.
Well, I think it's a decision. I think it's a decision that they don't need to make if the mood is right.
If the mood is not right, then this is not a discussion that we need to have had in the first place. If the mood is not right, I'm not coming on anybody.
Yeah, the problem is some of them could fake the mood. They could pull a turd and then we're screwed.
Do they know what that means? Do y'all know what that means?
Visual on that one.
You know the story? Well, it's not a story, it's a fact. To me, anyway. Amber Heard shit in Johnny's bed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was pretty much pulling a double entendre with the pulling a turd.
Yeah.
The story of the two most effed up people on God's green earth.
Now.
Well,
Yes,
fans
they
that
are
listen, you got to
drug
give
use.
credit where credit is due. I mean, the amount of drugs, like Johnny Depp pretty much introduced adrenochrome with Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So he's on a different level of effed up. Not as bad as the turd, but still pretty effed up.
Johnny's not a crazy ass psychopath bitch that shits in people's bed and chops people's fingers off.
True, but
Okay.
he has done his fair share of drugs. Like it has been proven that the adrenaline. It has been proven that the stuff he takes. Yeah, he has admitted it. That's the difference.
She won't admit it though. But it never turned him into somebody that did all those things. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the nature of people like the turd. The turd
Yeah.
will just deny it while secretly doing that stuff, just like all crazy people. Whereas the honest people, they admit to doing it, like me. I admit to being a pervert, and then I just let loose.
Hoist the freak flag! Let it fly!
Yeah.
No,
Wait, hey Tank, what are you drawing? Like when I saw like the hairstyle of what you were drawing, kind of looked like a. Wait, you watch Full Metal Alchemist, do you?
I have seen it.
Okay, yeah, because like when I first looked at the hairstyle, I thought you were maybe drawing like an older version of Edward Elric, but then I saw the cleavage and I was like, oh crap.
Who says it's not older Edward Elric?
Okay,
He's discovered himself along the way.
This is
Herself.
the internet, baby.
Yeah, he decided
That's how this
to
happens.
alchemize his cleavage.
He just said, clap! Clap on. Then he looked down in his drawers and said, clap off.
Oh god.
Ta-da!
Ta-dow indeed.
Actually,
The strap on really exposes more as well.
Hey, Tank, you looking at your screen?
yes, sir, I am.
Good. I'll see yours with these.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, Sword Maiden. Oh my.
That's some tasty right there.
Yes. And would you like to guess who did it?
Who?
I wish
come
I
on.
could say I did it, but damn, that's
No.
a damn big sword.
No, this is the
Not
artwork
big
of
sword.
the great Jim Ballant.
Ooh,
So yeah, this is one of the things I got for Christmas.
nice.
So yeah.
Nice. That is beautiful.
So yeah, that's one of the things I got for Christmas, along with a bunch of Lady Death and J. Scott Kimball artwork too. So
Yeah. We got a few Comicsgate books a little bit early, a few early Christmas presents.
oh, what'd you get?
Yeah, I'll show you right now.
Well, I got the Nightmare Before Christmas cookbook. Shut up. I love it. And it comes with an apron, so
Well, you can't go wrong there.
you okay there, Wolf?
Yep, there we go. Perfect. All right, here we
That
are.
looks like a folded sheet with a lot of wrinkles.
Got this one.
Oh, nice.
Children Genesis.
Very nice.
Ooh.
Very nice.
That's one. Then got a few other ones as well. Come on. There we are. Oh yeah, we got a few. I got a few black and white drawings from the Children of Genesis.
Oh, those are nice.
Santo 21.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. That is
Very nice.
beautiful.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Yes, very nice.
And I love the shadowing he did here. Look at that. Like so detailed, so like 3D. It's beautiful. That's one. Got another copy. Two, three. Oh, and then here's another one right there. Look at that.
Gorgeous.
Amazing.
Those are beautiful.
Then what else? That's that. Okay, that's copies there. And then I got a few other things as well. Come on, stupid tape. Oh, here we are. Cobalt.
Yeah,
have that
buddy.
I have that one.
I love this one. The only thing I don't like about Cobalt is for a cyberpunk genre, it feels a bit too flashy. Like a bit
Yeah,
too like light.
that
I was expecting it to be like a little bit more darker themed, but I mean everything else that's written here, especially with the with
The
the
punk.
drawings. Like everything else is like just perfect. Yeah, loving this stuff. Loving the just looking at him like with the mask. Like I'm getting like Sub-Zero vibes. So cool.
Yeah. Well, it's a good book. I've got it.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
Right down here. Let's see what I got. Oh, I also have this.
Hot damn. Ooh, Jim Lee. Oh damn. Love Jim. God, Jim Lee is a god.
Thank you. I also have this.
I saw what you did there. That was pretty sneaky.
Mhm.
Have you seen this one, Tank?
Oh, hold on one second. Let me. Holy cow! Look at that.
Damn. I'm getting
that's
Berserk.
gorgeous.
I'm getting Berserk vibes from looking at
This
that.
is the artwork of Frank Vazetta,
Yeah, buddy.
the big book. And of course, the book that one of my artworks in.
Nice.
So if you have this, yep, I'm in it. So
Not yet.
So in other words, that is hint hint. Go hit him up at the con, yo.
and I got this.
Also got one of these from the Children on Genesis, different cover. Book
Penta,
one.
say goodnight, Mandy.
Look at that mouth. That is one big mouth. Look at those teeth too. Like all mutant like. Bit Cthulian. It's freaky.
Penta,
Yeah.
say goodbye to Mandy. Watch your chat.
I was looking at the pictures or the books.
Another one that's really good. You guys seen this one?
Oh yeah.
Bye,
Ooh.
Mandy.
What is that? Arakia.
Yeah. Indiegogo. And one of my all-time favorites.
Lord of the Rings. Oh my god.
Yeah, buddy.
Alan Lee. Damn.
And then to top it all off, you're really gonna love this one.
What is?
Oh, gorgeous.
That? Oh, that is amazing. That is amazing.
And that is limited to 1,000 copies only.
Oh, damn.
And it is.
Boy.
And it's his artwork.
Bet another pervert's got the other 999 copies for research purposes. Bastard.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Yeah, he's got to do different shadings. He's got to do it light. He's got to do it dark. He's got to do it in the middle. Oh man, so many ways of performing. Oh yeah, you want more? I know.
Yeah,
you want
yeah.
more. Okay, now I'm just thinking. Yeah, light, dark, brown, tan, green. Of course, we got to make it look alien-like. One's got to be like a Klingon, a Vulcan. Oh boy, keep them coming. I know, keep them coming. Let's see. You're gonna have to help me out here, Wolverine. You know more about this stuff.
About what?
You're just brushing up against dozens of fucking like really off-color shit, and then just like bouncing right off.
Well, yeah, I have to. I mean, I can't be focused at once all the time. I gotta like bounce off different things as well. You know, I have to be adventurous.
Yeah. Try receiving every once in a while. Catching, it's fine.
Oh, receiving is fine.
For you, not for
when,
me, but
Well, yeah, twice. I got to do like I'm still young and virile for the time being. Let's see.
Yeah.
Twice. I got to go like at twice the rate, 3 times the rate. Oh my god! Wow.
Sounds like a lot of work.
2 times later.
Yeah, it's just part of his mind, the games.
Yeah, Fanta, you looked at the private chat, right?
No.
I don't know if she can look at
TJ's
the
in the
private
left.
chat. Can you even get to the private chat on your phone?
And on mine.
I'm sure I probably could.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello, TJ.
Hey, TJ.
Just thought I'd even
Have you
things up
come?
a bit
Have
for
you
you,
come
dear.
to offer your cynical views?
Oh, seriously.
TJ's
I'm just
awesome.
looking at my comic's bigger than your comic. My writing's bigger than your comic. My car's bigger than your comic. My dick's bigger than your dick. Well, guess what? My dick's bigger than yours.
You know, you could have just said that your motorcycle, the way it hums, is louder than ours. So that would have been more than enough.
Yes, there's a hell of a lot more power going where it should be going.
Oh yeah, good old horsepower. That's why you whinny like one with the way that it hums. Oh, God.
Oh, there's no humming. It's pure vibration.
But it's a very loud vibration, so it sounds like a horse's neigh. The more it vibrates, it
Oh, no,
transmits
no.
into acoustics in the air.
It's a beast. It's not a horse. It's a beast.
You know they make
A
pills
horse
for
can
that.
be a beast.
Pardon, Jaylee? What were you saying, Jaylee?
I said, you know they make pills for that.
They make pills
What's
for
that?
everything.
Mm-hmm.
They make pills for vibrating. Well,
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, TJ.
so what
Hello,
kind of
Fanta.
so I'm gonna need some information, more information on those pills, Jaylee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got to experiment, like Wolverine says. I have to broaden my horizons. I gotta experiment to see where these vibrations will last, whether it'll be a, higher frequency, bigger amplitude, the works.
How many gerbils to jam in? It's fine. I mean, these are questions you have to answer for yourself.
Well, yeah, you got it. Well, I mean, like the only way to answer is to experiment properly, and then once you experiment, then you get the results that you want, or don't
This
want,
is
or want
this
more of.
is that's why I
Is it a
love
clear
Wolvo.
tube or a zinc tube? Is it white plastic, grey plastic, clear tube? No,
He doesn't know yet.
he doesn't.
Gotta find out. Inquiring
even
minds
Well,
know.
gotta know.
I'm a scientist.
These
Scientists don't know. That's why it's called experimenting. I mean, yeah, you can come up with, yes, you can come with a hypothesis, and then you come with a conclusion. And then
Involving
and then of
hamsters
course
and a sheep.
there's a method of coming as well.
Well, first you gotta relax.
Don't do it.
Oh yeah, of course. No, you have to
Don't
relax.
do
Like
it.
in the
Don't
beginning,
do
When you want
yeah,
to
first
suck
you
it to it,
relax and then you perform. Yeah.
relax. Don't do it. When you want to come.
Of course.
There's definitely a song there.
Yes.
I think
You
so.
can-
That's
You
the
could come-
point.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I think
mean,
it does sound
that's-
like a very catchy song.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It is.
You could
It's
put it to
extremely
music,
catchy.
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah, like-
yeah.
You know, like some good
Like-
ballroom jazz.
I
No,
think
laser beams.
If that's your
Laser
speed.
beams would work too during this experimentation. Laser beams. Yeah.
Well, you gotta have lasers. That
Do
just
it.
reinforces
Yes.
that you're doing science.
Yes.
I mean, if you don't have lasers, are you really doing science?
And free arcing electricity. You can't do science without free arcing electricity.
Tesla coils. Tesla coils. We need Tesla coils to
Violet
electrify the
wands,
performance.
whatever your speed.
Yeah.
Well,
Jacob's
it's not just about
Jacob's ladder
speed,
or
it's
two.
frequency. Well, it's
Yeah,
not just
I mean,
about it's frequency, alternating
amplitude,
current
yeah.
to see whether I can like go in one direction, then another direction. Maybe like do 4 at once. Of course, you
If
got
you
to
invite
start
the
with
right people over, you can go both directions.
Doesn't have to be both. I mean, it could be a 4-way. I mean, like it's not just like through one circuit. Like you have multiple other circuits in different parts.
Yeah, but you're new. You're going to be a high resistor.
Okay, only in the beginning, but with time, the resistance
sure
will
you still want
decrease,
to listen, Marco?
and the current will increase.
Yeah, yeah. But then you're going to get electron drift between different circuits, and you got a problem.
Of course. No, always start serial, and then you can go parallel.
Yeah, and remember, when you're using high amplitude, then make sure you got insulation.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Definitely
insulation is
insulation.
very important. The
Yeah, you gotta
insulation is
insulate it.
actually
Oh,
what
definitely.
helps with the good current, so that way you're
Mhm.
able to have better stamina and better performance.
Why am
Yeah.
I envisioning little puffs of burning fur everywhere?
And
Because that's where your mind went.
I'm thinking gerbils and tubes and frequency laser beam.
and furries and
Oh
furries.
my!
You
It's okay,
obviously
Fanta,
haven't
you can
seen the
say
film
it.
that me and Wolverine have seen.
I guess not.
Which one?
All he knows what
Johnny
to
Cage, we're
say.
talking about science here. We're talking me and Wolverine. We're collaborating on science, hypotheses, methods of performing, and
Mhm.
coming at the right conclusion.
Johnny Cage, run!
Quote the walrus, call the police.
Actually, all I'm doing is just ticking off just how much punishment Sherry deserves for leaving me to this fucking conversation. It's
Well,
building up.
she always comes back when you least expect it.
She'll come when I fucking well tell her to, but that's not the point.
Ooh!
Wait, but how? But
That's fighting talk, that is, mates.
Whoa.
That's quite a kink.
I mean, it's straight enough to get the job done.
the question is, how long will she be able to handle it?
Oh, you don't
About
know
half.
Terry do very well, do you?
Oh god.
Half of what? Though?
Jay, there's always another hole to dig. You can always go deeper.
Well, it's not just about like going deeper. It's from what angle are you able to go deeper in?
All of them.
Right, but
Are you
there's always
singing
like that
songs with your
one
fingers
angle.
in your ears?
No, Johnny Cage said this got really pretty aggressive real fast.
There's a hashtag
No,
in
it's
there
not
somewhere,
aggressive.
Wilmer. No, I know.
It's
There's always a
it's not
hashtag.
No, it's not even vaguely aggressive.
Hashtag
No,
him.
we're just getting started. Like it's like Wolverine said, there's going to be resistance at first, but then the tension will ease up.
Mhm.
There'll be the circuit will be more open, and then you'll be able to deliver a higher current.
Electrostatic
Potential
electricity will be
energy.
achieved.
Yes.
Mm.
And then yes, but it will take time to do that. In the beginning.
And pressure. Lots of pressure.
Oh no, lots of pressure. No.
Yeah.
Frequency of pressure matters as well. You can't just go all out at once.
I mean, you can. It really depends on.
Will it work though? Is what matters.
Mileage will vary. Some models can't handle it. Some can. It depends on manufacturer, really.
It does.
And whether they develop well along the way. The development always has to be steady.
Mileage.
Mm.
Mileage in build is always a good thing.
Yeah. Base materials, How is it?
Oh no, the material definitely matters. It can't be it can't be cheap material. It has to
good
be very
stock goes farther than bad stock.
Yeah, good stock definitely goes further than bad stock.
Yeah.
Good solid.
Definitely don't want
build.
definitely don't want to have definitely don't want plastic involved or anything cheap. It's got to be like a very much stronger material, something that doesn't tear apart.
Are you wanting
easily.
to use glass?
Depends on where you're using it.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's always the danger of shattering. You want to minimize the damage.
True.
They're always
cleanup is big.
cost. there always comes a cost. So
Well, cost is negotiable depending on where you're buying.
But then there's some people who at first will not be willing to negotiate. So again, that goes back to the whole pressure. Sometimes you have to be a little bit forceful, and then they start to open up.
And then they start to knock you back even more.
I love this show.
I'm so glad.
Did you say that through gritted teeth by any chance?
No,
I
no,
hope
that was 100% genuine. You know, people say there's two sides to the brain, the left and the right. I go, no, there's three sides: the left, right, and wrong. Mine is just all wrong. It's all wrong. Because there I was.
I think the moment the brain becomes wrong, the left and right just meld into the wrong, and then you just get more of a performance.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was
The
like
act is
last
one.
weekend. I mean, there I was just boffing away on this guy, right? And the dude reaches around, starts tickling the wedding tackle. And it dawns on me, this guy's gay.
Are you sure you were in the right bar?
What
Maybe that
tackle?
maybe that would be, I think that's a compliment, because sometimes gay men can perform better than certain types of women.
Well, yeah.
Certainly at anal, yeah.
Not just anal, but I think they surprisingly they can also exceed in blowjobs as well.
True story. All right, so this guy, Norman Lear, the guy who basically created the 1970s through early 80s of television, the guy who managed his estate. I used to do clean the air ducts at Norman Lear's compound mansion palace. And the guy who was his estate manager actually gave classes to men and women, anybody who want to learn how to do better oral science.
Thank you. Oral science.
Science is always good.
Science is good. We like science, especially with lasers.
Okay, so he helped conduct more scientific experiments with these men and women. Go on.
Yeah, apparently he was really good. I heard rave reviews about his class. I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting anecdote.
Well, I mean, they always say that behind every great success story, there's always a dark side. So I'm glad that we knew the dark side from the creator of All in the Family.
Did this person do practical?
Doesn't really have to do directly with Norman Lear himself. Just his estate manager was a very free-spirited individual. I really got along with him quite well.
Did he do practicals, or was it just all theory?
No, it was practicals in the class. And he was always looking for more volunteers. I'm like, wait, so you basically got to get edged for 2 hours? Oh no, not that.
Yeah, TJ, theory is a waste of time if you don't go into practical.
Yeah, and thinking about it all the time is a bit of a waste of time as well. You do need to get some practical experience.
Well, the problem is that most people only have themselves to use this practical experience on, whereas they need to go out in the world and use that practical on other people.
If you joined classes,
past a certain point without field work.
Yeah, you do need field work.
And then the theory itself breaks down without. And then the theory itself breaks down, and then it becomes nothing more than a thing of the past.
Romer, do you have health insurance?
Only in Canada.
So no.
Yeah, life's too short. Life's too short for insurance.
It is at the speed. Fucking. Jesus Christ.
Well, health insurance, that is, anyways.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you definitely got to have race car insurance. You never know.
Oh yeah, well yeah, but when am I going to be driving a race car? That's the thing. I mean, unless I'm in Monaco.
Igloo insurance. That's what that is necessary though.
Oh,
Oh
for
yeah,
sure.
oh definitely.
Hmm.
At least until the global warming guys can deal with those pesky polar bears.
You know.
Yeah, and those poor icebergs too.
Ugh, they
Those
disgust
poor
me.
melting icebergs.
Filthy degenerate icebergs and their lacks of science.
It's all theory. No field work.
Don't forget. Yeah, no field work, just a lot of bragging. That's what people do. They just brag about stuff that's never happened, and then
Right.
people fall for it. So
Like
that goes back to
icebergs.
Wolverine's point. You have to do the proper field work. Problem is, some people like to do shortcuts, and then you just don't get the same kind of satisfaction as when
Alters
you
your
do it the
results,
long
man.
way.
Do gerbils have insurance?
Depends on your state.
Oh,
For you, it shouldn't be a problem then, Fanta.
what?
Well, in the state that you're in, it shouldn't be a problem with gerbil insurance.
What are you trying to say, Romer? Because I'm
I don't
in
know.
Alabama?
Are you? I don't know.
I'm interested to see how he handles this.
Uh-huh.
So am I.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it is a sweet home, so I mean, a lot of potential for handling things.
That was weak. Kick him.
It was a good try.
No, it wasn't.
Hey, I didn't say I was finished. I was just building up. It's like you said, I got to take it slowly.
If your build up isn't good enough, you don't get to finish.
Thank you, Wolvo.
Yeah, you got to
First
learn
you
to
end up
walk
finishing
before you can
alone.
walk. I'm not going to ask Romer how he knows all that for a fact. That's okay, Cement. I have my. I just know what I know.
Well, that was way earlier when you were talking about
Some shit.
certain men and how they know how to do things better than
Oh, yeah.
women, and so that's what he was saying.
Let's just say that I have friends and I've never done it myself.
Thanks for clearing that up.
In real life friends, yes. Believe it or not, in real life friends. That it suggested to me that I practiced certain things unto myself, but I never took anyone up on their suggestions.
Still getting deeper.
Skittles.
Okay, yes, okay, yeah.
Skittles. Yeah, Skittles.
Skittles.
I forgot my own safe word. Skittles.
Oh, you don't want to you don't want to taste the rainbow?
So
Skittles is my. Go ahead, TJ.
So back to Patterson.
What?
Back to Patterson. Batman.
Robert Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Robert
Him.
Pattinson. The new
What?
Batman.
The late.
Oh yeah,
newest Batman.
Robert Pattinson. Just call him Edward.
Yeah.
Sparkly
Yeah.
Batman.
No, sorry. But I'm only bringing it back to that because I've been wandering around where they filmed it, and I live in that city, and I've noticed there's rather a lot they built up around it. I know it's a movie, and they do stage scenes and things, but they've made the scenes look different. But if you know where the film's made, you can see. It's like the top of the tower. That is actually an iconic building in Liverpool. It's called the Liver Building. And it's actually got the largest clock face in the UK. It's bigger than Big Ben.
Oh wow, yeah, I was gonna
Which
say,
I didn't know.
That's actually really big.
Kind of just I was hoping that like the Batman they would make for this one with Robert Pattinson would be like Terry from Batman Beyond. That would have been a nice way of continuing it. But considering how fucked up Warner Brothers is, thank God it didn't happen.
Well, don't expect Warner Brothers to be doing anything that's anything remotely viable to comic books.
Well, that's why Christopher Nolan left the company. If Christopher Nolan leaves, you know your company's in shit.
Yeah, for real.
Well, I mean,
Unless,
it's
of course,
just
he makes
Warner
his own
Brothers.
company and then decides to make he decides to continue doing a new Batman trilogy with Nightwing, which is never gonna happen. I know.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Because here's the deal: Warner Brothers owns DC Comics.
Yep.
And now that Warner Brothers is no longer owned by AT&T, they're owned by Discovery, which is a European company.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and they've already the president of Discovery's main focus right now is squarely set on one news organization that he's not very happy with. And
Panther, how many people can you have on panel?
10, right?
6. I didn't
it's just
do it
6?
through the other.
Yeah.
I did it just through mine. I forgot.
Okay, I'll
Why?
jump out because
Jet's mom is back in the back. Yeah.
Are you leaving, TJ?
I'll
Or
jump
just
out.
going to be in chat?
I'll be in chat, but I'll
Okay.
pop out and let Jet Mom in. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
See you there.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
But yeah, when Discovery bought everything, this is why you noticed how much DC's ramped up their books and how they're doing those wild stories. They're trying to get them out before the president of the Discovery comes in and just cleans house. Because what I understand is the president of Discovery is very conservative. And he's already made statements that he's going to clean house in CNN also.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the president of Discovery owns Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers owns DC Comics, and which also includes CNN.
I didn't know they made shovels that big.
And the president of Discovery
that may explain why Fredo was fired.
Yeah, he's going to come in and supposedly clean house. And everybody,
that should be nice.
Because they're located in Europe, Hollywood is like, we don't care. Discovery is that toward Hollywood. And he's more concerned about making money than...
I flexed and my sleeves came off.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm buff.
How you doing, Jet's mom?
Merry Christmas, baby.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, mommy.
Hi.
Oh goodness.
Hello.
Make sure not to flex too much. I mean, you don't want to be too open unless you're comfortable with it.
I mean, like,
I am.
I know you are. I will kind of high five you.
Oh, high five.
Yeah. Ish.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me fix that. Come on. Stop it. There. High five. Problem solved.
Well played. Well played.
Now. Merry Christmas.
Well, I am very hesitant to go up there, but I think
Yeah,
the guy
yeah.
above me would enjoy it too much, and so would Cherry.
Well,
And I think Fanta's gonna enjoy it too.
I was
famous
touching her boobs just
parts.
now. Fanta, those are your boobs I'm touching.
So it was good to see you. Good to talk
What?
to everybody. I have to leave. So I'm
Oh,
going to be leaving. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the morning for me. So
Yeah, it's
um,
6
Oh,
a.m.
good.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
yeah.
it's 5
Well,
here
it's
Tank,
11.
good
too.
talking to you
11,
as always.
Thank you
11
for
for
coming
me. So
on.
I
It's
got all
been
day.
You're
a
welcome.
treat to have you here. I've learned
You're
so
welcome.
much. Thank you for all your
This is
insight.
amazing.
You're
I've
welcome.
been listening.
So, y'all have a wonderful day, and maybe we'll do this again sometime.
Later,
Yeah,
man.
Catch you
All right,
later,
take
Oh,
man.
care.
without a doubt.
bye.
Make sure Lola comes on.
You know what I love is the history behind it. What you guys are talking about is like
Yeah.
there's you just don't understand that unless you hear it.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I find it kind of sad, like how they're pushing so many comics, but especially with Batman, like with the new Gotham High, which is a massive failure because and I think I sort of blame it all like when Arrow started becoming popular on the CW, because
Right?
then they just made it like really popular to like start pushing it to a female teen demographic, so that way women can
Mm,
understand what it's like for men to enjoy comics without really understanding why we enjoyed the comics in the first place.
mm.
I mean, Smallville was already touching down on it like halfway, like past like season 4.
Oh, for
And then of
real.
course when Rosenbaum left after season 7, it's like they just didn't give a shit anymore. We're just gonna go full on like just give it to the teenage girls, make them swoon over some
No,
unrealistic
it's not like that though.
silver bullshit.
That's not the demographic though. If you really think
I'm
about
just
it,
saying in
because
the beginning it wasn't, but then they just started amping it up.
It's not
Like
the
they
teenage
started.
girls that get hooked by those shows,
it's
though.
not the demographic because like I won't watch that shit. But my husband and my son will.
Mm.
Yeah, but
A lot of us
at
guys
least,
get, we'll take it to a certain, but eventually we'll jump off.
right, that's the
Like the
thing.
25 to 30-year-old leftist chicks, they'll hang on.
Boom.
But in a way, those 25 to 30-year-old leftist chicks are still going to be the same bitchy, spoiled 16-year-olds, which
Are
Well,
we
kind of
yeah,
talking
proves
about
my point.
until the
millennials?
day they fucking die.
We're
Yes.
saying
Well, yeah, I am a
millennials.
millennial. I am a millennial.
I know,
I'm 30,
baby.
so.
I know, baby. I know you are.
But you're not a
Oh, you
chick,
call me
Thank
so
you.
baby. Cuddle me. Cuddle me,
Would you
mommy.
like to be my new? This is my new baby.
Yes, I will be your baby Yoda. Actually, no,
oh,
no. Sorry, scratch that. Be your baby Yoda. I'll be.
I love my little Goguru. Love you.
Did you just kiss the bottom?
No, I kiss my baby. It's my baby.
Oh,
I'm gonna buy him a car seat tomorrow. I'll be that mom.
you're gonna spoil him.
He deserves it.
Hey,
Really beautiful.
spare the rod and you spoil the child.
Child's
Now,
older
now
than you are.
he's 55. I know. I know. I'm like you're just a baby, but you're 50. I know, but I love it. I love it. I love him. Yeah, but no, honestly, Arrow was stupid.
The first
Supergirl,
season was actually decent, but then afterwards it
Supergirl,
went to
stupid.
shit.
It just became like just nonstop drama.
It got there. Jesus Christ, it got there.
Well,
It was
that's
horrible.
that's what it was meant to be, a soap opera. Ugh.
Yeah.
I love this conversation.
And it should be a soap opera, from a certain point of view. Comics are a soap opera but they're not like all the weird schlocky romance drama bullshit
Okay, no
angle of
Susan
soap
Lucci,
opera.
like All My Children. I get you. But
Yeah, yeah,
like,
they're like they're like all of the weird complex interpersonal drama of like Days of Our Lives, but not like who exactly is Sammy fucking. drama of Days of Our Lives.
Thank you,
Yeah,
TJ.
the only
How many
difference
of the
is two of the
Corys are actually having incestuous relationships this week? No, it's not that one. Yeah, I watched Days of Our Lives.
I love you. I don't know who you are, but I like
oh
you a lot.
god. Oh
You're
god,
amazing.
if you think that's fucked up, in my teen years, I went through a phase of a soap opera phase where I watched Days of Our Lives, All My Children, General Hospital, Port Charles, Sunset Beach. What else did I watch? Oh yeah, Young and the Restless. You name them, I watched them as a teen. Yeah, I know.
I
High
tapped
five.
out at Days of Our Lives and what was it? Another World.
I've watched like I think it started just getting sappier, like, and then it just became the teenage bullshit drama around 2007, which is about
Yeah.
right.
Look,
2007 is when everything went to shit.
when Marlena was
Once Princess Diana died, we're done.
what?
Although Fanta, if you're going where I think you may be going, I too walked right the fuck away when Marlena was legit, no fucking around, possessed by Satan.
Exactly.
That was when I was done.
Yep.
Yeah, leave that for Passions, man. That's their bag. Especially with Magic Baby.
There's legit no ambiguity here. We can
Oh,
say
yes,
for 100%
Timmy.
certain she's
Good old
possessed by
Timmy.
Satan. Done.
At least when Passions did it, that had its that made it stand out as apart from a regular soap opera. When they actually had the relationship between Tabitha and Timmy, I was like, wow, this actually works.
Yeah, I got familiar with that one when a friend of mine deployed overseas, and he's like, "Hey man, would you go keep my wife company?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, dude." Oh no, sitting down, eating bonbons and watching Passions.
Oh my!
It's a hard knock life. I tell you that.
All
It
right.
is a hard. You know what? It is a hard knock life for us.
Holy shit! And I thought I was the only one with the hard knock life who ended up being red pilled. Imagine that.
I'm a libertarian.
I'm my own
what
brand of
color
crazy.
you are or what you do. I just want my fiscal conservatism. And I'm very socially liberal. Yes, go Gru. He said yes.
I will say to a degree when it comes to like the Arrow stuff and like all the current stuff, the women are slightly more attractive than the soap operas. Key term being slightly. And the bust size is still a little better, but of course anyone who's watched soap operas over a long time know what they do with the women. They slim them down, they look like skeletons, and then it's like, what the fuck? With the very small exceptions. Very small.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's ironic how like my first exposure to a soap opera when I was 4. I later ended up finding out that it was from All My Children, and that involved a racy seduction scene.
What?
So, yeah,
A what?
I was 4 years old and I was exposed to a racy seduction scene.
Do you remember when the girl got put in the well, and then she came out and she was like a cousin or like a sister? I was weird. And then like Kelly from like Regis and Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly Ripa, yeah.
I love her.
Yeah,
love her.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that.
Love
yeah,
her.
and then
she had black hair, and she was like, and her name was Janet, and she was in well. My little sister named her baby doll after the girl in the well.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I don't remember the well. I don't remember
it was
the
a well.
well.
Like they felt like they like threw somebody in a well.
Yeah, I remember the well. Vaguely, I do remember like she was stuck there for a period of time.
Yeah,
but there was another person who was stuck in a sewer hole in One Life to Live. Who was it? Oh yeah, it was Natalie.
That was
Natalie.
good too. That was good too.
Yeah, because at the time she was already being like, what was it? Oh yeah, John McClane was in the relation. Not John McBain. Sorry,
No, I really think I'm like literally like I have a close-on crush on you.
Yeah, I have that effect on women. Like people, they just like, no matter how perverted I get, they just keep coming to me. It's so weird.
Like I wear clothing and the sleeves fall off.
It's
I
practical.
think a
science.
lot more is about to fall off if we keep this going, so I better stop.
Oh no, God, no. You know, no one wants to see this. I'm old.
You're only as old as you feel.
Shut up.
Oh,
You are not
man.
old.
Now I'm venerable.
I'm just Sandra D. Watch it. Hey, I'm
You're
Doris
center
Day.
D. Oh my.
I was not brought
So
up.
you're so your D's
Tell me
want
about
the
it,
D. then.
stud.
Won't come
Yeah.
across. My cousin.
Oh, it'll come across. It'll come across. You just gotta give
Now.
it some time.
Now.
So what you doing up there, Wolvo?
Woo woo. No, are we drawing right now?
Fanta,
Yeah.
you're looking at him right now and you're asking him what he's doing. That's a pretty redundant
What?
question.
Oh, does that say hen?
Is Hen here?
Is Hen here? Let's take a
Oh,
look.
his beer thing.
Oh yeah, your avatar, Romer. Your
Oh yeah,
picture.
my beer. Yeah, I put this up like as a joke, like to
I
make
love
fun of
her.
Hen. Yeah,
I miss you
I
guys.
gotta change it. Old speckled hen,
Oh,
because
I'm
I like to
popular.
be direct.
Hold up.
That's
be
for
back.
me.
Okay. TJ's like, what was that, Lassie? Oh, he's in a well. Okay, Skippy. Show me where the kid fell.
I wrote.
She's so funny.
What'd you guys do for Christmas or the holiday?
Well, Christmas Eve, we opened all our stuff with my grandson, and Christmas Day, I just pretty much lay around here all by myself.
We had Chinese food.
I had Pringles and Golden Grams.
My aunties came over. They're so cute.
Yeah.
I made a chicken breast with pasta and tomato sauce. I still have the. Oh wait, no, I don't. I privatized the live stream, but I can unlist it and send it to you, Yes, Mom, just to see how I like to handle my breasts.
Oh my word! I missed that one, Romer. I slept too late.
Are you really good? I feel you're really good with the chicken breasts.
Oh, definitely. I know how to make them nice and plump and juicy.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the way I handle them, the way I handle them with my hands and fingers, like they don't complain at all. They want me. They just like deep down, they're saying like they just want me to spread it more and more, and then just to make sure that I cover everything up, so that way, nothing feels left out.
They are dead, Romer.
No, they're not dead. I'm bringing them back to life.
They're dead inside, Romer.
Fanta, I perform miracles. I know how to raise the dead.
Are you the Jesus of breasts?
All I'm hearing is that Romer is only into dead chicks.
I'm into resurrecting the dead chicks, Wolverine, so that way they can become more alive than they were when they were originally alive.
You can
and
spin
that's and
this
then they
all you
become
want,
really
but you
grateful.
still have to be starting with dead bitches.
Okay, yeah, you start. You start out with a dead bitch, but then you finish it with an alive bitch.
I think that's a felony.
It's only a felony if she says it's a felony, which I'm pretty sure if she was alive, she would be
I'm pretty
grateful
sure
that.
that's at least 3 felonies.
Okay, well, it would only Nah, no, that's the thing. The felonies go away if she enjoys it. So I'm all cleared up.
You can
throw gerbils in there.
Watch.
You're looking at
I can
5 to 10.
I'm just
go on, Fanta.
I'm just a pretty wrench. I'm just a pretty wrench.
No, you're pretty. No, you're pretty. All right. I mean, You definitely have the assets to prove it. You got the double D's to prove it. You want an extra D.
I
You want an extra
do.
D in your double D's.
Wow, how
There
do
you go.
you know? Gosh.
You're talking to you refer to me as the Jesus of breasts. So I think you just answered your own question.
Cement wants to know if you're a plastic surgeon, Rower.
No, he's a rubber
I
surgeon.
can be your plastic surgeon, baby.
He's a rubber surgeon.
Rubber? Oh, please. Rubber's so overrated. I prefer the natural way. I'm a natural. I'm not a plastic surgeon. I'm a natural surgeon. Fuck that plasticity.
I'm really
Nobody
thirsty
likes
right now.
plastic.
I'm very thirsty right now.
It's okay. Just drink it all up. All right, hold on.
Careful. You're gonna touch it.
What are
There
you
you go.
doing?
I'm high-fiving him.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think
We're being intimate. We're having a very intimate relationship
We're getting down with
now.
our bad selves. We're getting
Yeah. Yeah. If just
Getting down, getting back up again. Yes.
yeah. I'm just gonna be. I'm just grabbing her where she least expects it.
Oh.
But believe me, like I do flex and my sleeves fall off.
That's why I say and that's why I say, like, you don't have to worry about flexing too much, because I'll be there to make sure you don't go too far.
I even have some side boob on one side.
Not
Well,
with the name tag though.
Your name tag is blocking the side boob. That's the problem.
That's why I know I'm discreet.
Incognito.
I'm side boob discreet. I am so sorry, Sasha. I love you.
I love you too.
Don't apologize, Jet. You have nothing to apologize for.
No, I'm just buff.
No, there's nothing wrong with
for
being
you.
buff. With buff, there's a lot of energy, and with a lot of energy means better performance, as Wolverine can attest to that.
I love you. This is my baby. Okay, don't listen to him.
I'm probably the youngest looking 30-year-old then. I've got a baby
Are you
face.
30? You're 30?
I really am 30, yeah.
You're 30.
I look a lot younger without the beard, believe me.
You're not 30. You're too naughty to be 30.
Hey, Wolverine is a lot naughtier than I am, and he's at a much more mature age. So I don't sound 30, huh? Wow. I will definitely take that as a compliment.
His girlfriend's a plastic. Oh, I love you, cement shoes.
Anytime I have money available in my card, she successfully sizes. Oh, okay. In that case, me and Cement Shoes' girlfriend need to collaborate.
Oh Lord.
There are certain practical methods she has to teach me to make sure that the techniques I perform are more precise and that the outcome is more satisfactory.
Now.
I'm gonna be right back in less than a minute.
Please hurry. Baby, come back.
Try not to burn the place down.
Yeah, I think Fanta's feeling a little hot right now. That it's burning up fire everywhere.
You know what? You know what you got to do then.
Yeah, we got to cool her down. We have to extinguish the flames.
Just flex.
Yeah, just flex, deliver all that energy, and make sure that the flames get extinguished everywhere. Spray the hose. Yeah, spray the hose.
Is coming in.
Oh god. Oh god, you're gonna go Erica Kane on us now, huh? She's pretty much going to seduce every single one of us.
You said please hurry, like I have any control over this?
No, Goku said it.
Oh.
Yeah, while you were gone, Phantom, we were talking about just since you were feeling hot and there was fire everywhere, that I was going to offer my services and extinguish the flames.
I
I
had
was
to.
no part of this week.
No.
I had to. I just
So
didn't want to say it.
I get to take all the credit then. Okay, I'm good
I'm
with
a
that.
lone operative in this fucking shit.
Wolverine, you're awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, he is.
Well, that's fine. Like we're our own lone agents. Like we just happen to cross roads from time to time, so that way.
You've had a full night's sleep, haven't you, Romer?
Yeah, he has,
I have.
obviously.
That's
I
the
have
worst
never
part
seen
of
so
it.
Sparky.
I am 6 hours
You're
ahead.
Sparky
So.
as heck right now.
Well, I guess the fact that I'm re-energizing you with my new awoken energy, I guess I'll take this as a as an
I
honor.
believe millennials call that woke.
Oh no, honey, I'm the furthest thing from woke you'll ever meet.
Huh? I can't see any. Like, what? Huh?
As I like to
I'm
say,
the furthest.
What, Tank?
Okay, fine.
I was gonna
Here we
say,
are.
as I like to
I'm the
say,
furthest
rude.
thing from woke you'll ever see.
What does that mean?
Thank you,
I don't know
TJ.
what that
What does it
meant.
mean?
Third
What?
time's charm, Tank.
I
It's the
appreciate
okay
it.
sign. It's the okay sign. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's just about 90% of society is now triggered.
Oh,
That's okay. See, hey, I was trying to prove a point that I'm not woke to Jet, which makes me a lot. Oh boy. Oh,
Makes you
she's
much
tempting
cooler.
me now. She's tempting me with her questionable flexing.
grief. Just
Yeah, definitely rude, crude, socially unacceptable, and damn proud of it.
Hey Fanta, can I show you something?
sure.
I made Rosalie a cat.
You made what?
I painted Rosalie a painting.
Oh,
Oh, you
Of-
painted something.
of
I don't want to show you, Romer. I don't care what you think, but
was it?
it's the ugliest wolf cat you've ever seen. But it
Hey,
is
I've got
supposed to be-
taste. I've got taste.
Just because you have taste doesn't mean anyone wants to taste you.
Oh, believe me. Well, that's because it's a taste that they're not familiar with. So that way, of course, they're going to feel a little. Oh,
Is it?
It's Miss
Oh
Abby.
wow!
Hey,
It's Miss Abby. Aw.
I know it's like she's gonna put it on her fridge like I'm a 13-year-old. But like
She'll love
yes,
it.
yes,
so my
Cement. I did see
husband-
that
my
clip.
husband's literally like,
Oh my
it's a wolf
god.
cat. No, it's Miss Abby.
Yes.
If I,
I'm
but
gonna-
if I show you the picture she gave me of Miss Abby, it actually is pretty
God.
okay.
Her
It's actually-
angels look like whiskers. Like it looks like the
I'm
wings
not
are attached
asking
to
for
the
your
whiskers.
opinion. You should go to sleep.
Boom.
I already
That's
did,
right. Go to
sweetie.
sleep.
I already did, sweetie. I already did.
You're grounded. She just grounded you. Look at her name, Jet's
But I
mom.
Ground- yes, ground me.
I really
Ground-
did. I don't really.
You can ground me as much as you want,
Wait a
baby.
second.
You can ground me
Wait a
as much as
second.
you want.
Wait a second, Romer. Wait a second. What?
I care about roasting a lot, so I just wanted to make her something.
Well, yeah, I love it. She will love it. I
And
know
then
she
she
will.
will love it. She's gonna
She
put it on
will.
her fridge, like I'm her 13-year-old daughter.
And that's fine. She
It
will
is-
love it.
It's my husband's like, it's a wolf cat.
I knew who it was.
And I was like, no, it's Miss Abby. If I show you the
Well-
picture, I'll send it to you on Facebook or something. Like,
Okay.
it's
Send me a picture of your painting and a picture of Miss Abby.
it'll actually. I think I did okay.
I think you did perfect.
I tried.
Perfectly well.
I
Yes.
tried.
Look, Fanta, if you want to ask her to send her a picture of her pussy, you can just say that shit.
Yeah.
No.
Lord.
This is the dead pussy.
Oh, well, then send it to Romer.
Did you see the angel wings?
Send it to
Well,
Romer.
not to worry. It won't be. It won't be dead. It won't be dead by the time I finish
It's not
petting
dead to
it.
me.
Once
Oh,
I pet the pussy, the pussy will start growling, and then she's going to experience things that she's never
Miss
then
Abby,
she's
don't
gonna
listen to this. And
shred your face if
Goku
she's
and Miss
growling
Abby are like,
anyway.
guys, it's okay. It's going
What's
to be
that?
okay. We're going to survive this. We will survive this.
I
Yes.
appreciate the
We have to
addition
go.
of props into
I
this.
have to run away with my other pussy.
Wait, there's
That's
another
fair enough.
pussy. Go on.
Oh, yeah. Hello, have you seen me?
Oh, I see.
Not
I've
in full
seen.
yet.
I've seen you
No.
now. I've seen you now.
When I flex, my sleeves fall off.
Yeah, but I feel like since you've already shown me a part of you, now I'm sort of interested in the other part because that's where.
Oh, you want to see some like flying wing pussy?
Well, I'm just like I'm a very deep person, so I like
Oh,
I
really?
like deep development. I like deep
Really?
development. Yeah, yeah.
Deep.
So if you can give it to him deep, he'd appreciate it.
Why did my mind just go to tubes again?
You know, Rose
Internet is
actually
jitters of poops.
I got great boobs, but like
Boobs?
Oh, there's no question about it.
spring break. I'm like, no.
Spring break came early.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not.
She's not sorry. She doesn't have to apologize. I'm not.
Well,
I'm making her not apologize.
She didn't want it to last long. It's fine.
Oh no.
Oh, they always want it long. Like anyone who says they want it short, like, come on. No. Yeah, see, even Jet's mom is repulsed by the idea of short things.
TJ wants to know if you'll be joining us again, Wolvo. I told you you'd fit in.
I don't know what I'm going to be doing like in an hour.
I'm just saying. Shut
Of
up,
course.
Romer.
I don't even know. Maybe.
Go ahead, hashtag it, somebody. Go ahead. Fanta
I'm
just
2021.
Our hashtagger is gone though. Cherry must have gotten so exhausted from all the.
Yeah, she just like fucking disappeared and left me to this fucking piece
He
of shit
does.
conversation like a goddamn hour ago. This was before you got
Wow.
here, Jet.
What?
This
Thanks.
was before you got here.
My name is Margie, but it's okay.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. You can call me Large Marge.
Large Marge.
Hi, Marge. I'm Homer.
Cherry just she's like Frog G. I'm telling you, they mod in like 15 damn different live streams at one time.
She was in my live last night.
Yeah,
Was she?
She knows how to multitask.
Yeah.
I think Cherry's more of an Erica Kane.
Actually, that's a really good call. That's actually, yeah, I can see it.
Are you on Instagram, Wolverine?
I was actually just answering that. Fuck it. I have an Instagram account, but seeing as how I basically made it to keep track of two people that weren't anywhere else anymore that we used to talk, I kind of just barely use it every once in a while to like check up on them. It exists.
TJ wants to know if you're going to be joining us again.
Yeah, that's what I asked him.
Tempt me with boobs. I'll go anywhere.
Booze or boobs?
Hey, that's my line.
I can look.
Boobs?
I got boobs.
Oh, booze. Okay, yeah.
Booze or boobs?
I got boobs. I need boobs.
I was gonna say first one, then the other.
I got both.
It's like a bull. Flash the titty in front of me, and I will chase that shit. I will go where you need me to go.
I will go where Wolverine has never gone before.
Just imagine just running around town with a flashlight with like a boob stencil on it, just like the bat signal.
Yeah.
Not all men are like this.
That's what I'll do. I will build it and
Yeah, so he can be the Batman, and I'll
Then
be
I'll
the
come.
commissioner. I'll be the commissioner.
If you build it, I will come, Fanta.
That's what I said, but I said it very quietly.
Oh, you know what? I
Come on,
love
Jet. Why
boobs.
so serious? Why so
Everybody loves
serious? Let's
boobs.
put a smile on that face.
Me
I'm going to.
serious? Me?
Yeah. We're gonna put a smile on your face. The only difference is we won't be sticking. Well, we'll be sticking something in
I
the
don't even
mouth,
want to know
just
what the
not a
next line
blade.
is. That it's coming out of your
Lord,
mouth, Homer. Come on.
Skittles.
I have it always.
Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow, Fanta.
I love boobs.
Everyone loves boobs.
No, boobs
They
are
said
like
give her a minute and
boob-
she'll unroll hers.
boobs are the
boobs.
essence of life. They are manna. They are the manna that from which
Oh
God
my
gives
gosh, you
us his
actually
strength.
do have a soul?
Oh, I've got a
Goodness.
soul.
You're impressing me. Keep talking about the manna. Continue.
Oh yeah. I will
Touche.
keep spreading hope in the form of Oh, well, I was gonna say that, but I have to spread it in different ways now.
Mhm.
Yes, because that is science.
Yeah.
Lasers.
Science is lasers. Got to do lasers. We got to do we have to lightning. Tesla coils. We said Tesla coils. Yes.
Benjamin Franklin? I don't know.
No, Franklin was lightning rods. Franklin was a lightning rod, so
Keys and kites, baby. Keys and kites.
Just gonna say what else. Oh, of course, we have to perform well on the Richter scale.
Oh, the Richter scale.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta measure the tremors to see how much shaking's going on, and definitely like the amplitude, whether things will break apart.
Miss Abby
definitely
and Grogu
split.
are very upset right now. This is a little.
And well, he's 50 years old. Like he has to learn
No,
eventually.
but he's also a baby.
Yeah, but he's like the wisest baby out there, and the wise person learns from other people's experiences.
This is the way. Yeah, I know. It was the funniest gift I opened. I'm like, I love this.
Who got it for you, Jet?
My husband did.
Oh.
I need to meet hubby.
Mom.
Now I need to meet hubby.
Oh, Jerry. I think you and him will be like best friends, and I know you will never meet him.
Oh, you don't want your husband to be happy? Shame on you. You want to hog all the happiness to yourself.
I'm a very selective person.
Oh, but then you have selected wisely with me.
This is what I bought him for Christmas, but it didn't fit him.
What is it?
The undershirt that she's wearing right now.
My shirt says I flexed, but it didn't fit him. But it fit. Well, I mean, it does fit him. It just.
Well, it looks better on you. Yeah.
Fanta, it is 6:30 in the morning, and I feel I can no longer refrain from just coming out and saying this is the most awkward, cringiest bullshit I've ever seen in my life.
So you liked it then?
Are you having a great time?
Some of it.
Some of it.
Welcome.
Well, I mean, yeah, because I wasn't on for all the stream, it wasn't fully awkward. That's the problem.
You could pretty much say whatever you want. I think that's been proven. So you just go ahead.
Oh God. It's like listening to the whitest gay infant from another country try to flirt in English, which is not his first language. It's the weirdest, cringiest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's different.
Hey, it's a different experience. If we don't try these experiences, we don't appreciate the ones from the past.
Look, I'm old. I know what's okay and not. I don't need to experiment anymore.
Oh, that looks like Ashiara. Is that Ashiara tank?
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow.
That really looks like Ashiara from Blade Devil. Like it's just like a way more badass, not as waifu, but still sexy version.
He's muted.
Wow.
Mm.
I'll
While I'm
take that as
talking,
a-
I'm muted because I'm one of those types.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
You're
I was
you're the strong silent type. You're the strong silent type.
well, at least silent. Yeah, no, this is Scalpel Zero from my upcoming series Apex Predator. Good dark cyberpunk. That ultimately, come on, it's cyberpunk. You know that a good ending is bittersweet.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
It's dark, it's messed up, and the further you get into it, the more messed up it is. And I still haven't told you the full story, but I've told it to you. You just have to look in the background of the pictures. There's more
Oh yeah.
story. So,
hmm
and none of that J.R. Tolkien nonsense. Not J.R. Tolkien. What's that? Not him. He's the good
George
one.
R.R. Martin,
Thank
George
you. I
R.
was
R.
thinking of
Martin.
the hack. Yes, thank you. Of like
the guy who
subvert
decided to add a
expectations.
couple of fucking letters in the middle of his name because it sounded like J.R.R. Tolkien.
Right. If the fans guess it before we get there, that's awesome. I feel because I'm hiding these clues in there.
Ooh.
It's really cool.
So yeah, this is she is my flagship character as voted for by the fans.
Mhm.
Let me zoom out on that one. Boop. There we go. Finger painting is
Ooh.
the name of this picture. And she doesn't paint with other people's fingers. And that's not her thumb she's holding up either.
Oh yeah, I figured. Yeah, because it's definitely severed. Yeah, it can't be her thumb.
Yeah, no. Her story is that she's a prototype cyber droid, basically a cybernetic and organic android,
Mhm.
right?
So
A little bit of
cybernetic
this.
organism, like the
That's
Terminator.
right.
Mhm.
Yes, very much like a Terminator,
Very
only
similar,
she does have a hybrid organic processor for the main deal. She's a prototype. She's been out for about a decade. There's been a bunch of legal loopholes because of genetics and that uncanny valley. And the prototypes are finally out. And her greatest fear is becoming obsolete, where, they'll just decommission her or worse, send her off to a university.
Wait, so
Mm.
she feels emotions? Like she can feel
so she's going
fear
to a
and
sorority.
Fear and anger and appreciation. Yeah, these are all machine learned inclinations,
okay,
point value system.
so apparently they've been pre-programmed to like feel these kind of things, whereas Skynet programmed the Terminators not to feel anything.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, it's machine learned behavior, right? So it's
Okay.
it's kind of like a simulated emotional thing, and it's weighed against a point value system of is this pro survival or detrimental kind of scale. If you're getting technical on it, it's a pseudo
Hmm.
intelligence. It's pretty convincing, but it's not a true intelligence.
Mhm.
But
So
nonetheless,
so technically, like just like Skynet controlling the Terminators, like she herself is under some kind of control.
she is controlled via the cyber psychiatrists and the corporation that runs her. And of course, security devices because she does go off reservation. She's a field
Hmm.
prototype that field tests field prototypes.
Well, that
And
makes sense because, like, with RoboCop, they had to make Directive 4 to make sure that he doesn't go rogue and try to kill any of the people who created him.
yeah, in her case, it's a series of cranial bombs that they hope that they can repair the processor afterwards. Um,
Hmm. Interesting.
yeah, they'll
So
clean up
they
the
so
mess.
they do so they do find her useful then. Like they,
Oh,
it's not like
yes.
she's disposable.
No,
That's
she is
promising.
the most.
That's quite promising.
She's the most loyal corporate employee, even in when she's apparently acting against them, because she's the best asset they've got as far as she's concerned. I mean, we
Well, in
call
terms
her
of the
she.
assets, like yeah, at least like she would pretty much be like a rogue character done right, as opposed to as opposed to that bitch Rebecca Ferguson in Mission Impossible.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, this is true Comicsgate right here. You know, this is years of development. I've spent thousands of dollars on editing, developmental editing, getting people to help me develop the story and whatnot. It's going to be a 17 book series, coming out to a total of a little over 750 pages. And it's got your cyberpunk intrigue. It's got your high tech, high life, high tech, low life, and your pieces and your players. Because in this world, it really boils down to that: are you a piece or a player? And it's messed up.
Or are you a player with a piece?
Well, yeah, that too. We're delving into all sorts of fun stuff in this world. Got a side series that deals with Atlanta and going into the future. New genre that we're calling Cyber South.
Cyber South.
Yeah, it's got a Southern U.S. cultural twist on the cyberpunk genre and how it develops there. And we've been working in development on that for a few weeks now, so that should probably be ready to pull the trigger on around March.
Sounds
it's coming
awesome.
together nicely. Oh, it's beautiful. It's fantastic.
No. That sounds really promising. But like, yeah,
stuff.
with Atlanta, like this, you got to go like really, really deep, like really deep.
Oh, it is. It's a Georgian native, Dan Fogarty, creator of World War Hell, which is coming to a tabletop this next year. He's got an eye for detail, and he's a history buff. And and good, like just not just like, you know, series of cause and event, but cultural evolution. And the story he's got is so dark, it's so messed up that when you get down to the bottom of the rabbit hole and you meet the Red Queen, you just want to shoot her in the face.
Right.
Wait, what? Now that you mentioned Atlanta and then history teacher, I'm just getting flashback to Lee Everett from The Walking Dead, a Telltale series.
I don't know that one.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's a video game like that they based off the series The Walking Dead, which has a guy, Lee Everett, who's falsely accused of committing a murder against his wife then. And like right now she's dead, and like it starts out with him being taken to jail by a police county officer, and then he encounters like the walker, crashes into it, and then once he kills the then the police officer becomes the walker, since he ends up not surviving the crash, and then he ends up like, you know, killing him like with the officer's shotgun, and then he encounters a little girl in a treehouse who would later end up becoming Clementine, that's right, and she would end up becoming the protagonist of the whole series. So it essentially becomes a little. Well, that's the thing. The first video game does become intriguing, but then after that, it just becomes like really lackluster.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, because once you brought up like history in Atlanta, but when you mentioned it with the whole cyberpunk and him being the whole focus, I think it's definitely going to be better than what Telltale made.
Oh man, we're hoping. I'm hoping to redefine a genre here. It's needed some new breath. It really hasn't evolved much since Neuromancer.
Yeah.
And it
and of course with the development of Cyberpunk 2077, oh boy, that was a disaster.
I love that world. I love Mike Pondsmith, but CD Projekt Red, you did Mike wrong. We are not okay. We are not friends.
Well, I did hear that they're like trying to like a new update is like apparently trying to fix some of the broken stuff that happened with the prior edition. So I'm like, okay, there's some promise, but you could have fixed that like several years ago and not rushed the whole fucking thing.
I mean, I do have to give it credit in one regard, that it is all style and no substance, which is pretty damn cyberpunk in itself. But like, it feels like a half-developed game. I've played all the way through Act 1. I pre-ordered. I've been supporting Artel Saurian games since like 1990. I've thrown money in that direction. Books I played that game till books fell apart, and I bought new books. Like I said, and Mike Pondsmith, I look at that guy as a creator. I hold him in very high esteem, and his cyberpunk world, I enjoy it. It's a new take, but it's rings all the classic hallmarks. And what they did to it with a terrible shooter driver wannabe Grand Theft Cyberpunk game that wag
Oh
my finger
boy.
viciously in their general direction. They've got a lot of
I
amends
guess
to do.
I guess we're gonna have to make our own video game then. We got to come up with a Scalpel Zero video game.
Oh, well, it's funny you should mention that.
Oh, all right.
1 second here as I switch my camera over to another focus and then bring it back. And yeah, so I've been
Oh
learning how
man.
to program an NES ASM,
Oh
6502
nice.
ASM, and
Are you
I've
doing an
been
8? You're doing an 8-bit rendition? Nice.
yes, sir. I am making a Scalpelvania. It's like Castlevania, but with more firepower.
Oh.
The story is Scalpel Zero has been sent in to investigate a research and development site that has gone silent. This place is air gapped in the middle of the Colorado mountains. And for very good reason. It holds a true intelligence. An artificial
Ooh.
true intelligence is something very dangerous. You don't want it to get out. You want it to be contained. Well, this was the reason why the company has been developing the greatest products and why they are the research and development company that you hire to make your product. And not just make it good, but make it the best. Consumer Products Development Initiative. Join today. American government-sponsored industry. So,
That kind of sounds like a mixture of Metroid and Resident Evil.
Right? Yes. So she's got to go in and find out what's going on. Oh no, the people, they've been taken over by the artificial intelligence. There's robots. This isn't go fight the boss kind of game. This is the get the hell out of there and survive game. That last level, I'm just going to say, it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks. It took a little bit of finagling on the programming, but dude, it's going to be so much fun. You are running for your life and occasionally engaging that boss when it gets too close for comfort. So all the skills that you've gained through the game are all coming to fruition.
Liking
and
it.
that last boss fight is a whole level. That is a whole Mario level.
Wow. So it has nothing on like the Tuju games from Japan. Like we're talking about an insane level of difficulty. Like insane.
See, that's where New Game Plus comes into play. And I'm still learning how to program. So that might be a special edition.
No, you got to make it like Contra level. Like with Contra, you got to make it like maybe like 3 times harder. Like it has to be hard. It's got to be hard. We got to go back to like the NES days of difficulty. Like everything's too fucking simple now.
Well, like I was talking with my business partner Greg Levy, and we were discussing the specific mechanics and what kind of challenge level we wanted to bring to the players, and we decided that we want about half people to rage quit at least once. That it should be hard, but they should be like their nerves should be on edge. They should be having so much fun that they're going to mash that continue button. And speaking of continue, this is a story game. So I took a 48-page graphic novel and I broke it down into a Nintendo game. So it's got cutscenes like a Ninja Gaiden, where you've got the cutscenes going on and a little bit of story. Press start to skip because not everybody came for the story. Some people just want to kill stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
You want to like make you want to sort of like, just like how they transition like, comic books, just like with Maximum Carnage. Like you want to sort of like do a transition from the panels into like the motion. No, you need that. You need that.
Yeah, and I've got it's basically animatic. Because very limited space with the Nintendo. Very limited space. So I've managed to squeeze in animatics and a story mode. And hopefully, I'll have this programmed in time. I'll know how to program this efficiently in time for release. I do want
If it does get too big, like, have you thought about maybe going 16-bit with Super Nintendo?
Well, yes, and we have plans to expand the game and re-release it because it is a story. So repackaging it with better production value, like a 16-bit version and a 32-bit version, these are already in the works. For the 16 and 32-bit, we're looking at the 16-bit we're using Game Maker Studio 2.
Oh, that's
As it
good.
And for the 32-bit, that we're going with Unity Engine because it's great for 2D side scrollers.
Unity, huh? Unity, huh?
Yeah. And I've got a good sound department that's on top of this. It's going to be great, and I'm drawing upon underground music scenes. I've been talking to a few bands because I do like album art and merch and whatnot for various bands. So I've been talking to them. I'm like, oh, hey, let's grab one of your songs and let's get it chiptune, like NES chiptune, and put it
NES
in the game.
chiptune, yeah. And then you
And
could also release one of their songs as, like, some kind of like bonus package, so that way they get marketing for themselves and more exposure.
oh, for real. Well, and what we do is we just get the catalog together, register it through ASCAP as I'm the publisher of this particular compilation, but they all get their royalties. So that way, whenever there's any sales, that all goes through
Yeah.
ASCAP. And that makes life easy. There's some guilds and unions are just absolutely fantastic and make life a breeze,
Right.
and reduces the amount of legal paperwork that I have to do.
My only concern
have.
is, like, my only concern would be, like, going long term, and with long term, especially with certain publishers, because publishers, like, whenever they make a certain amount of money, then they just get greedy. They want more at a faster rate, and then it all starts to fall apart.
Right, and for these products, I've got them. See, I've been building a for-profit share business because
Okay.
the sad story of Steve Ditko.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Like, I don't know the guy. I have no emotional attachment to the person, but that actually makes me sad. Like I want to cry for him, And I don't cry because my tears cure cancer, and I hate people.
Well, you don't hate people. You just hate the people that are devoid of humanity.
It's true. It's true. I've got my jokes. But with Steve Ditko, we were like, you know what? It's too easy, especially in the modern age, to do royalties in perpetuity. QuickBooks is a thing. And QuickBooks, you input income on one end, and it shits out checks the other side. And it costs about $500, a measly $500 to get one of those.
That's it?
Set up. Yeah. And
that's
granted,
cheap.
Yeah, you kind of got to do that for each of the products, but you attach them to the general income and stuff. So it all sorts itself out with the item numbers that come in. You hire a bookkeeper to go in and input the figures and hit compile, and everybody gets automatically paid because we got the premium version of QuickBooks.
Yeah. And it's got to be, like, done in a really specific algorithm. So that way, like, because how YouTube likes to do, like, algorithms when it comes to censoring people. Like, that one's like, you got to be careful with, like, setting it up automatically for the long term, that is.
Yeah, well, and I studied to be a fiduciary, and I stopped short of actually doing that because I realized that, as noble a quest as it is, it would be stressful and boring at the same time. As much as I would love to be legally obligated to look out for my clients' best interests financially, and help people retire. If you like, like I tell people, I'm like, dude, I could go on for days about how if you start investing around the age of 30, you could retire a millionaire.
No, it's true. Like the key thing is like, investing in like when of course you start investing, what you invest in, when you sell it, and when you buy it.
Yeah. Oh, and how you diversify your investments. Like I started investing. I've got a blind trust. Occasionally, I can get a leak of how much it's actually worth, and but I set up a blind trust when I was 13 with $1,000,
Oh damn.
and I'm 44, and it's when I turn 65. Because I legally I can't even touch that money because I set it up so that no matter what, if I make it to age 65, I retire a millionaire.
Hmm.
And Elon Musk made me a lot of money. He really did.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
stock splits.
my dad actually invested with Tesla. The problem though is I think he did it a little bit too late. He bought like I think what $5,000 worth of shares.
Uh-huh.
I think he was like back in October. The problem is like I think the company has already become too profitable in order to, have a steep increase. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's gone over. It's already gone through its initial boom, and unless it
Yeah.
does something groundbreaking again, it's we're not going to see that. Like we got to see the cyberpunk car actually work. Um,
Yeah.
you
The
know what I
problem
mean?
is like he's got enough problems like with his own cars, especially like his self-moving cars, like with the amount of accidents those have gone through. And let's see, there's the probe he was sending to Mars, and the spaceship, and then yeah, he needs something like a cyberpunk, like something to like coincide with like the next generation of development, and it has to be done right. I mean, like his in terms of like his political stance and his trolling, that's just one thing. But like to get more exposure, but he needs the practical stuff as well.
Absolutely.
Wolvo, you sleepy?
I think he's just dumbfounded. He's speechless, and we can't hear you.
I'm
Alright.
kind of. You
I'm
sleepy?
I'm weighing the option as it rolls around to 7 a.m.
Yeah, I'm kind of sleepy myself.
Yeah.
So maybe we should call it for now.
That would be fair.
Yeah, you guys.
Wait, Tank, you have a Twitter account
I
or
do.
Discord?
Yeah, everybody can find me on the internet at Take Ferret Art. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, so on and so forth.
Yeah, post it in the comments, and then so that way I
Yeah,
can send
I
it.
was gonna have you go around and say, where people could find you, or if you wanted them to find you, or whatever.
I feel I've hoarded myself out in the chat more than I ever have before.
Wait, so Tank, like
More
in
effort
terms
to
of
let anyone know who or where the fuck I am than I've ever bothered with.
Yeah.
wait, yes, so Tank, like how far are you into development? Like, is there something else that you need or someone else you need to hire?
No, actually, well, in the near future, I will be hunting for an inker
Okay.
for a very special comic.
Okay.
It's gonna be so far. I've got myself, Vic King, and Mystery Inker number
Oh,
5.
nice, Big King.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
good.
gonna do breakdowns and layouts, and Vic King is gonna do the line art, and then
Mm-hmm.
somebody's gonna come in and finish with
Do you,
a specific
are
inking
you thinking
style.
of making any like audiobooks? Like, do you need any like voice actors?
We will. We absolutely will. I do like once I've got enough capital coming in from the various projects I got going on. I'm actually going to be putting together a I'm going to get 20 minutes of animation put
Oh
together,
wow,
so that way I can have a
interesting.
proof of concept and I can start shopping around Hollyweird for somebody to finance this.
Yeah, because if you're talking about like audiobooks and voice actors, like you could definitely get like I think Vic Mignogna would love this.
Oh, dude, I would be honored to have Vic on there. I know exactly which character I'd have him play too. One of the
Oh,
protagonists.
awesome.
Yeah, no, he'd be Tag, that arachnid guy.
Is it the one with the really, really gay pants?
Spiderweb Securities. This guy
the
invented.
gay leather pants.
Oh,
gay leather.
yeah, no,
pants.
he's
No,
got.
the bedazzled
Vic
pants.
is not limited to leather.
No.
Well, and Vic can go in costume. He can wear that arachnid guy pajamas.
Vic's
It's
awesome.
if you haven't figured out that
Yeah.
arachnid guy is my parody version of Spider-Man in this world.
No, I don't know that at all.
Yeah, so and that's why they
Mhm.
call him that arachnid guy, because he wears the damn pajamas. The guy's a super genius who's completely recluse but very friendly once you encounter him. Talkative too. Just talk your damn ear off.
Dude, that's perfect for Vic. Like he's talkative, like he's
Yeah.
passionate, and he still looks really young. He looks like he's freaking 30. The guy has like the genes of a god. No pun
Mhm.
intended.
Yeah, he
And,
and Scalpel Zero have a love-hate relationship. She loves that he hates her.
Okay, so now I'm getting like anime vibes from this. Like I'm guessing like she would be like what they call it tsundere.
I don't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like she
yes.
pretends to hate him, but like deep down, like she likes him.
She finds him useful. I mean, this guy did invent 80% of the world net security framework. So, and that's the reason why he could live the life of a recluse with his supercomputer. And if she needs something off the net and she can't get a hacker to do her job, then she'll go to him, and he'll go to great lengths to avoid her. At one point, she will take a bulldozer to the front of his safe house just to say hello.
Of course. So yeah, she's a psycho. Plenty of those in the 90s.
Yeah. This is before and she's not always going to be this way, but she is going to start off as the monster. Like, she's not the bad guy. She's not a good guy. She's not an anti-hero. This is the monster. This is the shit that goes bump in the night.
Mm. Yeah, the reason why I wanted to bring up like voice acting was like, if you need like a few other ones for like background, like I'd be willing to pitch in.
Oh, for real. I think that would be a lot of fun. Let's definitely hook up.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually just sent you an invite on Twitter, so
okay, good.
Awesome. Yes,
Yeah,
Carrie.
so
I'm
you're-
gonna answer Carrie. I will be on Hen's next live. Which is in a few hours, probably. Well, more than a few. It'd be this afternoon, but I hate to cut you off, guys, but
You're gonna hope it's more than a few hours.
Yeah.
you need to get some sleep, Fanta.
Yeah, we do. I've had so much fun. I appreciate Wolvo. I'm so glad you joined me up here.
Yeah.
Tank, Jim, TJ, Jet's mom, Romer. It's been
How many
amazing.
subs did we get you today?
I don't know. Let me see.
Last I checked, it was 169.
What?
Yeah. That's what we do over here in CG. We put out the word, hey, let's go blow up this channel. Get him some subs, give him a bump.
167? Yeah. Oh my god. I went up 6 subs since Pops subbed to me earlier tonight.
That's the Comics Gate effect, Fanta.
That's
the
amazing.
More you, we are here for each other. We support each other, whether it's through cringe, through drawing, through anything.
Wow, that is
as long
amazing.
as long as we don't backstab each other.
I don't
in the
think
non-sexual
I would do
way.
that.
Yeah.
Please, no, let's not go there. We'll be here for 3 more hours talking about anal
Science!
science. But thanks, guys, so much. Thank you in the chat. And for those who have already gone, thanks for subbing. It's awesome. Anybody need to give a signing off statement of where they can find you, what you're going to be up to, or should we just go ahead and end it here?
Well, like I said, you can find me most places on the internet at Tank Ferret Art. This Friday, join me on Brain Cage Multimedia at 10 p.m. Eastern. Don't know who our special guest is going to be, but we're going to have fun. We're going to set you up for a fantastic weekend. It's a good mood show where we talk about what we like. You take a break from the griping and go find something indie to go take a look at. We showcase at least 3 different indie creators or creations that are worth checking out over the weekend. And thank you very much, Fanta, for having me on your show.
Sure, anytime. Thank you for joining us. Romer?
Well, I was just gonna say, for me, I don't draw and do as much. I don't do as much animation as Wolverine and Tank Ferret, but I do some live stream cooking. I do a lot of mainly like frying anything involving chicken, steak, beef, a lot of pasta. So you could check that out whenever you have the chance on my channel, Romer So Pervy on YouTube. And I also have Twitter in case you want to DM me directly. It's Romer M, and my tag name is Albert ALBERT 271-63907. The reason why it's so complicated is because I have been banned off at least 5 times. That's how controversial I am. But yes. So yeah, check me out there. And also, I do a little bit of freelance voice acting as well. And I actually will be planning to, just do a little audio book of one of the Comicsgate books, Cobalt, which I just showed. For those who don't know what it looks like, this is the one. So I'm actually going to be, I'm going to be drawing that. I'm going to be doing some samples. I actually spoke with the creator of Cobalt, and he gave me his permission to do the voice acting. He said he's looking forward to seeing what it'll sound like. Since this will be one of the first ones I've tried voice acting of an audiobook, got to start somewhere. I'm hoping that I'll be able to do a good job of it and sort of, expand on my talent and see where that can lead me. So just wanted to put that up.
Awesome. Wolvo?
Yes.
Find you on Twitter.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Allie's channel. I'm on Lola's channel. Every once in a while, I still hop up on Death Metal Hero or Unhinged Entertainment's channel for some topic lists, chill and draw stream. I'm just places, man.
Places. Well, you can.
There's the middle of the night Thursday stream on Ali Sanguise's channel that I do with Ali and Dean and Michael T, where we watch a shitty show and hate it with the audience. It's a good time. Hottest new show on Comicsgate, baby.
And also,
that's the Twitter.
You can find us on Flying Feline on Tuesdays.
Yes, Tuesdays before topic work
for happy hour hangout. So I guess that's our little plug. And
as long as this bottle lasts, I'll be drunk on those streams.
Well, I drink sweet tea, so I can't,
It's cheating, fan. It's fucking cheating.
Sorry. Get me some cheerleader bears. Some
what?
Smirnoff Ice cheerleader bears.
Cheerleader bears?
Cheerleader bears.
Beers. Okay.
Oh, cheerleader beers. Okay.
Cheerleader bears. Yeah. Thanks so much again, guys. Thank you so much for being up here with me. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for the mods, the new mods. I will see you later this round, probably between 2 and 4 Central Time on Hen's channel. It's Just Call Me Hen. And you guys have a most excellent evening or morning, day, whatever. I don't know anymore. I love you. Bye.
Afternoon. Bye bye.
TTFN.